All right. Well, hey guys, it's me and Spleen here. My name is Drac. We're gonna be your hosts today. So we're looking like we got a couple good games that we're gonna be going into. But right now, we're just here to chat with y'all. Spleen, if you want to say hi to the chat and do your thing.
Yeah, it's good to be here. It's good to be back. We've definitely got a pretty solid turnout today, considering that there's a lot of other events on. We're looking at around 100 people, I think just under that. And we got some recurring characters, some new people, and both of those are great to see.
Oh, 100%. Like, are you thinking we might see a lot of Bowmaster today? A lot of black decks. Always that's now becoming a staple in this format, and it's kind of phased out. Like stats
Uh,
decks a little bit.
No, I've actually heard that card just isn't good. It's people who play it don't win games. Just doesn't do anything. Is That's the word on the street, at least. So I think actually most people will just have cut it. In fact, no one's even going to be playing black today, or like very few people. Maybe one in 10, one in
Adnaw's a
15,
bad card,
somewhere
right?
around there. Adnaw's bad card. Demonic Tutor, Tainted Pact, Demonic Consultation, Vampiric Tutor, all bad cards. That's Opposition Agent, Deathly Voidwalker, bad card, 0 out of 10. So
Yeah,
today we're
Selesnya,
going to be
best colors.
seeing, yeah, it's going to be like Selesnya and then like Selesnya X. So we're going to have a bit of Bant and some Naya, a, a tiny, tiny bit of Abzan. We'll have like a couple of the Tyam holdouts, but I think the meta's truly, completely moved on.
Yeah, I think a couple good games. Honestly, you know what they need to do? Bring back Paradox Engine to make that only only Selesnya deck actually extremely viable. But that's a piece for another day, another time.
I don't think the people are ready for that take. That's the moment's not right.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, honestly though, with how Magic does all their ban lists and stuff, like you don't ever really see cards come off a ban list. Like there's a couple times here and there, but like a lot of the times when something is banned, it just never really comes back in
It's
Magic.
gone forever. It is a little wild to me, like the unbans that we've seen. Like,
Oh yeah.
like what? I don't know. If you looked at the commander ban list and you're like, what's a fun effect that people want to play with that like maybe was hard to deal with in the past, but people have sort of like the format has evolved. Like, what can people really like handle now? And not coming up with like, I don't know, gifts ungiven, recurring nightmare, prime time, maybe Rafello, something like that. It's like, nah, what the people want, world fire.
So true. I mean, hey, you gotta give the chaos players something to keep them in the game. Always keep making some
Is that
new
even a
chaos
chaos
cards.
effect? I don't think that's a chaos effect.
They want to watch the world burn. What do you mean? It's definitely a chaos.
For sure.
Uh,
100%. I guess it
I
creates
know.
chaos, mostly because people get
Ex-
really upset with you.
Oh yeah, because you just
Um,
reset the game down to one. Back to zero.
true. I mean, I guess with
Oh.
maybe we'll see an uptick in it with all the suspend stuff coming out of Doctor Who.
Ooh, that would be
Because like if you
interesting.
just have something in suspend and then a world fire goes off and then it's like cool, you guys have a turn or maybe two to find something to not die to whatever's coming off of suspend, and you have to rip both the mana to play it and it off the top of your deck. So
Like a greater Gargagon.
yeah, exactly. Or just like anything that one of the Doctor Who cards lets you suspend. Like
Yeah.
that used to be
Kind
a
of like
thing
Jorah, right?
with yeah, with old Joyra. Obviously you couldn't do Worldfire because it was banned, but people did like Jokel Hops or Obliterate, and then you just have something big in suspend after.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, that's I think that's actually the new CDH meta. We've solved it. We've cracked it, boys. Um, it's all about suspending Worldfire and then suspending something else. Um, we're
If,
very
if
very
something,
serious.
if I see that, man, I'm just blaming you. If I see that in my next CEH game, hashtag blame spleen.
Okay, you know what? That's I'll take the blame. I'm not worried about that.
Quite
Uh,
literally. Remember when we chatted about Raffine the one game there about your little pet deck a little bit for a bit, and then all of a sudden all I saw was like a Raffine for the next like 2 or 3 CEH games. It's like, oh, why?
I mean, maybe I'm actually just the secret CEDH. I'm like pulling all the strings behind CEDH. I have like an
All the top
army
content.
of 15 people who just I can just tell them what deck to play, and then they'll just go out and play in public games. Um, but I guess maybe we should take this in a slightly more serious direction. So we're just sorting out some technical difficulties. Our normal stream runner is unfortunately absent today, so we got Hurt filling in. Absolutely, doing their best. It is a big job. There's a lot going on, a lot of different balls to be juggling, and we're having some issue getting the games spectated. I believe round one's been underway for 5 minutes or so. But hopefully we will actually have a game for you soon, and then you don't have to listen to us, be the goofballs that we are.
I mean, hey, I think it just comes with the territory of one being Canadian, two, being ka0s caster. I think our whole crew of casters are a little bit of oddballs. We like to, joke up, chat. Some of us have better jokes than others. I can be honest.
True.
I mean,
But yeah, while we are waiting to fill in, this is a charity tournament. We are raising money for Magikids. I will throw a link in the chat, or perhaps our lovely stream runner will beat me to it. But there it is. We're raising money for Magikids, which is pretty cool, if you ask me. Because these sorts of charities do lots of great work in the community. They help underprivileged kids learn Magic. Get them some cards. I believe they do a lot of work in schools and sort of creating like things like after school programs, which have a lot of knock-on benefits as well as just being fun for kids. So it's a really great cause, and we're happy to be working with them today. So if you would, if you support that cause, then hit up that link, donate what you can, and hopefully we'll do some good.
yeah, we're doing a couple things today. Actually, I think we're also having silent auction actually. Where they're going to be auctioning off some really cool things. And again, everything today, we're just going to be doing, it's a big charity event, right? So everything that we're doing today, pretty much going straight into charity. So, it's always great to be doing a cause. I actually personally enjoy that, giving back to not only just the community, but just in general, like people in general. So I think that's going to be an awesome thing today. So if you get a chance and you want to, gamble your money away / auction, it's a good time.
That's not gambling. We're not promoting gambling. That's not what's happening.
True.
Twitch, please. Twitch, please.
I forgot about that.
In Minecraft.
No.
In Minecraft.
Minecraft. Christian Minecraft channel,
But yeah, we are doing a charity auction, which honestly, it's just incredible to me, the number of people in this community who will just like donate their time or effort or stuff they've made.
Oh yeah.
The amount of money that's been raised through like these various like auctions and giveaways and stuff like that is pretty incredible. And it's I'm really like proud and happy to be like in a community where people just get on board with stuff like that. And it's awesome to see.
Oh, 100%. Like, it just feels good to be part of a community, that cares about other people. It's not very much in, what's the best thing for me, but, in general, everyone's just kind of looking out for each other, and not just in each other in the community, but also bringing people that might not be in the community, giving them a chance to, be part of it, which is awesome. You love seeing it, and everyone in the space is so incredibly kind. So, we got a good, whoa, you got a good space going, as I almost dropped my mic.
Yeah, honestly, I was gonna pick a random format and say like, X format players would never, and then I was like, I just, you know what, let's just not draw an angry mob to my house, even if I'm 100% joking.
Oh yeah, you know, as soon as you mention one format, you know, things can get a little spicy, a little dicey, and you know, today it's all about love. So, you know, we'll focus on that today. You know, supporting.
Her, I moved us to a different channel. What do you need help with, bud? What can I do? You can unmute yourself if you want, so we can talk. I can help you through this.
Your audio is going to the stream, FYI.
Channels will have charity events, and so it's a great time to honestly be there and enjoying that.
For sure.
Let's see. I wonder if there's any updates currently. Doesn't seem like there's any yet. So, you know, guys, just bear with us. You know, we're stuck here just like y'all.
Okay, let's just imagine what's happening in a game and cast it. Like, oh man, that early heuristic study, that's gonna make you know, if people aren't careful and feed into that, that's gonna provide a lot of advantage to the player in seat two for sure.
Oh, and that like mental misstep on that turn one fish, like that's you guys got to be countering those fishes.
Yeah, for sure. Although, you know, it's always awkward when you counter that like that turn one fish and then the heuristic study comes down anyways. If you were trying to, you know, create a window for you to play a lot of spells, then you know, it just feels like you kind of didn't accomplish anything. But you know, we'll see if people can come back from. I feel like this bit's wearing thin.
Died out super quick. Actually,
yeah.
Has there been any games you played recently that might be you know, interesting and fun?
I played some I've been playing a lot of goofy games recently. Just I've been trying out some weird stuff, and other people have too. So it creates a little bit of chaos. I've been playing around with the War Doctor.
Oh, what does that do?
So whenever one or more cards are put into exile from anywhere, you put a time counter on him, and then when he attacks, he deals damage to something with a number of time counters on him. And there's a lot of ways to like cheese that with anything that happens sequentially. So like Tainted Pact is like an obvious answer, or like anything that says like exile until you hit a card like this. Those cards are all put into exile one at a time. So you can just like pretty easily put a ton of counters on him, and then you either have him just like just clear like a problematic thing off the board, or like actually just go upstairs once he gets to like 20 plus counters and just zap people.
Yeah. Bonk someone.
Yeah, it's a little goofy, but hey, sometimes it works.
Looks like we're in a game. So as you can see here, yeah, there's quite a bit that's going on in this game here. We're probably seeing it, might be a bit delayed since we have to look at it through the stream here. So we have Yuriko in seat 1 has a null rod in play. That's rough with the table. Looks like there's a lot of bolt on Grand Abolisher.
Pepita's, yeah, I was playing Adric, so I could kill people 2 at a time, or just control the board or try and like lock or stacks people out, and then kill people who can beat the stacks. But playing the actual or commentating the actual game that we're now watching, 2 mana rocks into null rod is certainly a hand of all time.
But also Rograk not being able to tap for any color of mana. Oof.
Yes, having 2 colorless mana a turn until they decide they no longer want that 2 colorless mana, at which point they have whatever mana they get from the land they play, which is you know, probably not ideal for them.
Yeah, very dominating board state from Yuriko though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Just all of these decks are almost entirely reliant on artifacts. So yeah, Nullrod turns out pretty good when you come up against decks and hands that are entirely based around a frankly obscene amount of artifact mana.
Oh yeah, definitely Pip. Like looks apt Tirico. That's I like that. It's a good one. But yeah, like honestly, decks should be running more null rods. You have no idea how many like combo lines that actually shuts off for a lot of lists. And here comes the Tainted Pact actually from Yuriko. And like
this
again,
looks like an
showing the
end
power
step
of Yuriko.
Tainted Pact, which is
Imbecile.
I'm interested. I mean, there could just be a Thoracle in hand, and this is okay.
Oh,
Given how slow this is going, I'm assuming there's not a Thoracle in hand, because if you're trying to just go to the bottom of the deck, then you just do that. You don't like cut one card at a time.
I mean, I would feel pretty safe if I did have an Oracle. I was grabbing a Commandeer. Okay.
You know what? I respect it. That's just slap that one out on the table. That's just
oh, nice.
Spectral Sailor. That's just, putting your loaded gun on the table and being like, all right, what are you going to do about it? Okay, looks like it was an end step, because now we see Rogsai untapping.
Probably just looking for something before he got to untap, just in case they might have an answer for the Null Rod in play.
I guess that does seem a little...
It seems a little preemptivist, because the only other player that could counter anything would be the Rograk, but them being on colorless lands, it would have to be a free counter spell, so...
Yeah, they'd have to play a colored land, try and cast a spell, and then, like, if they have a free counter spell, they can cast it then anyway. So I guess you're playing around the top technique.
Dance of the Dead? What's in graveyard? Oh, Broodlord?
That's a Hoarding Broodlord. Wait, but there's a Commandeer.
I mean, I guess he's just saying, who cares? Let's just go for it.
But there's a Commandeer.
You're saying I don't care, I'm just gonna go for it.
That's only ever gonna end one way.
Yeah.
Surely you just Commandeer, right?
Oh, 10,000%. Maybe you're trying to pull his bluff. Maybe he has no blue card in it.
I mean, I guess maybe you can be greedy and try and wait for whatever comes out of the Hoarding Broodlord. Like, if they go, saw in half, some ritual, whatever, and then, like, their payoff spell, you can try and interact with that, but that seems very risky.
Or
I think I'd be...
your own brooding.
Yeah, I think I'd just, take the Hoarding Broodlord, I don't know, put like a Fierce Guardianship under it, and
just go to town, right? Just keep beating people's faces.
Della, yes, it is. It is in fact me. Explain. Redirecting the saw in half. There's not really a great target though. I mean, I guess you could have
Spectral?
2 Spectral Sailors if you really wanted, but that does like
All-Star. Come on.
It's not a ninja, so you don't get extra triggers off that, and yeah, I'm not sure how useful exactly that is. But I mean, obviously it would stop the combo. But I think the best thing to commandeer would be, assuming they go saw in half into like sacrifice or burnt offering, and then some other spell. You'd want to take that other spell, but that definitely runs the risk of like a pyroblast or something like that. If you let them get the mana. So they're not doing it this turn because, first of all, that Hoarding Broodlord is tapped, which hopefully they remember that, because that is very important when you're talking about finding a card and giving it Convoke.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, we got it. Cool. We have our links to our charity donations from our stream runner. So you can use those official links now. So okay, this is an interesting question. You have your Hoarding Broodlord. Are you just finding saw in half here? Like, is that
that's just
like
brute forcing, right? You're just trying to
or like is that
which can't crack, which is weird, but
yeah. I mean, unfortunately for Sushi, this is a Yuriko, so it's not like playing the Broodlord and then untapping it and having a blocker will keep you alive, because the damage
it's going to everyone. No one's got blockers. Oh, there's an opposition agent. Oh, if I
fun, they get to...
I think I might commandeer that one.
Isn't Commandeer non-creature? I'm pretty sure Commandeer.
Oh, is it? Let me double check. I always thought it was a spell. Because that would be way better.
Non-creature spell, yeah.
That's sad.
So, okay, well, I guess this very much changes the options here. That's an interesting sort of situation to be in. There's sort of a bit of arcane rules knowledge, or not rules knowledge, but there's a ruling on opposition agent that kind of makes it sound like Hoarding Broodlord would still let you cast whatever's found off the opposition agent. And then there's a bunch of people involved in the MTG rules community who are going like, that ruling kind of has to be wrong. And it's very sort of confusing, and no one has clarified it. But I believe we're operating under the assumption that you will not be able to cast the card from Hoarding Broodlord. So it will be Magic Meth who has the ability to cast that card. Yeah, I guess what you find... If you're Extus here, what are you even finding? Like, I was thinking, removal for the Null Rod, but... Oh, the ruling was actually updated on Gatherer just the other day. Hooray! Wizards is... they're really on the ball with that stuff.
They're actually
opposition
doing
agent
things,
has only been out... It's, it got it fixed in under 3 years, so, you know what? Take the wins where you can find them. But, regardless, I think, yeah. What are you finding here as the Extus player? Like, obviously, you are an artifact reliant deck, so like something to remove Nullrod does make a certain amount of sense. But also, you don't have any artifacts right now, so maybe you don't need that.
I'm wondering if you just find removal for like what's in play currently, like if you because I don't think you really care, right, much about the Null Rod at this point in the game, because you want to keep Rogsai out of what the Rogsai is trying to do and force them to have to remove the Null Rod.
Yeah. But I mean, I do think you do need the Null Rod gone, and I mean, trying to remove like Yuriko, even just like a board wipe, doesn't seem very good. Or even if you had a board wipe that killed the Broodlord, the Yuriko, and the Spectral Sailor and left you with the Op Agent, doesn't seem like it actually solves your problem. Like, Yuriko's just going to come back down. You don't really have a good way to block it. It doesn't matter if you have a good way to block it because the damage comes from the trigger, and Pichu can just swing at Sir Lamb Chop. I'm not exactly sure what you find here, but this card should be exiled face up if it's under Op Agent, I believe.
Yeah.
So,
opposition agents. Oh, what is that? Is that a Lion's Sash?
I do not know. That's a card art I do not recognize.
I'm thinking it might be the one that exiles cards from the graveyard, Lion's Sash.
But that's an artifact. Like, there's no way you'd get.
Yeah.
No, it has a very long looking name from what I can tell.
Yeah. It's a lovely art, but I have no idea what it could be.
Oh, and we're showing off the hand. It's, wow, there are some good cards in that hand, including a Dranith Magistrate. So that definitely puts a timer on Magic Meth actually casting this card, because if you wait, it'll. Also, it's not a Lion Sash, just Lion Sash has power toughness in the bottom right. Okay, that's a good guess, yeah.
Yeah, that would make the most sense to me, because like you're also a white deck, you can most likely have a white card in hand. Like, it's very easy to cast, right?
Yeah, and March of Otherworldly Light is a long name, which explains the text going far across the card. Let's run with that. Chat
let's
being
go with that.
The card identifier extraordinaire that they are.
Yeah,
March. I guess it's a pretty flexible card. It can deal with a lot of potentially problematic permanents. Though, again, I'm not sure that like removing one permanent is what needs to happen on this board exactly. But I guess we don't really know what's in what's in Magic Mef's hand. But it does present Sushi with kind of an interesting dilemma. Of do you, on the cheerful assumption that they find a white source, which they appear to be lacking currently, do you play the Draneth Magistrate? Because, or do you want this march to be available? The Draneth Magistrate doesn't do anything to Yuriko, so it's not like you can play Draneth and then remove Yuriko and then maybe sort of have the board stabilize. So it's just, are you more worried about what other people are casting from exile, or do you want this march online?
Like, it's really hard to say, because in this game, there's just an Oracle.
Or
maybe you were right about the...
Well, but if they had... Alright, I don't get
happened. I don't understand. Maybe draw for turn? Maybe that's...
They just have Oracle and Consult in hand, and we're just like, cool, I want an interactive spell to protect my next turn Oracle Consult? I mean, that's
Maybe?
it's a heck of a hand.
Yeah. But I think I would just hold the Tainted Pact and do it on end step and make people think... Oh, is it? I think it just is. Yeah, okay. Yuriko's showing a very dominant play here, just Oracle consulting right now. The only player who can really interact with it is Sir Lambchop here, being the only other blue, deck at the table. This is his only time to interact here for turn order.
And there's not even the Mardu decks, even if there was a counterspell from Sir Lambchop, the Mardu decks can't even have like a SWAT to back anything up. Looks like the Demonic Consultation has resolved, exiling the entire library. Very skillful play by Pichu to name a card that they aren't playing. And
yeah, it
looks like that is the game.
Look at Rock's Ice Hand. That's pretty hot. If only
That's
they could cast those spells.
Yeah, that could have been a pretty gross hand if they had the mana and the dockside worked. But turns out, if you're entirely reliant on artifact mana and then someone plays a no rod, you have a bad time.
Yeah, just GG. And look, more docksides. All the players that are in red had dock. How funny is that?
So funny. It's just the most funny experience. I really just can't overstate how funny it is. But you know what? It is funny because none of them got to use them. That's my that's peak comedy for me. Everyone has a dockside, and there's a no rod, and they don't do anything.
I think that shows the power just of Null Rod, right? Like just being a card that stops red, basically.
All right.
Looks right?
No, looks like our lovely stream runner wants to take a break and try and sort out the technical issues so we can come back and have maybe a little bit smoother of a round two, not have to vamp for 10 minutes and join partway through the game. So we will be back, I guess, in a little while. Before we go, we can quickly plug some stuff. So this is a charity tournament. Direct, do you want to tell people what they are supporting today, or what we are supporting today?
Not a problem at all. So Magikids is a specific charity that kind of brings magic to children that are less fortunate. It gives them an opportunity to kind of get into the game, and again, it's a really good way to kind of introduce people to this community, right? As we were just chatting earlier about it, and honestly, it's just a great charity overall. It just brings joy, brings happiness. That's really what we're all looking to do. And at the end of the day, we play a card game just to be happy, have a good time. So it's a really good charity, and I definitely think that it's a good time. Another thing that we are actually doing right now as well is again keeping this going, keeping this rolling. Is the Discord as well as our Patreon as well. If you guys want to keep supporting what we're doing here and keeping on tournaments, allowing us to kind of do these charity events, keeping things going, keeping things nice and smooth, I would definitely think about, you can just join up at their lowest tier, even that helps. You got a Prime sub, use a Prime sub. Those help a lot as well, and just keeps us being able to keep doing what we're doing here today.
Yeah, and we also do have a charity auction going on, as well as just the generic fundraiser. So if you join the Discord, which hopefully our lovely stream runner will throw the link to in chat, you can bid on all sorts of crazy items. We've got some altars from a few different awesome artists, tokens, cards, whatever. Several different content creators offering things like coaching sessions or merch. We've got you can win a camcorder for I don't know if you want to make your own content recording that. You can there's tournament entries. There's just a lot of awesome things that can be won from a lot of awesome people in the community. So join the Discord, check out those auctions, and it's all again for a great cause that we're happy to be supporting.
Well, I think that'll probably be it, and we'll see you guys back.
All right, have a good one.
No, I
We
don't
are
remember them.
in this. It was much smaller than this. We're all just like grouped in this
Okay.
tiny.
Oh,
But they
that's
have
true.
the production in the same area. Yes, the hotel was very nice.
of these if people have any questions. There's kind of a how-to as the first post, which essentially is just everything is in increments of $5. So that's kind of how you bid on these. So the first one here, that little preview is very annoying and in the wrong spot. So the first one is a set of black and white altars from Sad Robot. I know most of these are from One Piece. I'm not entirely sure what the other two are from. If someone else has an idea, mostly this first one and this one. If you guys know what those are from, I would love to know. Chainsaw Man. Can you donate cards? I think you could reach out to them to donate cards, but at least for what we're doing, not to us. And most of these will also have social links and stuff like that. If you want to reach out to any of these people, like for example, the famous comedian is donating a 2-hour gameplay coaching session where you'll get to play games with him and talk about like important moments during the game and stuff like that. So he donated a spot here. Everyone knows comedian, so that's pretty cool. We have, this is surprising how expensive this has gotten already. But there's like it's like a camcorder that also doubles as a webcam, which is pretty cool. That was donated by Catnap. So it's kind of neat that you can like record stuff and also use it as a webcam. And then we have, this is, if you guys know who Accepted is, he's running an event, and I have the link for his event in here as well. So this is like entry into the event, kind of cut and dry, I guess, on that. These tokens are super sick. These are more Sad Robot altars. This Bowser is like so awesome. I'm probably gonna bid on this soon. This Dark Ritual needs to absolutely get more love. This thing is fucking sick, and it's only at $20 right now, which seems crazy. And all of his Sean Meyer, all of his social links and everything are in here. He actually has a bunch of other stuff that he has for sale. You guys could check out. Hurt. I think I have to double check with Aya. I thought he had a couple play mats, but there's at least this periodic table of salt, which has like all of the cards that make people salty as all of like the periodic table, which is pretty funny. That's a pretty neat mat. Okay, so this one is kind of funny. So Play to Win had sent over some stuff to us, and it went to our business address, and I tried to get it rerouted to my house so we could post pictures of it. And there were some issues, and it didn't get sent to my house. So at some point, I have to go pick it up. But they never told us what was in the package. So I don't know if there's playmats, shirts, signed merch. Like I don't even know what's in it. So I guess we're just doing it as a mystery package. So whatever is in there, you guys will get, which is kind of funny. There's also a coaching session with Memo, which this is at $35. So that also seems like a good deal if you guys are looking to get something cool. One of our partnered content creators, Death, Veil of Death MTG, is offering a spot in one of his gameplay videos, which is also only at $25, which seems like a steal. And then we also have a spot for a guest appearance on recording a gameplay video with Playing with Power, which is also pretty awesome. You get to be on one of their videos. That's only at 80, which also seems pretty good. And I might as well just go through these other couple ones while we're here. There's also a gameplay recording with Kalualua. The link to his YouTube channel in there. This also seems like a steal at 25. Coaching session with a Jamaican dude who was the Chaos Treasure Series 3 champion. Also seems like an incredible deal at $20 for right now. And this one that I really want people to bid on, but also I don't want people to bid on because I want to win it, is this Underworld Breach altar, which is fucking awesome. And for anyone who doesn't know, this is the artist that does a lot of our tokens and stuff like that. And this is like my cat. Her name is Ember. And he usually tries to stick with the cat theme. This altar is awesome. And I hope it goes higher, but I also hope I win it. So double-edged sword on that one, but it's so cool. But yeah, if you guys have like any questions about this stuff, comments, hopefully you guys will hop up here to the auctions channel at the top and maybe bid on some of this stuff. I think a good handful of these are definitely a steal right now. And the other thing I'll mention too is this one has, I forget his name, Alphonse maybe. There's 2 tokens in here. One is the construct, and this other one doesn't have the text on it, but it's painted with like gold leaf around it, which is really awesome. So yeah. Hopefully we get some more bids on that stuff. But I kind of wanted to just like skim through stuff while we're waiting. And on that note, we still have 1 pod finishing, so I didn't take too much time, which is great.
They do have a time extension as well, so it makes sense.
Yeah. I'm to win merch. All right, well, everyone go in and start bidding on the play to win merch so that Pidgey has to spend a shit ton of money.
All right, welcome back to the Chaos Charity Tournament for Magikids. We're just about to jump into round 2, but before we do, we're going to run through all the different ways you can support Magikids today, as well as tell you a little bit about them and what they do. So, Magikids, their goal is to support the intellectual health of young adults with Magic the Gathering. And they do that by giving kids access to the game, giving teachers and mentors the cards and resources they need to teach the game. And they do it because, it's builds critical thinking, math, reading, socialization. Even though maybe some of us aren't the strongest on the socialization front, hanging out with other people does build social skills. It's a great way to sort of get people engaged, make friends. After school programs also just help keep kids out of trouble and make sure they're safe and learning and doing good stuff. And so they do that. They collect unwanted magic cards and magic paraphernalia, and people donate to them, and they use it to support these programs in a lot of regions where there are underprivileged kids who maybe couldn't afford to play the game, and it's a pretty awesome way of getting people involved, grows the community, helps kids out, and it's just awesome. So, Drac, why don't you tell people how they can support?
Yeah, not a problem. So we have a direct donation that you guys are able to send it to. So you can go right into here. It's in our Discord. It has feed. You can just click on. It just says donate to Magikids, where you can give direct support to them and helping them to continue what they're doing. But you also have the all-day action that's going on as well, which is completely for charity. And there's actually some awesome. Got honestly one of the coolest things I've seen in a while is the periodic vault there by Hurt. Like that's something you guys been seeing if you've been in stream just earlier, with all the cool prizes that you can kind of see and get. That's in my opinion. Like Spleen, did you like any specific prize? Like me, I really like that table, and I might bid on it just in case, but maybe steal it from someone else.
Yeah, no, there's some really cool stuff. There's a lot of altars. There's a Beyond the Machina Underworld Breach that it's a kitty, and it's super super cute. I might bid on. The playmats always look good. The problem is I have like 20. It's a constant struggle. You just sort of collect them over time, and it's a bit of a struggle to sort of manage, like, I want that, it looks awesome, but also I don't want that because I don't need like a 17th playmat. Yeah, the altars look great. Also, the opportunity to collaborate with a bunch of the awesome content creators would be a pretty cool one. There is also an auction for ka0s's Love and Affection, and that one, honestly, it's beyond price, but that's really what I'm into. So yeah, if you're interested in any of the things we described, or ka0s's Love and Affection, then definitely join the Discord. Check out those auctions. As we said, it's all for a great cause. And I think we're about ready to hop into this game for round 2.
Yeah, we've got some really good decks here at the table. Like you see, there's that early gemstone there. We've got Kenrith, we have Kinnan, we have, I believe that. Shalai Galar, and then this will be a very interesting game in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's a little hard to say. A lot of this game will be sort of dependent on what sort of Kenrith deck we're dealing with, and Land Ignoble is not the most informative start, I would say. Doesn't really narrow it down, because even a lot of the like faster or more turbo-y stuff would be playing that, and certainly anything more mid-rangey or even stacks would also probably be running that. Yeah, I think I think I'd be a little nervous as the Shalai and Halar player, because usually what you're trying to do is go for like a resilient win con, maybe after playing a bit of stacks. But like Kenrith at the table just makes that a bit of a sort of risky proposition. Because if you like trying to stacks out the board against Kenrith, when Kenrith can just sort of come down, draw cards, reanimate things, be a big beat stick. All of those are a little hard to overcome when you're playing stacks.
Yeah, like Kenrith can kind of do a whole bunch of everything, right? Like pretty much can do. It's just a utility toolbox, right? So this game, we'll definitely see a lot of strengths from each deck, right? Each one kind of has its own style, things that it can kind of do, and it adapts very well. So, well, we'll see some really nice things coming from here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not exactly sure what the players are waiting on here. Looks like we've got. I assume that Kenrith passed the turn after this ignoble. Maybe they're calling a judge about something. I don't know exactly what's happening, but
yeah, we might be seeing a couple different things right now. It looks like they're on a little bit of a stall here. I'm not too sure what might be going on.
So I guess
like
while they sort out whatever issue they're having, who's which deck would you want to be piloting here? Who do you think?
Me personally, I like 5 colors. Like you can't go wrong with Kenrith, right? Like 5 colors, you can have all the best cards in the game. Who can complain about double drag? That's funny there, Neko. But yeah, like 5 colors, you have every toolbox available to you. You have a commander that kind of does everything. There's not like one specific thing that it's known for. It can be turbo, it can be grindy. That's who I have. That's who I'd want to.
It can be brown, it can be blue, it can be violet.
It can be...
Yeah, I think honestly, I kind of like Kinnon's position here. Unless there's like a lot of heavy artifact hate, just like that cheap commander coming down, it's so free. You can just spin into some absolute nonsense. You have like still decently resilient win cons, like artifacts, well, not like as hard to counter as creatures, are still a lot harder to counter than instants and sorceries. And so you can just sort of like, if you can just find the artifact either by hitting it with like a trophy mage or something, or casting a tutor early that people don't think is really worth responding to. You do have sort of a more resilient win con than like, say, Ad Nauseam or something like that. And you can play nicely into like Rhystic Studies, things like that. You're resilient to Rule of Laws to an extent. And yeah, just like, you play Kinnan, he gives you an absurd amount of mana, he gives you something to do with it, and he's so cheap that it's really hard for people to justify removing it.
Oh yeah, like when you remove a Kinnan and the Kinnan only gonna cost you 4 the next rotation, like you don't care, right? Like if Kinnan gets removed, it's fine. Like we'll just play it for 4. It's a very resilient deck in that regard. Judges on the scene now, hoping to get rolling soon. There we go. But yeah, like Kinnan's just a very adaptive deck. It does a lot of good things. I can definitely agree with you on a lot of those points, especially with, how I say, like, the power of Kinnan, right? Kinnan can really kind of play all fields. There's not like a specific way, like, and right now with the current list that's running around playing Perplexing Chimera, come on, who doesn't like to play that card, right?
Oh God. It's a spicy one for sure. I think the one thing that, like, I don't know, Kinnan, I find it has a little bit of the Winota problem where, like,
oh yeah,
if you're like playing based on the spins, like if your plan is to spin and your first like 2 spins suck, then like you're just so far behind, and even like hitting good stuff after that is like often not enough to like make up the deficit, unless you're hitting like the if you're playing like the big flips and you've got your like Void Winnower and stuff to spin into, then maybe. But like if you just spin and hit either nothing or just like a mana dork or something for a couple turns, and then you get, I don't know, like Wandering Archaic or something like that, you could just be playing from behind. It's not like it's still fine, but I just find like I am not a lucky player when I play high variance decks. Has been my experience.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I tried Winota for a little bit. When you whiff, it hurts. Like, it just does not feel good.
I had a brief stint playing Krakashima, and like I played a game where I think it was I only had Krark out for a while, and I lost like 5 just regular Krark flips. Then I played Krark and Sakashima. Oh, sorry, played Sakashima, had 2 Krarks out. Double lost my first flip, and then double won my second flip. And I was like, this is... And like lost the spell. I was like, this is actually unreal. Like 9 flips, and all of them were wrong. And so I stopped playing that deck. For a few reasons.
That is a rough time.
It's definitely one of them. Yeah, no, it was silly.
All right, we're getting right back into it, guys. It seems we're going straight into the kin player's turn now. We might see a fast or slow start depending on what kind of hand they capped. So, I'm really interested to see what they choose to do with these few like early turns, especially with a few of these decks at the table, like Kenrith. If they had a bit of a faster turn, it could have been like a turn 2 ad nos. Still could be a turn 2 ad nos if they are playing more turbos. So, this will be an interesting game.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see also. Looks like the pitch to the Gemstone Caverns was a Tidespout Tyrant, which is not a card you necessarily see included in Atraxa decks all the time. I get the idea, right? Because you can just Neoform Atraxa into it, and then you'll probably have found like rocks to storm off. But it is a little tricky because like making infinite mana in all 4 of your colors to redeploy the Atraxa is often difficult. Like you can't use like Chromux, you can't use Mox Diamond, so you're kind of looking at like Mox Opal or like maybe Arcane Signet or Felwar Stone needing to have like exactly one of those. But I mean, Tidespout Tyrant is a hell of a card.
Here comes the Solaring from the Kennen player.
I've heard that's a good card too.
Solaring into Felwar Stone, and there being a gemstone in play. That's if there's a dork that comes down too. I think the Kennen player is in a really well position.
I think that's a command tower over on Kenneth's board, so I think it made 5 colors either way. But
in a Mora,
that is certainly an opening hand. In fact, one of the opening hands of all time. How do you like Kenneth's position now? You still on the Kenrith train?
Oh no. We can get off Kenrith now. 2 colors, the best color in the format.
Absolutely. I don't know. I heard green's bad, but we shall see.
Feeding the fish a card already.
Yeah, I think that's assuming that there's a 2-drop coming down here. I think that's fine. I think people. The discussion around feeding the fish just annoys the heck out of me a lot of the time. Oh, 100%. No lands?
In a Naya deck?
No way.
No. They did.
Oh, God. That's a choice.
Oh. That is bold.
Especially because you only have white. Like, if it was like a Mox Diamond, at least you'd have I can draw mana dorks or whatever, but only being stuck on white mana is rough.
Especially with 3 other creature decks. I don't think the Esper will be drawing a lot.
Yeah. And that looks like it was a 6, so that's not even like... You can definitely go deeper. I mean, it is rough when you don't have card advantage, but to like mulligan really hard, but this is definitely a risky keep. All right.
Oh, there we go. Might be a card here. See if it pays off. Hopefully they draw that land. That much needed mana source.
Yeah. Arcane Signet. Okay, so it's probably not the full stacks version because generally those are oof decks. We're slowly narrowing it down.
I think it might be probably because Turbo is now kind of molded in together with the Hermit Druid style of Kenrith. If you see those floating around, just because it just fits well within the shell, so we might see a nice little combo there. Because they like to play the dorks.
Yeah, I guess like Soul Cauldron kind of dovetails all of that together really nicely. Get the hasty Hermit Druid effect with the Soul Cauldron, fix for your Kenrith, all of that jazz. Okay, that's an interesting choice from the Kinnan player to tap an island to pay for fish.
There's a Grim Monolith.
Yeah, I think I probably would have
tapped the Soaring.
Would have tapped the Soaring and gone for Kinnan, but I guess getting the Grim Monolith down is nice. I think there's also an argument. Maybe it's possible they didn't have it, but if you
They're
actually
tapping it
lead
immediately.
for Mana Vault, okay. So that's
what's that? Is that a Mirage Mirror?
I think so. But no, wait, because they only tap
he's drawing.
2. Oh, is it like a prophetic prism, something like that?
Oh, we do have the.
That card is
we look like
1,000
we have the
arts.
deck lists now. Let's open up a couple of these.
No, it doesn't look like a prophetic prism. I'm sure chat's yelling at us about what card it is. No, I think it's a 2-mana artifact, and it drew when it entered the battlefield, so that should narrow it down.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at what our. Oh, it's Energy Refractor.
Okay.
It turns your colorless into colored.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, we just got the lists here now, so we can actually confirm the Kenny is playing your typical Kenny. I'm trying to win
There's
stuff.
some. This is a very interesting list. I know, like it's on Auriok Salvagers, which I think of as being like a relatively aggressive inclusion, but then no ad nauseum, despite all things considered a pretty low curve. Like there's no like big reanimator targets or anything.
I definitely think this is probably your mid-range Kenny that you usually see coming around, right? It's playing all the infinite combos. It's playing like some of the best interaction pieces. It's playing some good sorceries. So it's definitely in my mind is the more mid-range Kenny versions. So we have Kinnan just playing, Kinnan good stuff. Notably playing the Jin Gataxis.
Is that notable? I feel like that's a pretty 7 managing attacks. Yeah. I think this is sort of like a medium. It's not going super deep on the crazy stuff to flip into, but definitely has more than just like the best few. It's not just like Tyrant, Horror, Sphinx, and no Perplexing Chimera. A tragedy, a travesty, even.
It's an absolute tragedy. And surprisingly, the Shalai and Halar deck is heavy on the creatures. A total of 37 in the whole deck.
Is that surprising?
A little bit. I usually see them rocking a little bit less and just playing a little bit more into the because there's that infinite combo with.
Yeah, there's a few of them. There's both Heliod and the Red Terror.
Yes.
Wait, is this? No, it's on Heliod. There's War Elemental if you're going real deep, but
oh yeah. And then we also have Phyrexian Evolution on Atraxa. They are just playing good stuff Atraxa is what I like to call it nowadays, but also playing Grand Arbiter Augustine. This is a spicy list.
Oh, I think that card's fantastic in Atraxa. The double discount is super nice, and it's a stacks piece for your opponents. When Sick Robot was messing around with Atraxa, he had that in there, and it was like disgusting every time.
Oh wow! Is that a Force of Will on the?
Looks like on Atraxa.
Damn.
I see a bunch of tapped mana and a Jeweled Lotus in the graveyard, so I'm assuming that was a Force of Will on Atraxa.
I mean, I think that's kind of what you have to do in this state of the game, because a 7/7 coming down turn 3 is pretty hard to deal with, especially when it draws you like 5 cards.
I
Well,
don't
that was their
know.
turn 2, but
I mean, I get that you don't want Atraxa on the field, but also just like giving Kinnan cards to do this. They have 100,000 mana or something over there. Maybe you need to save your Force of Will.
yeah, especially because Kinnan is just showing like that dominant game state right now, right? They've got card draw engine, they've got mana for days. Like they're feeling pretty safe, pretty comfortable, especially because next turn they can just jam out the Kinnan and kind of just sit back the entire rest of the game until they have to do anything. So maybe Force of Willing the Atraxa here is not the greatest, but Force of Willing a Kinnan doesn't also feel too great. Just mainly because, just it only being 2 mana, it's very easy to recast. So
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying Force of Willing the Kinnan, but like Force of Willing, I don't know, the tutor, or like if they try and cast one of their big creatures from hand or something like that. Might just sort
like
of
a Void Winnower.
Well, yeah, there's no Void Winnower in the deck, but yeah, if can we just untap?
Oh, this one has Void Winnower.
Wait, does it? I don't know.
Oh yeah, they always.
Oh, it
include
does.
Void Winnower
Never
in
mind.
Kinnan.
All right,
Yeah,
cool. Yeah, I mean maybe not Void Winnower specifically, but like if Gumi untaps, pays for the fish, plays Kinnan, and then I think they have the mana.
Dockside is hot.
I think they have the mana to just slam like almost anything from their hand. Yeah. Okay, this Dockside's making 1,000 treasures, something like that. 7, 8, 9, 9.
Honestly, the most amount of mana my Dockside has ever made is 18.
Wow, that's not nearly enough. Like, what do you even?
I know, right?
That doesn't help at all.
But 9 treasures here is a little scary, actually, and especially since we got to see this list is all about making infinite mana and just going burr with Kenny. So
Yeah, that. Do they just have a? Let's see.
So here comes the Kenny.
They don't
Maybe
have a
just-
clean sack outlet, but they could, if they have a phantasmal image. I believe they have the mana to just go off here.
Yeah, because
Uh,
there is nothing on board that sacks itself as far as artifacts. So
There's a treasure vault, but
I mean
that's not
that just
enough.
makes the mana.
You need
right?
to get down to 7. No, well,
Yeah.
no, I'm saying like you can just sack
No.
the treasure vault to reduce the dockside count by 1, but 8 is still enough. Or are they just passing? They could just pass. Hold up. No, spending 1.
Oh, to give it haste? Okay. Interesting.
Just crash in. I respect it.
I mean, hey, if you're gonna beat up a player, beat up the Kinnan player who's ahead, right?
True. I mean, Kenrith can definitely clock people, especially when you have a little extra mana to throw in. Like if you just end step, throw a couple counters on there, swing for 7. Next end step, throw another couple counters on there, swing for 9, and turns out 5 + 7 + 9 is in fact 21.
This looking like a mystical tutor coming out from the Kinnan here.
Oh, see, this is why you might want the Force of Will.
But hey, you live, you learn. You're playing CDH. You never know what your other opponents could have, So
I don't know. I'm definitely a proponent of living and not learning.
I mean, that statistically does win you more games, right? But I'm really interested in what the Kinnan's going to find here. Yeah, just getting what I thought. That's pretty much linear. You're just going to sack your mana vault to it, get your Basalt in play. You're going to be living life. You already have an outlet already in play. So when you cast your Kinnan, it's just with Basalt out. You're just trying to win here.
Yeah, although it is a little unfortunate the way that everything wound up going down, that they have to they have to tap both their vault and monolith here,
Mhm.
because it does put a bit of a strain on the mana.
Mhm.
Also, very interesting. I just sort of took in that that's a reshape and not a transmute artifact.
Yes.
Does that mean transmute artifact is already in hand? Because like, there's almost no reason you wouldn't just go for that if you.
I think they're just
Transmute
on.
artifact
It's a
is
sorcery, right?
not in the deck.
It's not. They're only on reshape here.
That's like, this isn't a budget list at all. It's got Cradle, Tropical Island,
Mox Diamond.
Mox Diamond, like all the expensive staples are there. So that's kind of shocking that there's no.
Wait, no, they
transmute
did
artifact.
cut the Mox Diamonds.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's right there. My brain was just looking at that is very interesting. I am kind of curious on why they would do that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, we got some people in the chat are talking
transmute
about it.
versus
Like, it is
reshape
very
is a choice.
interesting.
I don't think transmute is miles better. Well, it just seems more or less strictly better to me. I guess. Okay, in theory, if you have only like one artifact, someone can remove your artifact before
Bowmaster.
it resolves. But I think the discount on transmute artifact, as well as the ambiguity of not having to show what you're going for, are both like very strong assets compared to reshape. But also, I think you should just be on both. Like,
Yeah,
I think
100%.
both of those.
I think both are by far.
Like,
the
I
things you
think
should be on.
transmute is the better card, but I think you should just be on both.
They are interesting. Also, not on the instant speed find an artifact as well. My brain cut out there.
Were
Yes, which is normal. Like nowadays, most people are cutting it just because it is more mana intensive. Because I think it would
yeah, I
be
think
blue,
like cutting
blue,
it
and
because
three
it's blue,
colorless.
blue is
Yeah.
pretty reasonable. Also, very funny that if Brick Squad wants, they can force probably the Shalayan Halar player to draw and trigger their Bowmaster to kill Kinnan if they feel that's necessary.
Like this is a very interesting state in the game right now, right? Where if anybody chooses to trigger the Esper Sentinel, they could very
Yeah.
real like kill pretty much anything on the board now, right? Because the Kenneth can just just showing you like Bowmasters, guys, just removes problematic creatures. You know.
Oh,
Don't
this was in
leave your home without
response.
bows. Yes.
Real-
So basically,
in
the
res-
Kinnan enter
I-
the battlefield, and then in response to the Esper Sentinel trigger.
Well, no, I think that whatever this rock in the middle is being cast. But
Yes.
I'm just surprised that Gummy wouldn't have paid for the Esper Sentinel knowing that there's a Bowmaster.
Yeah, because you get the choice whenever anybody interacts with it to pay. So if people are ever in that scenario, if somebody puts a new card on the stack, even though you said you're not going to pay for it, but if somebody basically will give you new priority, because whenever you say you're not paying for something, you're basically passing priority on it. And therefore, other people can still interact in that sense, right? So if you ever see that happening, guys, just remember, if anything comes onto the stack, you are allowed to then choose to pay for it or not. This could,
Yeah.
in this case, it would have saved the Kinnan here.
Also, remember, if you say you're not gonna do something, or you declare like a card that asks you to name something, if you declare what you're naming for, and everyone passes priority, that is like a shortcut that you've proposed.
Mhm.
So you're not allowed to change it. You can't say like demonic consultation naming mana crypt, and then have everyone go, okay, pass priority, and then you say, actually, I'm gonna name some card that isn't in my deck, and like exile my deck and play Thassa's. You can't do that. But if someone responds, you are allowed to change what you're going for.
Exactly.
And same thing with declaring your intention to pay or not pay for something like a Sentinel trigger.
And an interesting also thing that me and my friends were talking about not too long ago is the way that you phrase when you're asking somebody to play for Ristic Study is saying if you pay the one, right, is essentially a way to say you are like instead of saying you have to say I trigger my Ristic Study, but to say if you ask them do you pay the one, you're essentially passing priority on the Ristic Study trigger itself.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting. So you always want to
So
make
you
sure the
can't-
way that you're wording things.
Yeah, because then like you couldn't respond with like a vampire tutor or something like that. Also,
Exactly.
BB1 in chat asking why not just jam the reshape there? Because if you, first of all, I think if they pay, they don't have the mana to get the Basalt Monolith if they pay for the Esper Sentinel to save the Kinnan. And second, Kenrith can just force a draw and kill the Kinnan if necessary. Obviously, like they don't want to, but
And the biggest thing with reshape specifically is as an additional cost, you have to sacrifice an artifact. So the Kin player is thinking, if there is a counter spell, I'm gonna also be down an actual piece within my board. I get the idea of maybe sacrificing one of the rocks they already tapped, but with Kinnan, you can't always untap things. So those rocks aren't just dead. They can always just be untapped. So if you pay 4 to untap your Mana Vault, it pays 4 for itself at any other point of the game. So it's never useless. It still always has some sort of value.
yeah.
I am
Right,
curious.
well, we play on. We got
we have the
a
mana
mana crypt for Shalai Halar, but still no
Still no land.
Still no
I'm
land.
really surprised. What kind of hand did they keep that they thought, this is the hand I want, right?
I mean, I guess I could see if you're at 6 and you have an Enlightened Tutor and an Esper Sentinel, you think like, okay, the Esper Sentinel will probably draw me into a land, and then I can E-Tutor. Like, if they'd hit a land off the Esper Sentinel and then upkeep E-Tutor for Crypt, play like a 2 or 3 drop, I think you're in like a fine position. It's not great, but at 8 mana.
Yes, but they also did tap to play their Kinnan for 2. So they had to pay 2, and then reshape would cost them 6 mana, right? Or 5 mana? Let me double check reshape. It's 2, yeah, and 3, so it'd be 5 mana. So that's a total of 7 mana they've already invested into that.
Yeah,
that specific play.
I think they only had. They had
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No,
six.
they
Oh,
tapped
no,
for Kinnan.
tap
They
for
had
color.
they had Treasure Vault, Soul Ring. Yeah, they just had Treasure Vault and Soul Ring untapped, and then they played the Springleaf draw.
Yes.
Yeah, no, Kinnan was not already out. Kinnan was cast that turn. There we go.
And notably, the Kenrith player just beating into the Kinnan here. They're showing, you are the threat. I will eliminate you first, and then I'll choose to decide if I want to win or not. Very surprised at what's going on in this game state, though. It's kind of a weird situation to be in. Yeah, I think every turn you're just constantly replaying your Kinnan here. You're just trying to get some sort of advantage, right? So.
Yep. I think this is. Wait, what? I'm trying to see what did the Kenneth player just spend their mana drawing a card?
Yeah.
Okay. Kinnan doesn't care about life total, but Kinnan cares about losing the game, and they get currently with this Kenrith, assuming a couple counters go on it at some point, they get one more turn after their current turn before they die. So and like just having this much mana means that you don't want, even if their hand was empty, which it's not. They have looks like 5 or 6 cards, including a known reshape. Just letting them spin over and over again is a recipe to lose. Atraxa obviously might care about their life total, though I think in this specific instance they're not playing Nas. But they also spent, like, clearly the goal of the hand was to Jeweled Lotus out the Atraxa, and that didn't happen. So you kind of just have time to maybe deal with the Kinnan and then turn around and face them. Especially you can force a draw either off the Sentinel or something else to ping off the birds, set them back another mana. Atraxa does
And
cost
most
9
notably,
here.
Kenrith can force a player to draw, so at any point, if as long as Kenrith
Yep.
has 8 mana, the Kinnen's just dead. Sure, you're giving your opponents a card each, or one player 2 cards, but with how far back this Shalai player is, like it's not that much of a risk in
Yeah.
all honesty.
Or if you can just cast a cheap spell, not pay
Mhm.
for Esper Sentinel, and then pay 4.
Like this is a really interesting board stay in all honesty. Like the Kenrith player being able to at any point interact with the Kinnan really hurts the Kinnan deck pretty far back, and they're just able to kind of beat into face. Like this is the power of having a 5/5 commander. Being able to just beat your opponent to death is always a great thing. That's why Ataraxa is really strong in mid range. It is 10 current commander.
Yeah. So one more swing and then one more swing with some counters or something is lethal.
Yeah, they just need to swing once and then put a counter on Kenrith. And it's then 6, so that'll be 15 plus 6, 21. And goodbye, Kinnan.
Which does mean that if Gummy doesn't have a good blocker to deploy, they might actually have to throw Kinnan under the bus this turn, or take the 5 and just go for the win, because like just having the Kinnan up to block next turn when you're at 15 Kenrith commander damage is not a
good
position
enough.
you want to be in. Like you can just die very, very easily.
Yeah, single red giving Kenrith the ability to trample over anything is kind of nuts, because even if you have something big enough, if Kenrith has enough mana, he can pump that into pumping himself, then give trample, and you're still just dead anyways. It might be that Kinnan, if they, like you said, if they can't get a blocker down that can actually be big enough to not just die from Kenrith, then it's just GG.
All right, seeing another draw from Kenrith.
I think that's what
Kind
you're
of an
just looking
interesting
to do this
choice
turn.
to draw main phase. I guess it makes a certain amount of sense if you hit like a creature or something you want to deploy.
Yeah, exactly, BB. They have
Oh.
to take the 5 here. Oh, here's the
Well,
mill.
wait.
They are short a mana though. They could just have a Spirit Guide in hand though.
Yeah, they could.
Like it's a real possibility that they're just holding back like a piece of interaction. I think here's
3
probably a swords, maybe.
Oh, we're touch
Oh.
the spirit.
Touch the Spirit Realm. This card is one of my favorite cards, guys. It's uncounterable, and the fact that it can just get rid of a Grand
What?
Abolisher for a turn.
Wait, what does this?
Oh, Pat, you
First
can't
of all,
pact.
sure. You can't
What's it
pact a channel ability, but also, what is this targeting?
Yeah, like if you, if you hit the dockside here, bro, you lose the game.
Yeah, I don't think that's the answer.
Like
The Emil could potentially buy you time. I
Time?
guess actually, okay. If it's not a spirit guide, the Emil buys you time.
Yeah.
Wait, does it? I guess only if it's like a dark ritual.
he hit the dockside.
That's
Oh no.
Hmm.
That's not a good thing,
I
guys.
don't know about
That's not
that.
a good thing. Because it enters the battlefield again. Specifically, Spirit Touch says you exile it, and then it enters the battlefield at the end of turn. Oh
Yeah.
no.
All right.
This is not a good
Looks like we're going to the end step, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 artifacts in play, which is enough for 3 Emil activations sequentially.
That is why you always kind of want to wait the longest amount of time before interacting with a point. So this is just a key example here. Like if the player had waited a little bit longer, there's always the chance of, if it's a Spirit Guide, right, and they go and choose to try to bounce the dockside, you can just get rid of the Kenrith for the turn or something. Or if somebody else has something, you can pass priority, because that Spirit of the Touch Realm, like Touch of the Spirit Realms, is not a pivotal card in this exact scenario.
Yeah, I think the only time to really do that would be if Brick Squad had the mana to activate Emil multiple times,
Mhm.
and somebody else had removal for Emil, then like maybe that makes sense. You get rid of the dockside temporarily. Somebody removes the Emil while it's still in exile, and then it comes back, and it doesn't matter because the Emil's gone. But I think, yeah, in this case, without sort of coordinating it,
Because the big thing about this, though, is that since Kenrith can reanimate things, it has to be specifically a way to exile it permanently,
Yeah.
right? I think the players are now just realizing that it ETBs and everything, so they're having a chat about it. I think the Shalai player is now just realizing the error. So
Okay,
now it looks
so-
like the Atraxis demonic consultation maybe for an answer, but
I'm assuming in order for this to be effective, I think it has to be
Yeah.
in response to the dockside
of the
ETB
dockside.
trigger, which is fine. Like, I think, you know, unless there were like very clear priority passes, then I think this is fine. And Brick Squad just sort of represented the treasures early,
Mhm.
but we shall see. Is this it's a miscast.
yeah.
That. So
I'm
okay,
guessing
now it
it's-
really matters if these triggers have resolved.
because
Sure,
but,
I
I mean,
guess
if the dockside
surely
trigger
the
has
dockside
started-
trigger hasn't resolved. Yeah.
Yeah, because if it has, you could just flicker it with a meal itself, right? You don't care about
Yeah.
what's going on the stack right now. So, oh, the player did draw a card, so there is a miss trigger here off of the Orcish Bowmaster. So, there's 3 Esper Sentinel triggers on the stack currently. So they're saying this is in response to the ETB. So he does not have the treasures.
Okay. Yeah, this makes sense. Honestly, I think if you're Brick Squad, you're kind of just okay with this. Jakub is gonna spend Jake B, what the Atraxis player, not sure how that's supposed to be pronounced, is spending a demonic consultation to get interaction.
It would have to be exactly in exile. They are playing Path to exile, and I think they're playing. Are they also playing swords? Yeah, they're also playing swords.
Yeah,
They do have
but like
two
just burning the
specific
demonic
decks.
consultation, wrecking their deck, going to I think that's 2 cards in hand. Or you could just have Flusterstorm.
Oh, and there's Fluster as well. Okay. Kenrith is showing that they have things.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
This is all off the back of specifically the Shalai player accidentally not realizing that they are giving Kenrith the win here in the end step. And nothing against the player, like that does happen sometimes, those games where it does happen. So this is a very interesting scenario. It's a good learning lesson, right, for the players that it sucks to be doing this at a tournament, but now you know.
Yes. Some of us are lucky enough to not have these learning moments on camera, but yeah, we can be understanding when other people are not so lucky. I think at the very least though, you are supposed to wait for an Emil activation.
Yeah, especially because that gives you the most information, right? Because they only had 2 mana open there, so there wasn't an activation going to be on the stack at all. Most notably, though, because of this scenario of events, Kenrith did not swing at Kennen.
That is true. That does potentially buy Gummy a turn, though. I'm imagining that all of these Esper Sentinel triggers
Just
are
nuke Kennen.
just kill Kennen, yeah.
If the Kenrith player remembers it, though, that is a key note because they
True.
put it down to their bottom left there. It's acting like a land at the moment.
Doing its best impression, yeah.
And obviously, as a player here with Flusterstorm, you just because it's what one. So it was 1, 2, 3. Because the dockside was played last turn. Yeah, it was played last turn. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So it'd be Flusterstorm for 5, and you just put all the copies on the demonic consultation, right? And just let your pack get countered.
No. I think. Wait, sorry. It's Emil.
It was
Wait, isn't
Emil. It was demonic
I think that's-
consultation. It was
Emil, console,
miscast,
pack. Okay, I guess
pact,
there are
and then Fluster.
5.
Yeah.
I think
Because you
it's
get the
also
original
fine to
plus
just.
4.
I think it's also fine to just hit the miscast and just
Yeah.
like
to
dodge the
guarantee.
potential of like a dark ritual or something from Atraxa. I think you're fine paying for your pact, especially because you're winning the game here. Okay, we got the 10 treasures.
Me as a greedy player, I just choose not to. Let's see what happens here, though. Are they still holding priority, or nope? Now he's just demonstrating. Now I can make infinite mana, and because of Bowmaster himself, he can just put a whole bunch of draws on the stack and then just kill y'all with the Bowmaster itself if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, or just deck them out. Both-
Exactly,
both
like
work.
either options, right?
I guess probably what you do is you deck out the Shalai and Halar player while using the Bowmaster triggers to kill the other players.
Exactly.
Just because I don't think there's anything Shalai and Halar can do tapped out at 0 mana.
Only thing I can think of is playing the. I don't think they have it in their list though. Yeah, they don't. But the white elemental that can exile things by exiling a blue card in hand.
Solitude,
The
sure, but
white
you can
card.
just
Yeah.
go off over top
Exactly.
of that.
Kill them in response. Exactly. This was an interesting game. Like I said, 5 colors, best colors. Did not switch teams in
Yeah.
the middle of it at all.
100%. Yeah, I mean, I always said Kenrith was in the best position too. Yeah, I think there were a few different ways of playing that whole like mystical tutor Kinnan sequence, and I'm not sure exactly. Like, I think it is
the best
it is
option
difficult.
would've been
Like the
upkeep.
Bowmaster is actually really strong against you, especially with the Esper Sentinel on board, because it's really easy to just get your Kinnan killed at some point, sort of incidentally. But
I love how the Kenrith player is making himself draw, not just drawing out his
oh,
opponents.
sure. Well, you draw
know?
your deck, so you have all the interaction.
Yeah.
We're showing a demonic tutor, which I don't fully understand because that's a sorcery, and we're in the end step. Is there like a born upon
is somehow not the end step? What's going on here? No, put that back. Yeah, thank you. You have an instant speed win here. Like, you don't need to do what he's doing, but if you like to play with your food a little bit.
I think you just pick up 60 cards here and then kill your opponents. Just like and just be like, cool, I have interaction. You can't like stop me.
Right. And then like this Kenny, I think, is also playing some notable. He's not playing an extra turn spells, but he doesn't need, as we mentioned. Like, once you get infinite mana at any point, you can kill your opponent. So there's no need to have any.
Yeah. There's more than enough ways of ending this game.
Yeah. Just saying, look, I got Bowmasters. I can draw a whole bunch. I've got infinite mana, infinite cards. GG. Looks like the rest of the table's finally agreed to scoop up. He's showing he had the Spirit Guide in hand, is what he's showing there.
Yeah, so I think if you at least might actually get there if you
It would have, especially if you want to activate the Emil, right? Because if he goes to activate the Emil, bounce to the dock side, you can touch the dock side, and then the Atraxa player can then proceed to exile something. Like, you could have had a talk with the table, and that does happen a lot in CDH, where you have interaction and you're not sure when to cast it, and so you just cast it into oblivion without talking to the table, because known information then can hurt you in the long run. So but in this scenario, it's showing where it becomes pivotal to tell the table, hey guys, I have these interaction pieces, these things to do, so can we work together to stop this win attempt, right? And those that important part of communication CDH sometimes get lost because we're so in our like, oh, I need to win mindset that we forget that there is other players that can help us win.
Yeah, I also think like potentially in this case I don't think the touch was actually relevant. I think if everything was like timed out correctly, the just the consult plus the miscast should have been enough.
Agreed.
Because Kenrith does have to tap out to activate the Emil, so then the Flusterstorm is offline. There is still the Pact, but the miscast beats the Pact, and the consult finds something that beats either Dockside or Emil. But hey, that's why we play games. If you're not losing, you're not learning. So
that's a great way to put it. You have to lose some games to win some games, right?
Exactly.
It just hurts that it was on stream, and don't worry, it happens. It happens to the best of us. I've lost on stream multitudes of times, so don't take it too personable, and continue your tournament. Hopefully you grind out some more games, and we'll see.
Also, I was checking our donation link, and definitely not sponsored, not rigged, but a big shout out to Brick Squad, the winner of this game, for their donation. Everyone, it's awesome to see those donations rolling in. We're up above $100 on the just the donations, and then we counted up the charity auctions a little while ago, and there's hundreds of dollars being raised there too. So this is hopefully going to be a very successful fundraiser, and let's keep it going. Get those
we
bids
can't
up.
thank enough, right? With our sponsors specifically, right? Our charity donors, like we have a lot of notable names specifically. So like Veil of Death, Comedian, Beyond the Maka, Kahlua, as you said, Path to the Peak, Catnap, Sean Myers, Altars and Arts. We also have Memo with notable, Tournament Grinder, Playing with Power, Play to Win, Sad Robot, altars there. And again, like if you're ever looking for anything, they have some amazing altars, like both, like all the people that I've mentioned, especially like Path, like Sad Robot, Beyond the Machina, and Sean Myers altar arts. Like they have one of my favorite altar arts, to be honest. So if you ever want to take a chance to look at that, and as well as Ashani, a very notable CDH player. So we guys can't forget to give them a big shout out for this charitable donations to the stream here. And we're definitely going to be jumping right back into another game there. So if you guys want to stay with us, and we can hop.
Yeah, let's keep it going. All right.
Oh,
well,
what the heck is this board state?
Well, I see a Drazen the Infinite, so that's a thing, one might say. I believe that's the guy who lets you cast artifacts by. No, that's the. Sorry, I'm confusing my mono black artifact Warhammer 40k commanders. No, Drazen has, as long as it's on the battlefield, it has all activated abilities of all artifact cards in your graveyard. That is very spicy.
Yeah, you don't see that, right? It's just something.
Presumably, the goal is to get an artifact that can untap itself cheaply, and then one that taps for mana, like Staff of Domination, something or other. But it is mono black. That carries some issues.
You get a 2.
I also noticed like Chalice of the Void on 1. That's something that very much changes how games are played.
Yeah, Chalice on 1 is such a strong play, not gonna lie. Like, it just can dominate and stop a whole game, right? Because if your turn, depending on when it came down, like if you're hoping it resolves on like a Dork, Soul Ring, Man of All, things like that. So as you can see, we have quite a few things on board. All players are kind of showing different things. Like you got a Dargo Thrasios, which in my opinion, that deck has got a lot of steam now. I think it's a fascinating, awesome list. So if anybody gets a chance and they,
I think this entire game is just barely being held on a knife's edge by this one Dranith Magistrate. It's which the Timna Halana player has, because Sakadama just has the mana to slam both the commanders and just kind of go off, presumably with whatever's in hand, because that's how that deck works. Dargo Thrasios has a heck of a setup. It's a little hard to tell what's in Drazen's graveyard, but they have a lot of mana, so just trying to. It seems like we're just desperately trying to. It's like Spider-Man trying to slow down the train, just holding back the incredible force of everything behind it.
Oh, it looks like we lost visual on stream.
Lost visual on stream, and then now
went to
break.
Did we go right into the ads? Interesting.
Oh, I think they can still hear us. I think
okay.
must have hit something to go through the.
Alrighty, guys. Yeah. So sorry about that. We're just gonna be cutting to a break. It seems like we've been having a little bit more technical issues lately. So, it's definitely not hurt. We're just having some specific issues because there's a certain way that the other TO kind of runs it, and so it's things are going on, and we'll get the fix for you right away, so you guys can enjoy some CDH games here. So, stay tuned, stay with us, and we'll get right back with you guys.
Yeah, we're just gonna have a little bit of a break. Hopefully, hopefully it won't be too long, and we'll get these issues resolved and be back with some more great games. In the meantime, make sure to check out those charity links and those auctions, and also if you would like to support us, check out the Patreon or potentially subscribe on Twitch, and yeah, all the information for supporting us can be found at ka0stournaments.com, and the link to our donation is coming up every few minutes from the bot, but I believe it was also pinned, so make sure to check that out.
All right.
So
yeah,
we
we're
are
right back in here.
We're back. Sorry about that disruption. Looks like we've got those issues sorted out. So we'll get back into this. Seems like that Draneth Magistrate still holding down the fort. I noticed since we last were gone that this Draneth Magistrate, the Ranger Captain was cracked. However, me remembering which of the small land bouncy flyers is which, I believe that is the one that does combo with Ashaya and Gaia's Cradle. Forget if it's Soratami Cloud Skater or the other one. A Boro Breeze Caller? I think that's Breeze Caller. Yeah. That's a Boro Breeze Caller. It has 2 Return to Land to untap a land you control. And so you can return, presumably it's going to be this Lotus Cobra to untap Gaia's Cradle. And then replay the Lotus Cobra, which is a land because of Ashaya. And you can make infinite mana that way. Which currently does not kill, though there is a Inventor's Fair. So this game may be barreling towards a conclusion, but also may not because of this Ranger Captain crack, which I assume happened on this turn.
Yeah, just showing you guys just how strong certain, colors within Magic are able to kind of compete with other decks, right? White just notably having like the silence effects, making sure that you can't cast any other spells, just kind of controlling games.
Wait, there also might not be enough creatures for this combo to work?
There's an Odawara as well to get rid of Dren. This is interesting.
It's either getting rid of the Dranith. It could also potentially be going after this Torpor Orb. Yeah,
Oh,
there
it
goes.
is. Yep.
So that means that the Lotus Cobra coming down will make an extra mana because it will trigger itself because it's a land, which means that it's 4 mana to bounce and replay Lotus Cobra. If you time it right, the guy's Cradle taps for 4, and then the Lotus Cobra will make the 5th mana to go infinite here. And this Ranger Captain might actually be a problem because no one else can really interact because of it. But there does still need to be an outlet. I don't believe we have the deck lists for this one. We can pull them out. We'll pull up the deck lists quickly and hopefully find if there's something that this Inventors Fair can find that will allow them to
I would a whack here.
Yes, but unfortunately it looks like a lot of the deck lists don't have Discord usernames attached to them, just the
Oh, I found it.
the
I found
names.
out a wax is specifically you just have to type in whack. So let's see what kind of artifacts he has to maybe get. He has got Cloudstone Curio, which doesn't really do anything here. He's got Memory Jar.
No, it would need to be. I think it would need to be an artifact creature because there's no.
Trying to think of what he could find.
Like because you
I
can't cast
mean-
non-creature spells.
Yeah. He has Phyrexian
There's-
Metamorph, but
Yeah, but I don't know that actually does too much here. Can you find, does Spellseeker find something that lets you win? I guess you can't carry over the infinite mana, so it doesn't matter. Is that the only? I mean, there could just be a win in hand that we don't know about, but.
I am very curious what they might go for here.
Just find Timna, draw some cards. Nice. Play your own Dranith stomps.
I mean, like,
Oh, wait a second.
Not-
Wait a second.
oh
Is there-
wait,
no.
yeah,
They can. They find
They can get
Phyrexian
Phyrexian
Metamorph. They copy the Eternal Witness from RPG, and that lets them get back, at the very least, the Otawara to bounce the Dranith. They can drop the Commanders. They can. I don't know exactly what else is in the graveyard, but that could potentially be a way to get around that. Though that again, this
Essentially,
is
they can
still. There does still need to be another piece, but the Commanders can let you cheat non-creature cards into play through the Ranger Captain crack. So I'm
Yes.
assuming
which would allow them to get into to some pretty pivotal pieces, such as like trade routes if they somehow have into it, right, where they can then just cycle through the rest of their deck.
yeah, or yeah, any of their artifact combo pieces or something like a memory jar.
Exactly.
All right. But this is a little bit of a difficult line to see. It seems like they may have tapped in such a way that they are sort of trapped. I'm not exactly sure what these black cards are meant to represent.
I think they're meant to represent the Lotus Cobra mana. Maybe blue.
I thought they had a blue counter earlier. Maybe they're colorless from was one of those artifacts untapped. I'm not sure. But
Yeah, because right here they can just show. Because Sky's Cradle taps for. Because you have to.
so
bounce
it
the
taps for
land
4
first.
if the Lotus Cobra's in play, but you have to bounce the Lotus Cobra to untap it. So you have to replay the Lotus Cobra before you tap the Cradle. Is the issue, which I think they have
did
enough mana
do
to
once.
do. Yeah, okay, I guess that was colorless mana, probably from this mana vault or something. Okay, they're good now. Yeah, this loop now nets the mana. They figured it out. We got it going. Got it going on.
Yeah, because now they can tap for 4. They'll go up to 6.
And yeah, so this is a loop. They can present that loop, and then we'll see what they find.
Because now, as we mentioned, they can just find that they metamorph as a creature. They can then find whatever else that they,
Yeah. Oh, I guess it does give you the flexibility. You can play it as a dockside, which lets you hold, like you can make infinite treasures to hold the mana over.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a lot of mana, I think is what is being illustrated here.
Is this our Pidgey's hand?
No, because their sleeves are gray.
There's a Ristic Study.
Oh.
So the Dargo Thrasios player essentially getting to draw as many cards as they want because they don't have enough to keep paying for the loop.
So they have to draw them some number of cards before they find... Okay. I'm assuming they're drawing them... Yeah, like...
Now here's the Phyrexian that we were talking about.
I think it would have
We'll
to
see
be
what he
sort of like...
targets.
I think it's going to be Dockside first. You make the infinite mana.
You bounce it.
And, well, then you just don't have to pay for them. You don't have to worry about the Ristic Study.
Yeah.
And then you can have it be the Eternal Witness, the Spellseeker, whatever. And you just have to hope that that Pidgey did not find. Specifically, I think the only thing that can get you here is Boseiju on the Cradle.
Yeah. I mean, not exactly yet. If you get a resolved Dockside here, like you'll have enough mana to then be able to still bounce it back to your hand.
That is
And then
actually
get
true at this point.
The Eternal Witness,
Wait.
right? Like,
Well, how many does it... It doesn't actually make that many, right?
so it makes on board.
Looks like there's... Well, there's some Dockside treasures that can be cracked.
4. So it makes 4 mana. So it'd be 3 mana for 4 if the Dockside cracks all their treasures.
So it actually... No, you do still need the Cradle here. So that triggers the Lotus Cobra, so it makes 5 mana, but it costs 4. So you do still need the Cradle to net mana.
Yeah.
And looks like there is no Boseiju forthcoming.
Have you guys noticed that there's a lot of green decks cutting out Boseiju that are, if they're not turbo? I've
I
seen a
really
few
haven't.
decks cut them out.
Well, that also does just end the game. That is an AC. It will draw whenever a creature comes back in. It'll also make the Cradle tap for 1 more mana, so there's no problem paying for the Ristic Study. And they'll draw their deck, and
Big yikes.
presumably there's a way to win in there.
An all creature win? There's most definitely, right? They have...
I mean, they can, at the very least, just Boseiju everyone's permanence. Like, Boseiju and Odawara, everyone's permanence.
Because they also have, like, Tireless Provisioner, right? They make infinite treasure food, they have infinite life, they have infinite clues.
They have an Endurance, so they can loop everything in their deck. But there doesn't actually appear to be a clean kill from any of these things.
Like, they can keep anybody from having any permanence, as long as you don't have a basic land in your list, right?
Yeah, they definitely win. It's just, like, I'm wondering, is there an
Oh, they have a
actual-
sand. Yo. Like, the land that enters the battlefield
Oh,
deals 2
sounds-
damage to everyone.
Can you... Yeah, I guess you can
One
just...
life.
Yeah, you can just Curio Sakadama. Yep, that'll do it.
Yeah, that's a GG.
Sun
Wow.
scorched
This is
desert.
This was hot. The
Oh, I
fact that you can
suppose.
win.
Suppose you could also just memory jar the table to death. It is
Yeah.
a little risky because they do get to see cards, but.
But
I think
it
you
has
can
to be
insulate yourself
specifically a
against it pretty well.
creature interaction, right? And everyone's tapped out, so.
Or
Besides the-
like, I mean, Boseiju from Pidgey is still on the table.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
So
this
I
is
guess
probably
you
the
could-
safer bet, right?
yeah.
Because all they need to do now is just return the Phyrexian Metamorph, get a cop back their Odawara, and then just get rid of the Dranith and continue this. I think they're just looking through their deck and
Yep.
they're just seeing what options that they have here.
Yeah, I've definitely seen a few games like this where the line is tricky to find. All right, we got a.
Oh, they have this one. This one makes
Cool.
the line cheaper.
Yes. It also they do have to be careful because it does force them to draw.
Hmm.
So like if they're not careful, they might actually draw themselves out. Okay, Quirion Ranger, that again forces a draw.
This is interesting. Does the player not realize the line that? TCM is like finale combat. They can't do that, unfortunately. They're Biscuit. So what had happened was they had gotten Ranger Captain, so no one can cast non-creature spells right now.
Okay.
They have to draw for each creature. Are they trying to kill themselves?
I mean, they can just bounce the AC, but they do need to do that.
This is a very interesting board state. Like, I haven't seen this style of list in a while. Like, that's not right. This combination of colors. That's a permanent that returns a permanent. So I'm wondering what's the fast track here. What are they proposing? It's a little confusing.
All right. the challenge of.
As
finding
we
your
mentioned,
line.
right? You can.
Okay,
you
so
can
this
find the
this
line.
conniving thing, yeah, there goes the Dranith.
Okay. And then they could just cast the Kadama. And get rid of this. They can get rid of it with any of their creatures. The IEC.
Yeah, the breeze caller can just bounce it.
Yeah.
Because it is a land, but again, maybe it's not a May, right? I'm almost certain it's not a May.
You may draw a card.
Oh, it is May. Oh, it's Tatiova that's mandatory?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess they're fine. Cool. I mean, they were fine either way, but now they're extra fine.
Yeah, like they're just. It is interesting though that they're quote unquote sideboard played a lot of interesting cards that they were on for a little bit. They did cut out the Tachioba, which is I think probably in favor of the IEC, which is very interesting.
I'm a little surprised.
case-
Again, I think you just play both, but I confess it's been a while since I've really strongly considered the card inclusions in Sakadama.
Now he's just got to show the win. I think if I was Tim today, right, I can just say, hey, look, I'm just going to put something in play. I'm going to put the Sunscorched Desert into play. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it's
return the
you just need
Sunscorched Desert.
Curio, Sunscorched Desert, and 2 Kodamas. All right.
I mean, like at this point,
Sakashima,
right,
copying
you have
Kodama. Putting
Yeah.
out. No, I don't think that's exactly what you needed to do. Oh, I guess. Oh, they can just bounce it with the
any of their bouncers.
Breeze
right?
Caller in response to its own ET. In response
Exactly.
to the Kodama trigger.
Yeah, 'cause they
Coolio.
have 2 of them out now, so the first one sees that one, then you put something in play. It sees the second Kodama sees that. You can then return in response, and then you can put it back into play. They're just iterating the loop to the table. They don't have to cast any other spells. They can just continue to do this as they presented infinite mana thanks to the Gaia's Cradle. And at all times, they can pay for the.
All right. That should do it.
What's the table asking, I wonder? Because everyone seems to not have scooped up yet, so. Wonder if there's a. I think this is also iterating the point where you should be telling the table, like, hey, play it out. Because if the player doesn't know their line, you can essentially force a draw, right? If they're not able to figure out how this wins.
Yes. I mean, also, there were definitely some missed chalice triggers. I don't think it matters, but some of these 1-drops that were cast should not have resolved. But I'm assuming. Okay, I think this is just a demonstration of how you can respond to triggers. Yeah, the 5 of Hearts is a pretty strong one. I mean, playing it here is great. Including it in the deck is a little suspicious, I think, but maybe it's working for them. Okay, we see one scoop up. Do we see other scoop ups? Does someone have like protection or something that I'm not seeing?
I think everyone's now scooping it up. They all agreed it's a wrap. It's GG. They presented the loop well enough.
Does in fact do it.
Now that was a bit of a wild game, right? Like that was. Let's kind of discuss that a little. The Ranger in response to the Kodama Sakashima's turn, I think is kind of interesting because you're not exactly sure how they're going to present that win there, right? It's very, very specific. It's not, if you don't know the list, you don't know that it can win without casting any other non-creature spells, right? I'm sure it makes it harder, but as you can see, they basically had it as if they cracked a Ranger Captain right on their turn, which kind of shows just the differences between the decks and things. So
yeah, I think it's a not necessarily too dangerous an assumption that without the commanders in play, they can't kill you without casting non-creature spells. Mm-hmm. In this case, it turns out they could. They were able to assemble one of the few combos that does work without any non-creature pieces and without the commanders, and they had the Otawara to get rid of first the Torpor Orb and then get back the get it back and remove the other stuff. But I think that cracking it there, if you see, unfortunately, I think it was sort of right during the time when we were out. I think like if they have a lot of mana and they, for example, cast Ashaya, I think cracking it there is probably reasonable. You can stop them from tutoring for the creatures that combo with it, or like maybe finding the cradle or whatever. And you just kind of have to hope. Obviously, the fact that there is the Rhystic Study is does give you an incentive to not crack it, because potentially the player with the Rhystic Study can draw into interaction. But also, I think that situation is one, like if you don't crack the Ranger Captain, the Rhystic Study player draws like 15 cards and then interacts and saves you from Sakadama. I think you're just dying to Thrasios Dargo before you untap anyways.
That's fair.
So probably what makes sense is you crack the Ranger Captain, hope that Sakadama can't get there, and avoid the situation of Thrasios Dargo draws 15-20 cards, stops Sakadama, and then just kills you anyways.
That's 100% fair, right? Like you're just take a look, if this deck gets stopped, right, then there's a 0% chance we go into the Thrasios, Dargo player's turn that, we're going to survive, right? You could hope that the Ranger Captain crack on their turn is good enough, right? If you didn't crack it on the Sakashima's turn, right? But they could always have a bounce
that's
spell,
fair.
things like that.
It probably is better against them, so maybe that is the line. But again, it like then what? If
Like,
you don't have the
exactly.
win on your turn, then they just
There's
go,
no point.
cool, I'll keep this sculpted hand, and then I'll just kill you next turn.
Exactly. Like it's a hard point to be, especially as the player with the ranger captain not being able to present the win, right? Like it's a precarious position to be in. So that's always what happens in CDH. Sometimes like you have this like exact counter, but it doesn't exactly work because if you use it, it could just tilt one player to win than the other. So there's always that precarious situation there, and you just kind of have to hope sometimes when you do something, right? You hope that this is the best solution to the answer you're looking for. So.
Yep, but it was a good job by the Sakadama pilot to find that pretty narrow line, making it work, showing that even some of the decks that maybe people think are a little outdated can still have some legs, steal some wins, do some funky stuff.
But yeah, overall, like it's great to see decks that aren't exactly 4 or 5 colors. Being able to do something in the format, so it's kind of refreshing. So yeah, we're just gonna be cutting to break now, and yeah, it's been great with you guys. I think the next time we come back, we're gonna have a couple more new casters here, so I'm sure you'll love them. They're great people. So
yeah, I think this break should be pretty short. This round is going to be wrapping up pretty soon, and then hopefully they'll just jump right into the next one. I think we've got most of the technical difficulties ironed out. So stick around, keep those donations rolling in. We are raising money for Magikids, and check out the charity auctions, all of that good stuff.
How's the new setup doing? Nice. Glad. I hope not. Oh. Nope, it might be there. Yeah, we're live.
the auctions and stuff for today. So all the way at the top of the server, the first thing is the link to donate to our fundraiser. If you donate at least $20, you'll get a set of foil tokens from us. And if you donate at least $10, you'll get access to our league for the next month. And those are kind of just automatic on when you donate from the link. You'll get to like choose your reward. Outside of that, we have a bunch of auctions going, and I'll kind of just quickly go down the list here. We have a really awesome playmat from Hurt, the periodic table of salt, which is a pretty funny playmat. Another one, we have that dark ritual altar, and both altars, the dark rit and the underworld breach, will be legal for play in all of our tournaments, so you don't have to worry about that part at least. I guess I can share my screen, maybe a little helpful. But this dark rit is pretty awesome, and it's only at $25, which I think should probably be higher. And then we have altars by Sad Robot. This Bowser is so awesome. We have a 2-hour coaching session with Ian, comedian, which probably most of you know who he is. You can check that one out. We have a recording session with Playing with Power. You'll get to be on one of their videos on their channel, which is also pretty sick. This Underworld Breach is so cool. Like I said before, kind of a double-edged sword. I think people should bid more for this card, but I do also want to win it, so I'll skip this one. This one's not important. Coaching session with Jamaican dude, who was our Treasure Series 3 champion, also part of Playing with Power. I feel like this is pretty low as well for kind of someone of that caliber. We have a coaching session with Memo up there. Some black and white altars, which are really cool. I know most of these are One Piece. I'm not sure what these other two are from. Someone should let me know. We have like a 4K camcorder that also doubles as a webcam. That's pretty neat. Entry into Accepted's CDH tournament next weekend. A play to win mystery merch package. This one's kind of a meme because it was supposed to get shipped to it went to our business address, was supposed to get reshipped to my house, but there was some kind of issue with it, so I have to go pick it up at some point. But no one has any idea what is in this package. Like playmats, stickers, shirts, signed stuff. I literally have no idea. It's a mystery package to absolutely everyone, which is pretty funny. And then we have some gameplay recording sessions with Death and with Kalualua, which I think these are pretty undervalued right now as well. She changed the name.
I would just add that Jamaican dude is incredibly versatile in his skills. He's played so many decks well, and also formats. So yeah, he is such a master at Magic. So definitely undervalued at the moment. I would definitely make him proud.
It's
and putting a
Chainsaw
good amount
Man.
for charity for him.
Okay, they're Chainsaw Man. Buying them. Okay, you guys wanted to hear this, so I guess we'll do it. Let me just see. Okay, we still have these 2 pods finishing. Okay. So it's kind of hard for me to watch both places at once. but I guess I'll go here. All right, so I guess we're auctioning off my love and affection. DJ was nice enough to bring the bidding up to $10.69 after the previous bids were a high five, whatever's in someone's back pocket, a lot of negative money, a love and affection trade. Yeah. Where do you go to bid? If you go all the way to the top of the server, I'll actually link for you. All day auction. I'm not going to be able to see the tournament lobby while I'm doing this, so feel free to just whatever in here. But if you type a number, that's a bid. Otherwise, I don't really care if you guys type it. All right. So who's bidding over $10.69, or at least something that's going to be comparable? A mental misstep. If it's the Phyrexian one, I would like that would be good. Your love and affection in return. 1420. Can we get higher than 1420? Can I get a 1469? 1430? Can I get a 1440? Can I get a 1440? 1440, 1469, 1469. Let's get a 1475, 1475. Let's go. 1475. I'm taking every penny. Every fucking penny. A feet picture from Snoosuke? That might be worth more than 1469. Hurt's gonna get a ban in for my love and affection. Why is this feet pics? Seems, I don't know. I feel like Snoosuke has some nice feet. Starting an OnlyFans. This could be the start. You guys need to show me that you're willing to pay for me and my body. My left thumb. Only if your name was Krark. If your name is Krark, I might take your thumb. Crusty sock. It depends why it's crusty, I guess. I guess I could always taste it. Half of my big toe. Which half? Like vertically half, horizontally half? Ask Aya. I don't know. Vertically half. What? 1 hour crotch cam. Okay, I think that's the highest bidder so far. That's pretty good. We'll sub to your own. We're waiting for one pod. I just want to make sure I'm not wasting everyone's time. We're still waiting. 8 orders.
Is that 17-year-old old enough to even have an OnlyFans?
It's a good question. All right, so at least the highest monetary bid has been DJ at 1469. Remember, all of this money goes to charity and it's also tax deductible. So can we get higher than 1469 for my love and affection? And I'll make sure I make it an announcement and we can have time together in the voice chat in front of everyone. This seems worth it. DJ might win. Chip in the shape of a broken heart. Come on, for the low price of $15, you can have my love and affection and be able to talk to me and express our love for each other in a voice channel in front of everyone. And it's tax deductible and sent to the kids. How can you not? There's a lot of $15 with stipulations. Can I summon you whenever I want and you have to be nice? For some amount of time, I guess. 16, but you give it back. A lipstick kiss on a ka0s token? All right, I'll do it. I will actually put on lipstick and kiss a token and send it, if that's what it takes to get the bidding higher. On live? If ka0s kisses for kids? Wait, no, yeah, maybe hold on, wait a second. All right, if the bid goes over $30, I will put lipstick on camera and kiss a token and mail it to you. To whoever has the highest bid over $30. If you win, I'll get Alyssa to supply the shades and you guys can pick. As long as it's over 30. I don't know what she has, but I'm sure she has some different ones. The last pod finished? The last pod finished. I'll mail it. I'll mail the token for free anywhere in the world. I'll give you the last game ended, so I'm gonna give you guys like another 2 minutes if someone wants to outbid Aya.
We did it.
And then I'll do it after the next round. No one wants to outbid Aya for a personalized kiss. And Hurt also said if it goes over 69, he'll also throw in one of his custom playmats, as well as the ka0s kiss for kid, but not abbreviated. $40 for a full set. Okay, 40 for a full set. I don't have all of the tokens yet. I only have well, I guess I don't have the storm token yet. But I'll do the other ones. Leaping Toad is $40 and I'll kiss 2 different tokens with lipstick. Jesus Christ. All right, come on. Anyone for over $40. If it goes over 69, I'll do 2 tokens and Hurt will throw in one of those custom playmats and you get to pick.
How much for the full set of tokens?
To kiss the full set of tokens?
Set of tokens.
I don't have the storm token yet.
That's not what I asked.
But I have our previous 2.
I need all of them in different shades of lipstick.
It's only 1 shade of lipstick.
See?
I don't even have the storm token. All right, so Aya's gonna win with $30. That seems like a steal. 69 and you get one of Hurt's playmats that he just posted, whichever one you'd like, and I'll kiss 2 tokens.
I'll do the 100 if he's willing to do the full set, like every shade of lipstick. I'll do the 100 right now.
I only have the two tokens.
See, that's helping out.
Jacoby has the rest of them. I literally don't have them. But I have
Get more?
the Wishclaw Drake and I have the treasure token.
What I'm hearing is I pay this 100, right? You wait till you get the rest of the tokens and you do 4 shades of lipstick and I get a playmat.
As soon as I get the token from Jacoby, I will also kiss that one.
That sounds like confirmation to me, Shark.
Run it.
All right. One of the playmats and I'll kiss all the tokens.
I need it in different shades of lipstick.
We'll get this round started and I will go get the lipstick from Alyssa.
Lipstick.
Right, cool.
Plural.
Sticks. Yes. All right. I'll let Aya get the show on the road and I will get the lipstick together. And after this round, we'll do a lipstick
Perfect.
stream.
Perfect. Congratulations. All right. Everyone, do your pods look good? Stop salivating over the thought of chaos in lipstick and check the pods.
I hate this.
I don't see winners of the
I
pod.
submitted it.
Oh, there we go. Looks good to me.
Hello and welcome to the Chaos charity event. I don't know if any of you guys saw what just happened, but there was quite the bidding war for some one-of-a-kind exclusive kissed chaos tokens. That was something to watch. But anyways, I'm Fetch, and with me is Neko.
Hey everyone. Yeah, that was quite something to see. You missed the most cursed image out of that, so lucky you all, but
Honestly, though, $100 I think is where it ended up for the final bid there, for a playmat as well as 4 one-of-a-kind kiss tokens. Like, that's not too bad right there.
no, it's really not. And just a lot of cool things up for bid. A lot of really cool creative stuff. Some great prizes. Great one-on-one time with a lot of the most influential community content creators for CDH.
I really wish I had more money so that I could get the Sad Robot altars.
Yeah,
Like, those are so beautiful.
they are like the colored, and I like the non-colored. For those who haven't seen them, they're like One Piece and I think Chainsaw Man. Fan art by Sick Robot.
Yeah, they're different tokens. So I know there's some copy tokens. There's a orc army that has Thrall from World of Warcraft. There's a few other ones as well.
Yeah.
It's really pretty stuff.
And for those of you not in the Chaos Discord server, even if you're not in the tournament, you are still able to bid on these amazing items. Just head over to our Discord. We have the auction going all day. Just to give you an idea of where things are at, the black and white tokens are at about 100. The Pro camcorder, the Vivitar 4K camcorder, is at $90. I looked that up. That's like a almost $200 camera that you can get. It's only at 90 right now. Yeah.
That's a steal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then you've also got some gameplay. So, playing with Power as where you can get a YouTube appearance for them. Then Veil of Death and Kahlua, which I've actually done a game with Kahlua, and really fun stuff. And like for the gameplay that I was in, he did the intro where it was Cowboy Bebop inspired. It was so cool. I love getting to see that. So I mean, Kahlua makes some great stuff. Veil of Death also, and I mean, pretty much everyone knows playing with Power.
Yeah, Veil of Death, very chill creator, one of our partner content creators as well. And both for Kahlua and Veil of Death, right now those bids are at $25, which I think is just a steal. So if you really want to inflate your CDH egos, go over and bid and get yourself on camera.
Mm-hmm. There's a whole lot of cool stuff. Go take a look. Join the Discord. Check it out. I mean, I legitimately, I wish that I could win like half of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. And if you don't want to bid, we are still accepting donations for our charity. And if you donate $10, you get access to our league for the next month, which is a really good value. And if you donate $20, you get a set of those amazing Chaos tokens. I'm sure you've seen them on cam. You have like the Chaos Treasure token, which is my favorite, but also that nice Wishclaw and Drake token.
And we have a new Storm token as well.
Oh, nice. I haven't seen that one.
That's brand new. That's like just came out. I think we just got the first prints of that like this week.
Nice.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
See, I work for Chaos and I don't even have one of those, so get on it, guys.
But I think people are starting to hop into pods here, so it shouldn't be too long before we get into game.
Yeah.
How you've been feeling about what we've seen so far?
I've been really enjoying it. It's been a great turnout today, and we've seen a pretty wide variety of decks. We've seen the tried and true Kinnons, Atraxas, but seen like some Tymna decks with a green pairing. I've seen a Shalai and Halar. Just some cool stuff that people bring out, especially when it's free. People like to bring out some more of their comfort picks, some more of
bring out the pet decks.
Exactly.
I mean, it's a great opportunity to show off a deck that you love and get to bring something that may be less conventional, less meta, but still you can pilot really well. There was a Sakashima Kodama player that is currently actually pretty high up the leaderboard.
Oh, that's awesome. That's such a cool deck that if you get the engine going for that, just being able to put things in infinitely is really sweet.
It's a very different list than most other decks in the format. So it does some really unique things, and it's cool to see.
Yeah, I think two really strong commanders. I haven't seen that list since those two cards really came out, though, but nice to see it making a run again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what developments they've made since those cards came out back in Commander Legends.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know if we have one today, but Vohar, the mono black tutor commander, just had 3 placements in a top event recently, one even getting second. So
that is not something that I've heard about.
Yeah, I just heard the results yesterday. A comedian posted a video, but interesting to see if we have any spice like that in the top 16 when we break it down.
It'll be pretty cool to see, yeah. But we still pretty early on in the day, going into round 3 here.
Yeah. Looking at our top placements, right now Brick Squad is at the top, followed closely by Punny Name, Official Sinful, and Thomas Barres, also there in the 1st and 4th spots, respectively, all with 10 points.
And I just want to say, that number 3 slot is rocking Urza.
Mono Blue Urza?
Mm-hmm.
It's no Teferi, but I don't hate it.
Yeah, we've got Punny Name bringing Atraxa as is normal. Number 1 on Kenrith. Which, Kenrith, we've talked about on the podcast a lot. It has really returned into being a very powerful piece, commander in the current meta, I'd say. Yeah,
I agree. The infinite mana outlet plus the 5 toughness really lets it fill in a gap that Bowmasters has carved into Thrasios' hide.
Ooh, we've also got I could be wrong about this. I could be looking at the wrong list here, but I believe we also got a Yuriko in that top 5.
Yuriko, okay. What are your thoughts on Yuriko?
I think Yuriko is a great deck as far as having a very consistent game plan, but it really lacks flexibility and is very easy to... I'm not going to say very easy to stop, but very easy to interrupt what they're doing.
I agree. Is it more of the big flips list? Like those 15, 13 CMEC spells that you'll see?
From the looks of it, it is not fully on the big flips. It does run Shadow of Mortality, which is the 15 cost flip.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not running a ton of Eldrazi or anything like that.
Okay. You haven't seen too many of the Eldrazi, but sounds pretty standard then. Yuriko is one of the decks that I personally can never get behind, but it has these runs where it does really well with pilots who understand the deck. And it does surprise me and make me appreciate it every time I see it perform like that.
Mm-hmm. I know a lot of people have tried out different versions of it, and it seems like all of them have a downside. Whether you're playing big flips, whether you're playing more Adnaz, which has fallen out of favor, or like a Yuriko Turns, which this list is not. A lot of the Yuriko decks, you have a downside in exchange for what you're getting.
Mm-hmm. But like you said, it has a pretty solid game plan. It can do its thing very well, especially now with the creature meta. It can still be very evasive, getting in those hits when it needs to. The ninjutsu cost from the command zone catches a lot of people off guard with how good it actually is. And it's Dimir. Dimir is really solid coloring no matter what commander you're playing.
But from the looks of it, we're actually already in game.
Oh wow, nice.
So we've got Icrom, Blue Farm, 2 Blue Farms actually, and then an Ob next.
Okay. The Obnix is spicy. It looks like they got started with an early Gemstone Cavern. Pretty good advantage when you are going in that 4th spot. Pretty standard turn rotation otherwise. We saw the kind of mana ramp going on, but it looks like an Imperial Seal out of the top player there, the top left.
Imperial Seal very much helps out going with that early curve, but I wouldn't expect it to get anything too crazy. Likely either a Mana Crypt or maybe a Dockside.
Yeah, I think Dockside would be very well. It could also be maybe an early study, depending if you have ramp already in hand. I think that could be a very strong piece.
If we saw a ramp hit the field on that turn 1, then I absolutely would expect a Ristic Study. But without it, gets a little bit more questionable.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe not wanting to feed the Docksides. I guess you're not really expecting many stacks pieces, but I guess you always have to be careful of the fish coming down early. Obnixus, though, off to a really explosive start of their own. The Mana Crypt coming down for them. Looks like we may see the turn 1 Ob.
Turn 1 Ob is a very powerful start. It's really, really good at getting you out early and very quickly both providing pressure on everyone's life total as well as giving you an honestly insane amount of card advantage.
That advantage is really going to come through here, especially with 2 of your opponents having a mana confluence.
Yeah. And we see Jeweled Lotus. So it should be turn 2, which not as good, but turn 2 Crom is still pretty solid right there.
Turn 2 Crom on the play still feels really good advantage piece. You do play the Otawara, which means you are lacking green, and you do lose a pretty nifty removal piece. But hopefully Crom draws you into something to make up for it.
Yeah, hopefully. I think giving up that removal for actually hitting a land drop is well worth it in this situation.
So, looking at this composition, we have, of course, 2 blue farm players, and we have the Ikra Crom. What do you get by changing the white out for green in Ikra's case?
So, you give up that pretty significant thing of white allowing you to have those silence, having a lot of protection for your own stuff. But what you get in exchange is an amount of explosivity in your mana production. Getting Elvish Spirit Guide is fantastic. Getting some of the better dorks, birds, Deathrite Shaman, and then getting like Tinderwall as another way of just getting a ton of mana, as well as getting some more tutors that allow you to get some very key creature pieces.
Yeah, I've seen the creatures in this deck really go off. I've seen a variety of packages in that way. The reanimation package this deck can run is also really strong. You also have things like Eternal Witness that are really good. And I think the best piece that you get in this deck is the Culling Ritual, which is just such a strong ramp piece and removal option.
Culling Ritual, absolutely insane. Honestly, it I think is one of the best cards in the format. It's just in a color combination that is on the weaker side.
But 4 colors is still good. You still have all those great Dimir and red win cons and things like Breach and Thassa's Oracle. Razaketh, I think that I see slotted into a lot of these lists. I think that with the Soul Cauldron, if the deck is on that, can be really good.
Yeah, absolutely.
We do see the first op trigger coming down, and it looks like it hit the grinding station. And we have a Mystical Tutor coming out from the Timna Crom on the Ikra Crom's end step.
Mystical Tutor in this situation is kind of interesting because either you're looking for some form of protection or you have a win set up in hand. And either of those, not great for the table.
No. I mean, getting an Adnaz isn't the worst thing in this situation if you have the advantage. Trying to go for it first is rough. I've seen a lot of times people tutor for a tutor.
True. Tutoring for tutor is not bad here, and if they do have a Dark Ritual in hand, that would allow them to get that turn 2 Adnaz pretty easily. And who knows, they may have some protection already available to them.
Yeah. It just always feels bad to go first for the win with 2 other blue players in the pod, but everyone else is tapped out. Ikra Krom only has, I think, 3 cards in hand. The other
Yeah.
Timna Krom player, DJ, has a more healthy 6, which is concerning, but we'll see.
With having 6 cards in hand, it really leaves the opportunity open for a lot of interaction. But with it being this early in the game, no engines are set up. It's not like they're filtering through that hand. That was just what they had off the mulligan.
Exactly. I would think you want to keep more interaction here, though. If you know there is an odd player, Rakdos can be pretty explosive, so if you are going to mulligan, trying to get that piece early could be good.
Yeah, absolutely agree there.
Looks like they are still tutoring. So who do you think has the best chance in this pod from a deck perspective?
See, from a deck perspective is an interesting thing to think about, because if you're not factoring in like mulligans or turn order, it gets a little bit more. Sorry, I'm getting very distracted by whatever the Obnix player is doing right now.
It's like a little fidget cell phone.
That is bizarre. Call it Judge for outside assistance.
Yeah. Listen, sometimes a player takes a little while to tutor. You need it to keep yourself entertained.
I get it. It's in games like this, it can be very boring when it's not your turn, and having something to keep your hands active so you're not just fiddling with your cards. I get it.
Yeah. Listen, you want to stay vigilant, you got to keep your mind working, you know?
Oh, but I think the deck that probably has the most advantage would be one of the blue farms. They do have some slight differences between the lists. Interestingly enough, one of them is running Supreme Verdict, the board wipe.
Oh. I
Yeah.
like that, though. An uncounterable board wipe is strong.
Especially in the current meta, having access to a way to 100% of the time clear the board.
Mhm.
Or if not 100% of the time, 99% of the time. Very, very good.
I mean, yes, it's 4 mana, but again, uncounterable. Plus, there are no additional costs, so no life you have to pay into it. Yeah, I like it.
The other player not bringing anything as spicy. Pretty standard list. Running 27 lands. And honestly, it's just standard good stuff blue farm.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of good stuff, we see what appears to be a dam overloaded early on for the Overlord cost just to kill the Obnix this early. And of course, the tutor target for Lanin was the Force of Will.
Okay. So it gets rid of not just the Obnix, but also the Krom. So that's 2 big value commanders removed from the game.
Yeah. For Ob, you still have a pretty good board state. You still can theoretically get Ob down again pretty early. You have a Chromox that was exiled through one of the triggers, so you'll have some advantage there. But Krom, losing Krom, you only have 3 cards in hand, no other advantage on field, no green mana. Dom is in a really rough spot right now.
And Dom is a very skilled pilot, so I understand prioritizing removing that from play so that Dom doesn't have a chance to get back from their bad mulligan.
Mm-hmm. And if you are the Timna Krom player who get damned, you kind of have to. You're already at 29 life. The beats are going to come in strong.
Oh, yeah.
We do just see the Timna coming down from the DJ, passing after that into a Prosper for the Obnixilis. This is a really great piece in this deck, being able to not only exile things for you for additional advantage, but ramping you every time you play something from exile.
Prosper is actually insane in Obnix, but the fact that the Obnix did get removed is a very relevant thing here.
Yes, but Prosper's going to let you cast it a lot sooner, especially again, you have this Chromox coming down, you're getting 2 mana for 0, plus now you can play the Grinding Station for an additional treasure if you want to cast that, or hold up mana for something else.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Prosper, absolutely huge, even without the Obnix being out. It just means instead of this turn being, oh, we're in danger, it's next turn, oh, we're in danger.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what I was thinking with Obnixilis. Start aside, that deck can do some crazy things, and I think in a pod like this, where it's a lot more mid-range, giving the Ob player time to set up, could be really good for them.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Which Fire Covenant being imprinted for the Chrome Monks, so we're not going to see that removal in play here.
Makes sense. No creatures on board besides the Tymna. Nothing you have to really worry about right now. Rakdos has a lot of removal options, so I'm sure there's some other pieces that it can hit. We do see the Grinding Station staying in Exiled, and it looks like that was a land hit off the Prosper Exile trigger.
Okay. Hitting a land there, not too bad. Make sure that you can get that consistent hit of, standard Magic stuff, getting your land play every turn.
Mm-hmm. For Dom, we do see the Command Tower coming down. Really good land. Sadly, nothing to follow up with it. That's kind of the downside of this list, where you have two very expensive commanders.
Well, and when you mold a 5, it's really hard to come back unless you have an explosive start. And while he had a really good start, it was shut down.
Mm-hmm. And like you said, a really good start. A turn 2 Crom on the play to let you refill your hand and have a beater. Really good piece. Speaking of that, though, we do see another Crom come down, this time for Langdon.
Honestly, having the Crom come in as a blocker here is relevant for them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you get the additional value that Crom gives you, but having that where your life total is not getting pressured to the same extent, very relevant here.
Yes. And speaking of that life total getting pressured, you know who doesn't have blockers? Dom. With two Tymna Crom players on the field, having that open attack will be really good for them, and Dom's going to feel that pressure really soon.
Yeah, and iCrom is a very Adnaz focused list. It is not the only game plan, but it's definitely the primary one.
Mm-hmm. Just gonna throw this out here for Dom. They want you to subscribe to Move to Crombat on YouTube. That is evidently their channel, and also the name of their deck list.
Dom is a great player. I've never really interacted with him as a person, but fantastic pilot. So
yes.
Although Hurt is getting upset at us for the free ads, so we should move on from that.
Consider an appearance fee, Hurt, you know?
Gosh. But we do... Sorry, what was that?
I was just saying, gosh, as I look at this Obnixilis board state, again, playing that land triggers Prosper as well. It means you get a treasure from that, 2 mana for very little investment.
Yeah, the Obnix is honestly in a really good position here.
Mm-hmm.
Which is surprising, given their turn 1 Obnixilis got removed.
Yeah, I mean, the Gemstone first was a really strong play, Prosper to follow it up. They got some really nice hits from that Chrome Mox. Looks like we are seeing the Wheel of Fortune coming down. What are your thoughts on this wheel here?
I mean, obviously, if they don't have anything else in hand, it's probably necessary. But I'm not a fan. It really allows everyone else to refuel. The only one that it really sets back is DJ and maybe the other Blue Farm player. But we know that they have interaction in hand. So if they really want to shut this down, they can.
Yeah, and I don't like wheels in general, and I think there's an argument to be made here that you could just play Ob and pass and get almost as much value as you would have gotten off the wheel on your next turn anyway.
Yeah.
Without having to...
Unless we're seeing something like a Bowmaster that's actually going to be coming down here as well, I feel like... I mean, the wheel refilling your hand is definitely nice, but it has a cost to it.
It does. And speaking to the cost of this, I think we see the Vampiric Tutor coming down in response. So not only does Dom get a fresh hand, they get to pick what one of those cards is going to be. And I think a dock side here would be really strong, a studied. Like, there's so many things that you can get here. What do you think they tutor for, if this resolves?
See, I'm more stuck on the if this resolves thing. 'Cause
Yeah.
I feel like either you're gonna have the wheel get shut down, or you're not gonna get the tutor.
And you're right on the
We-
money. We see the force coming down. I'm not sure if it's targeting the tutor or the wheel. I would imagine the tutor.
We'll see. Wheel is a very real target here. And it does kind of depend on how scared they are of Icrom actually doing something. But it really matters what they have in hand and how much they value keeping it. Ooh.
Yeah. With only 2 cards in hand, though, if those cards aren't Thassa's Oracle, Consultation, I find it hard to just block the wheel here and still letting the tutor resolve.
Well, we've seen a reason for the wheel to get blocked, though, as Bowmaster is coming down.
Yeah.
That's
So
scary.
it's scary. You can deal 22 to someone here with the ETB trigger as well. You can divide that to wipe the board. Killing the Prosper, I think, would be a really good target.
Mhm.
And then you have the ability to untap with a 22/22. It does look like we're seeing something in response. I can't make out what that flashy card is. I would imagine a counterspell. A Swan Song? I can't tell.
I can't tell if that's a blue card or a green card.
I don't recognize the R. Maybe, yeah, I can't tell. Because you're right, it almost looks green. So it could be the Veil of Summer?
The art almost looks like it's another tutor.
Oh, Worldly Tutor says her. Okay.
Yeah. So the double tutor, I think Worldly Tutor is actually much more relevant here than the previous tutor.
Mm-hmm. The stack keeps on growing, though, as we see the Calling the Weak coming down in response to the Bowmaster, sacrificing the Prosper, just so you can get 4 black mana, because Prosper's not going to live if this all resolves.
Oh, definitely not going to live. In my mind, the entire board is getting wiped, and then depending on who they're scared of, we're either going to see the other blue farm player drop very low, or see our Icron player have their life total about cut in half.
Yeah, I think targeting the Icron player here who is tutoring isn't the worst thing. This is most likely going to get the dock side, which will just be insane value, plus they get 6 other cards in addition to that.
Yeah, getting to choose what cards you're drawing is definitely a valuable thing.
There is a world, though, where I could see them tutoring up Thassa's Oracle, just hoping that they get lucky, and it actually does look like what they're getting. So Thassa's Oracle, hope you draw one of the other 2 pieces, because you're probably not going to live long with this Bowmaster.
It's a desperation play, but it might actually be worth it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's your Hail Mary, it's what you have to do here, and it could very well work.
I think one of the things that makes Icrom a really scary list in a lot of situations is the fact that you still have access to your Thoughts' Oracle. Because while there are other in the Jund colors, there's other much more powerful commanders, you still get blue with Icrom.
Mm-hmm.
And so you still get access to Thassa's Oracle and those explosive wins out of nowhere.
Yeah, and if this works, it really would be out of nowhere. Of course, you do paint a target on your back, but if you get this second piece, the other 2 blue players are tapped out. Yes, you worry about maybe Obnixilis having a Red Blast or some similar effect.
Well, and with a fresh 7, it's hard to say whether anyone's going to hit the absolute nuts or just whiff on everything.
Mm-hmm. We do see a Valka as Op's last card, Lion's Eye, Mana Vault, Savine's Wreck, Enlightened Tutor, Grand Abolishir from DJ. I see an Intuition out of Lanen's, and what appears to be a Force. I can't tell if that... It's one of those kind of spells. Might be a Fierce. A free
I think
kind of spell.
it is a Fierce Guardianship.
Fierce Guardianship, okay. That discarded. I think Savine's is worthy to make mention of, just because that could come back at some point. But besides that, Intuition is the only other piece that I can see right now.
I mean, the Grand Abolishir being in the bin is also not a not relevant piece of information.
No. Especially with the Savines to go with it.
Yeah. Being able to get that back from the bin with the Savines in order to give you some protection, so long as you have 5 mana.
Yeah. But right now we still are on Op's turn. They have a lot of mana left available to them. Besides just the 4, a lot of untapped mana, 2 treasures, and a fresh 7. We are right now just determining where these Bowmaster triggers are going. I imagine Crom, and then just a lot to everyone else's face.
With that fresh 7, though, I don't even know if you want to go for it unless you have some absolute nuts follow-up. Because if you start trying to go for the win here, you have no idea what's in people's hands, you don't know how much interaction there is, and people are going to stop you.
Mm-hmm. But you're on a clock now, right? Because now there's not only the 22 damage coming through here, but also a 22-22 that's going to untap on DJ's turn, which means that unless you can play a body or have a removal piece, you may just have to go for it.
Well, and going down to 17 life, yeah, that clock starts to get really scary.
Mm-hmm. Really prioritizing the Ob next to this player here in all this as well.
I don't know if I agree with it. And I mean, they wouldn't know this, but looking at the list, there is no Adnaz in this Ob next player.
Mm-hmm.
So while they do run Bola Citadel, they are less life dependent.
Yeah, it's tricky. What I am most surprised about is that you do kill the Crom here. Crom, I think, wasn't hurting you too much, and now you turn off some potential free interaction from that player, especially when you saw another player toot up a Thassa's Oracle. You may want another player to maybe be able to help stop them.
I can understand it either way. I think getting rid of the Crom so that they have less value on board, slowing them down, is very impactful here.
Mm-hmm.
But it does also shut off some of that free interaction as you're talking about. So it give and take.
Yeah. We do see the Ragavan coming down. So Ragavan in pass from the Ob player. Ragavan is a body, but it is a 2-1, very easily removed by the Bowmaster to open them up for a swing if DJ really wants to take him out here.
Yeah. If you get a next turn, it's a pretty valuable piece to have, assuming it lives. But right now, getting a next turn is a big question mark.
Yeah, very big if. And yeah, if you're an Rakdos player, you can make an argument. You know, if you're blue, you want to keep them around maybe to help with interaction. Ob really doesn't offer that argument, so I could see them not being long for this world, especially with the... They definitely have the second best board state right now.
Yeah. And so removing them, it's a fair thing. But I don't know. We'll see. People have fresh sevens. It makes it a very different game.
Mm-hmm. We do see the Seiju being pitched into a crop rotation. Yep.
So crop rot here is kind of interesting because it likely means that they're looking for colors that they don't have access to.
Mm-hmm.
Either that or they're using it for ramp, getting out like a city of traders or something like that.
Yeah, I think that would be a good piece. I'm looking at their lands package, and there's nothing in there really wild. You have your colored mana, you have your utility lands, but nothing that really stands out besides that.
Yeah, I was looking to see they do have Emergent Zone, so possible they're going for that. But it feels like a weird time to do it.
Yeah. Emergent Zone also costs mana to activate, and when you only have 3 other lands besides it, it's not the best feeling in the world.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely agree. Yeah, so I would expect either Ancient Tomb, City of Traders, or some kind of mana fixing.
I mean, if you get the Ancient Tomb or City of Brass here, that does leave you with exactly 5 mana. So if you did draw the Nas, you have the potential to just rip it right here and now. Or hold it up for maybe an end step, but I don't think you hold it up in the end step with the 22/22 still.
No, but we are seeing some interaction on the stack here. And one Bowmaster leaves, another takes its place.
The natural way of things.
I mean, it's one Bowmaster forcing the other Bowmaster to leave, but, you know, semantics.
I mean, listen, it gets weird when the Phyrexian Metamorph comes down and that's also a Bowmaster.
But the crop road will be resolving here.
And you're right, getting the City of Traders, so some advantage.
City of Traders, honestly, pretty nice thing to go for here. See what they have to follow up off of it, because you don't just do this play and then pass turn.
No. Especially in this board state. I think this must be the Adnaz, right?
Unless they're just desperately trying to get an Ikra out, I would expect it.
Yeah, I guess Ikra is valid, but is Ikra 5 or 6?
Ikra is 5.
Okay. So I guess that's a body. Having a 3/7 on board is helpful, but
And they are going to tap. No, we'll see. Ooh. They decided they wanted more mana.
that's a pretty good one, yeah. And we were talking about this card earlier, so to see it make an appearance here, that not only deals with all the advantage, all the threats, it ramps you a lot of mana.
Calling Ritual, very powerful. And in this board state, you're going to be getting... I don't want to mess up my counting, but it looks like a whole lot.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana at least when the treasures are sacked.
Is it that much even with the treasures being gone? That's insane.
Yeah, it might be 8 as I do a second count, but it's a non-insignificant amount. Not the most value I've ever seen out of one, but still really good here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the one downside is that if they were planning on doing a dockside, it pretty much obliterates that. But honestly, you're not super dockside dependent in Icrom.
Mm-hmm.
So getting that extra mana, pretty valuable here. And you leave a blue open, which honestly really signals to the fact that they might have a Swan Song or something similar.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. We know that the Thassa's Oracle is in hand. It doesn't seem like they'd be able to go for that this turn, but it at least buys you time, which I think is what this is really doing for them. You can get the time, you can play Ikra and pass, feeling pretty good, I think.
You can play Ikra and pass, or they could potentially have another big card after this. They could have a Peer into the Abyss.
Yeah, Peer into Abyss here would be really strong. We're not seeing any counter magic over this, or at least they're making the ob sack the treasures first if there is, which is the right thing to do, but
Looks like we're seeing pass through.
okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a really good piece. So let's see how they divide the mana. I imagine a significant portion of this will be black mana.
I would expect so, yeah.
Yeah, tends to be how that goes.
All right.
5 and 3, so 8. Okay, very healthy. So game's kind of been reset to 0 here.
So you say it's been reset to 0. In some ways it has, but it really depends on if they have any follow-up here.
That's demonic tutor, so that's some pretty good follow-up, I think.
Yeah, you can get an Adnaz off that if you want to.
Yeah, you really could. So they just drew like the, or you know what else? No, I don't have the blue mana. Never mind. Yeah, Adnaz would be really good here.
If you're not getting Adnaz, you need to be getting something that either provides you mana, or, I mean, I guess you could go all in on the pure, say, hey, no one countered initially, may as well just try and draw half my deck.
Mm-hmm. And this is the issue with wheels, right? Like, Dom just drew all of this. Besides the Thassa's Oracle, all this was just top deck. And that can be the downside of just wheeling and having to pass. I think that if the Ob player had just had the Ob out and gotten a bunch of advantage that way, they would still be pretty far in the lead. Hard to say for certain how these games would have turned out, but wheeling's just really dangerous right now in the meta.
I mean, wheeling is really dangerous in general.
Yeah.
Even before the introduction of Bowmaster, wheeling was always a risky thing to do. And this shows why.
Yeah, and they're using all that mana, peer into the abyss, like you said.
They didn't see any counter magic before, may as well go for it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a world where Linen just let the Calling Ritual resolve because it was what was best for them, so maybe they have something up here.
There absolutely is that world, and there's also the possibility of deflecting SWAT here, which I think would be hilarious to see.
Yeah, it does look like it is just passing through, though. We do see that they're just counting up how many cards are on field so they know how many to draw. And with Thassa's Oracle in hand, drawing half your deck, this has to be the win, right?
I would be shocked if you whiff.
Yeah.
Technically, it can happen. But
It can.
when you're drawing half your deck, it's really hard to.
It is, especially when your deck is built to do this kind of thing. Yes, you have 0 floating mana, so that might throw a wrench into things, but you run so much mana rocks that chill gets some of them.
Well, not only do you run so many mana rocks, this is the reason why you have green in the deck. It's so that when you succeed on your Adnaz or your Peer into the Abyss, you do get more mana production.
Yeah, you have the Spirit Guide, like you mentioned earlier. A lot of that mana production, though, being in Dorks feels a bit bad, but Spirit Guide is just really good, having both the ability to play Elvish Spirit Guide and Simian Spirit Guide, just to get 2 mana for free. There's a lot of value there.
You've got Tinderwall. Situationally, you can use Noxious Revival.
Mm.
Although I doubt that'll come into play here.
Yeah, I don't think they have too much in their deck. I know they were just looking at their graveyard, though, so maybe.
Maybe. I mean...
Maybe. Oh, there they both are, yep.
When you've got that thick of a hand, yeah. Double Spirit Guide, very, very nice.
A great start, yeah. So...
Float your green, float your red.
Could be Breach Mana with an LED, would be really strong right now, too. Rite of Flame, really good piece.
I mean, they're just stacking up the mana at this point.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what they can actually put it into. I would laugh if it's just another wheel.
Gosh, I hope not.
I doubt it. I'd be completely shocked if they have to wheel off of this.
I would too. But
it'd be funny.
It would be fun. It would be something. 2 mana, I imagine Breach. Yep, Breach. Show me the LED with a thick hand like that.
I mean, that's pretty disgusting and should be GG.
Gamble, yeah, really nails, puts a nail in the coffin for the other players.
This is why Peer into the Abyss is still played in some decks. It is
Yeah.
hard to lose the game when you have half your deck in your hand.
It is. It can be hard to set up and be risky, like you mentioned earlier. The SWAT is ever present. Plus, now that Bowmasters is around, that's
Yep.
something you have to be careful of. But when you do have it resolved like this, yeah, it wins you the game 90% of the time, if not more.
Imagine if the Obnics waited to play that Bowmaster.
Gosh.
That would have been such a feels bad moment.
But you bring up a good point. That was an interesting time to do it. Because
I mean, I don't. Sorry, go ahead.
Because they didn't really get much out of it besides killing the other Bowmaster.
Yeah, I don't know if I understand with their timing. I like them playing it to kill the Bowmaster, I get, but I don't know why they chose to do it when they did.
Yeah. I mean, having a Bowmaster on field does feel good, but like we saw with the other Bowmaster, you make yourself susceptible to a lot of other removal. Hindsight, of course, is 2020.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Bowmasters with that would have been insane. Though it would have died, I guess, to the culling ritual, so you hold it up longer. Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been something where you'd have to be thinking like miles ahead in order to be like, okay, in case there's a culling ritual into a Peer into the Abyss, I should hold up my Bowmasters. And it's like, how often is that gonna happen?
Mm-hmm. But it did happen, and I think the player's going to be learning that they're always going to wait for now. Do I have to wait for the Peer into the Abyss?
Although, if the Bowmaster wasn't there, I don't know. I don't think they would have had enough mana for the Peer, so they would have gone for Adnaz instead.
True. Yeah, they wouldn't have had just enough with the tutor, so...
Either way, at this point, just going through the steps.
Making a lot of blue mana. They have the Thassa's Oracle and Bin. They just need to get either the Brain Freeze or the Consultation, Tainted Pact, what have you. They're just tying the laces up neatly because this is as good as wrapped up.
Oh yeah. It's not like you're gonna run out of things to escape with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Dom got a really good hand off that wheel. They were able to take advantage of the board state. They had a window after it and got a pretty solid win in.
Yeah. Wheel is a double-edged sword, and this shows it.
100%, yeah. But Dom has been doing pretty well today. It's always nice to see Ikra Dargo. I keep saying Ikra Dargo. Ikra Crom perform well.
I mean, Ikra Dargo, very good deck, but Ikra Dargo doesn't have blue.
It doesn't have blue. And blue gets you a lot of things right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, blue is getting you a lot of things for a very long time, but yeah, right now it definitely does.
Yeah. A long time being like, yeah. Mystic Study right now, Thassa's Oracle, of course. All the counter magic you could want.
And then Gamble for the Brain Freeze, and I believe everyone is scooping.
Mm-hmm. So, congrats to Dom, a great win. And kind of while we're wrapping this round up and we're getting ready for another pod, just as a reminder, we have the auction going on still. If you want to take a moment while the action is in a lull, go over there, get your bids in. We have up to $216 already raised for the charity. Again, we are supporting Magikids, which is an organization dedicated to helping individuals and mentors get cards so they can teach people how to learn the game, create a fun and sociable environment where they can learn things like creative thinking, gain those social skills, and just learn how to play a really fun game that we all love.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's pronounced Magikids, even though that'd be the actual pronunciation. I think it's just Magikids, like, smashed together. But yeah, it's a great organization introducing kids to Hopefully, everyone here thinks a great hobby. Uh, I understand it can be quite the toll on the wallets for some players, but hey, that's why we're a proxy format.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you don't want to be involved with the with bidding and trying to get some very cool stuff, you can still donate. You can donate through us, and if you do $10, you get access to the league for the next month. And if you do 20, I believe, you get access to 4 tokens. Double-sided, technically, so it's 2 pieces of paper or cardboard or whatever you want to call it. Double-sided, so you've got a wish claw, which honestly the wish claw is beautiful. Actually, let me pull that out.
Wish Claw is
Because
beautiful.
I love this wish claw. It's very shiny, but
Very shiny. Very
Wish
Edgar Allan
Claw.
Poe meets Godfather vibe.
It's so mischievous. I love the little cat on that thing.
It is.
You get a wish claw, you get a drake, you get a treasure, and you get a brand new storm.
Mm-hmm. And we get it. Times are hard right now. Things are expensive for a lot of people. We're not expecting any donations, but anything that you can give, we would really appreciate. And if you can't give, just spreading the word of this organization. Let friends know what we're doing here today so that they can come check us out or donate to the organization directly.
Absolutely. This is not us saying, hey, go into debt to donate here. But if you have some extra money, if you're wanting to give to a good cause, now is a great opportunity too.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
I believe we are ready to get into the next game here.
Awesome. Yeah, that last one was a shorty, but a goodie. Let's see how this one's shaping up.
Let's see, indeed. As we have Heliod, the Phyrexian one.
Mm-hmm.
We've got the good boy Yoshimaru and Thrasios.
That's a fun deck.
Pivot and Captain Sisse. Captain Sisse, of course, being brought by Choir Boy, who absolute icon.
Mm-hmm. And looking at this board state right now, Choir Boy really has the most advantage here. Not only the Grand Abolisher, but they have the Collector Ouphe, they have the Untapper and Haste Enabler on field, they have the Kamal, which is a win con for their deck. All just really good pieces.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they're in the process of winning, because they don't look far off from it.
No. Doesn't seem like we're on their turn, though, as we see the Force of Negation coming down. Looks like we may be on either the Tivit or the Yoshimaru Thrasios' turn.
Which, Yoshimaru Thrasios having that Kinnan out, but not anything else that I can see to go infinite with it.
No, just a Noble for mana acceleration. You do still get to activate Thrasios a bunch, which isn't bad. Does look like we are seeing... Oh, you know what? The Grand Abolisher is pitched under the Chromox. That makes sense. So we were on Choir Boy's turn in the end step, it looks like.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense. Looks like a Worldly Tutor was put on the stack, or something similar that was countered. Heliod does have the One Ring, which is pretty good value. Normally it would be, but oof. So really it's just pinging you for 2 every turn. Not great.
I didn't even think about how Oof not only shuts down One Ring, but makes it actively hurt you. That's kind of funny.
That is funny, yeah. But seems like Choir Boy is by and far the lead. Stax is just mogged down this board state. At least for the Tivit player, you have the Talion, which is good advantage, plus Urza. So any artifacts that you do have still generate you a bit of advantage. And looks like they also have a Rhystic Study on field.
Yeah, it's a lot of value pieces there, but if you don't have anything to get rid of Choir Boy's board right now, I'm not sure it's going to matter.
Yeah, I mean, Choir Boy is just missing the Sisse piece. Because they bring that down, they can tap Sisse with haste. and tutor up whatever they kind of want from there. Plus, you have the Cradle, so just a ton of mana creation on your turn. I can't tell what card that was, so that came down from the Heliod player. Looks like it might be... Not sure.
I am also not sure. It seemed like it might have been a kind of wheel.
Yeah, but you just drew and put it all into hand. Doesn't look like they pitched anything.
Is it Prosperity?
I don't know that card. What does that card do?
It's a sorcery, blue and an X. Each player draws X cards.
Okay, that would be interesting if that's what it was. I didn't see a ton of mana being tapped, though, so I don't know.
I don't know either, but Heliod is in play, reducing the cost at least a little bit.
True. We do see the Wandering Archaic come down as well. Looks like it is meeting a Swords in response, which is in turn meant by a Fierce Guardianship out of the Heliod player.
It's an important thing to protect. It's a very powerful... I don't know whether to say stacks piece or not, but it's a very powerful tool to have. Makes it really hard for anyone else to do anything.
Yeah, I don't know how much value will get you in this specific pod, but obviously the choir boy is worried about it, so maybe wants to play a tutor on their turn, something like that.
Maybe.
Looks like there's just some conversation happening right now. Maybe choir boy trying to politic to let other people help deal with the Heliod on board.
The Heliod being in play is actually huge, and being on the flip side too. Giving everything flash and reducing the cost of all your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, reducing it by not a small amount.
No, and flash is really good, so being able to have access to that, like you said, with the cost reducer.
Yeah. We'll see what they can do to actually win off of it. But currently, they're producing a whole lot of value using it.
Mm-hmm. They drew a bunch of cards, so hopefully that they can get something down here. If this was the prosperity, like you said, we just saw in the last time, right? Being able to stop drawing your player's cards is never a feels good moment. We do see the Eldamri's call come down, so it looks like they'd want to get that out of the way before the Wandering can resolve.
Makes sense, honestly.
Yeah. What do you think they tutor up here?
So they are very close to winning the game right now. I don't know the deck well enough to say exactly what piece they can tutor for to just win on the spot, but some kind of way of getting infinite mana would be what I'd expect.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Ashaya coming down. I think that would get a really good piece here.
Ashaya would make sense. Emil is another option. Potentially...
Solitude, if I'm not mistaken, though.
That is, in fact, a Solitude, going for removal instead.
Okay.
Honestly, fair point.
Yeah. It's a good removal piece. It doesn't trigger the Wandering Archaic, so that's really strong.
On being able to flash that in is very, very valuable here.
It is.
Especially because it actually does allow you to get rid of that Heliod.
Mm-hmm. And it does seem like something Choir Boy really wants to deal with now. It does seem to be the biggest threat for them on board.
I mean, I think their threat assessment in that situation is definitely correct.
Oh, that is Void Manure coming down for free.
That's disgusting. Jeez.
That is disgusting.
That
Notably,
just shows you how much Heliod is reducing everything right now.
quite a bit, yeah. And we said playing a wheel, so drawing all your opponent's cards. Now you put something on the field that stops them from being able to use those cards. Really good. Playing a Relic of Legends into a Commander Sphere, all this additional mana that you get. Again, the flash piece of this is very valid as well.
I just think it's wild that this deck runs Commander Sphere.
I mean, it's working for them. I guess it's a card draw on top of everything else it does for you.
Well, and I guess the majority of the time it's also free for you to cast. I mean, they run Gilded Lotus in this deck, so...
Wild. I love it. I love seeing a deck like this pop off.
It has a lot of spice. You've got Memory Jar, Coveted Jewel. It's pretty wild, and it's working out well for them right now.
That's awesome. And again, they drew a bunch of cards. They still have, what, 6 cards in hand? So a lot of other cards that they could put down right now.
Yeah. We'll see. They are out of colored mana, other than the Relic.
Mm-hmm.
So they do have some limits on what they can cast.
Yeah. But I'm not sure if they have something floating. We saw the Command Sphere come down.
True. So they might have tapped that to float something and then crack it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I guess they couldn't. There is a Collector Roof, so they couldn't do either of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't even tap the legendary 4-colored mana because that's part of the Relic's ability.
That is a part of the Relic's ability. It's always weird for cards like that because sometimes it gives the ability to the creature and sometimes it's an ability of the card.
Mm-hmm.
But that Collector is really doing a good job of stopping them from actually doing anything.
Yeah, that with the Void Manure is stopping all the other opponents too. We just see what appears to be the untapper. What's that card called? The 1 mana tap out of mana, come down for the Cannon player. Springleaf Drum, that's the name.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Springleaf Drum coming down. Also shut off by Collector Roof. Collector Roof's a powerful card.
Yeah. They were moving it. I don't know if they just played it now or if we are still on the Heliod's turn.
Which, did we actually see the card get cracked? The Commander's turn? Because if so, that's not a legal action.
Doesn't look like it because I don't see it on top of the bin. It looks like they were going to play and decided against it and just put it back to hand.
Interesting. I wonder why.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Huh. Well, either way, Collector putting in massive work here.
Collector Roof. And Solitude is also a 5 mana card, if I'm not mistaken, which means it can hit some of the other pieces still, which is not irrelevant.
You can still cast it. Congratulations.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a Yasharn too.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, so
it's games like these.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of stacks pieces in play are insane.
It looks like I was gonna say unfortunately, but does crop rotation work with the Yasharn still?
I don't know if it does. I'd have to double check the phrasing on Yasharn.
It looks like it is, because they did sack the land.
So players can't pay life or sacrifice non-land permanents to cast spells or activate abilities, but because you're sacrificing a land, you're fine.
Okay.
So crop rotation should still work.
Okay. That makes sense. I guess it's just part of it, yeah. Would you see
if
this... Go ahead.
I was going to say, if it wasn't for the fact that you were sacrificing a land, then it would not work. But if you are sacrificing a land, it specifically says non-land permanents, so...
Yes. I guess that makes sense. It's the life that gets you with things like fetch lands, so
Yep.
yep. But I was saying the Rhystic study here is also putting in a lot of work. It is drawing them a bunch of cards. They have a very thick hand, even if they can't use most of it for one reason or another.
Which I believe that they paid the 2 for the Wandering Archaic. But I could be wrong about that. Or no, did they not pay the 2 and that's why Pontus is currently shuffling? I think that's why.
And that does look like what's happening here, yeah. Looks like they got... And the best part is you don't have to sacrifice a land to do that, do you?
It's
You
amazing.
just-
It's a part
you
of the
get the
cost,
value.
so you don't have to do that because you get the card for free.
Yeah, you don't cast it, you just copy it. Looks like they get a blue-white land, which is very scary to have open for them right now.
I mean, we're talking about how their color restriction was the biggest downside right now. In fact, they didn't have any mana to, like, actually tap for colors. Now they have one.
Mm-hmm. And they have both their colors, which, yeah, it's scary. It's really between Pontus and Choir Boy right now on who can win this one, I think.
I mean, Sapper's not entirely out of it.
No, that's true.
As we are seeing... I recognize the art, but I can't remember the card name.
Is it Cyclonic Rift or Otawara?
It is not an Otawara. It's definitely a spell.
Okay. Because it almost is reminiscent of Cyclonic Rift, though I can't quite tell. I know Cyclonic Rift wouldn't work here with the Void Manure, though.
Is it an Otawara? I don't think it's an Otawara. Twitch chat, help us out.
Yeah, help us out here. Looks like they're putting it to hand, too, so I'm not quite sure. Or maybe they're just keeping it to the side. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that might be a Psych Rift.
Okay. Did they activate Thrasios with some floating mana?
Maybe? Yeah, it's definitely a Psych Rift.
Okay. Does look like they are just passing, though. They do move to combat. Pontus is only at 15, but they have a lot of thick bodies now on board to preserve what is remaining of that life total. So, do you think there's anything Tivit can do here to get out of this? Like, do they have a window anymore?
That's what I was trying to think of, and I'm not sure they do.
So,
I mean, without having access to Psych Rift and without having access to, although I was going to say without having access to Dam, but it doesn't look like they run it. It really limits your options.
are
So
they
you have
on?
Toxic Deluge in the list and March. Toxic Deluge is shut off by Sharn, so it really just limits you to if you can march with the Swirling Mist things.
Yeah. I hadn't thought of that. Toxic Deluge being shut off by Yasharn is gross.
Yeah, it's pretty much all of the board wipes are shut off right now, and you need a board wipe.
Mm-hmm. I guess you could do March with an odd mana cost, but that's only a temporary solution, and you have to use a lot of your stuff to do it.
Yeah.
I guess you have a
It-
lot of cards in hand, so maybe you have enough blue permanents, but
You have to put a whole lot.
they
I mean,
are presenting a Toxic Deluge here, and kind of what we were talking about,
and a
recognizing...
reminder of Yasharn.
Yeah.
Can't pay life for it.
Yep. Because that was their out, right? And luckily they had it, but unfortunately Yasharn puts a stop to all of it.
If it wasn't for Yasharn being in play, it would open up a lot more options.
Yeah.
But between Yasharn and having the big boy Eldrazi shutting down all those even costs,
Mhm.
really puts a challenge on what you can do.
Yeah, it's like kind of a perfect storm here. You have Yasharn, Oof, Boyvenure, and even to an extent, Wandering Archaic, just shutting down whatever these players want to do right now.
Yep. At this point, it comes down to what you can do without casting spells, and there's not a lot for Tibet, at least.
No, I mean, you have Talon, which maybe can chunk into Fireboy's life total a little bit, but I think you almost want that as a blocker too. Yeah. Even the Construct's only a 2/2, which doesn't do a lot for you right now.
I'm concerned about what Querbo's going to be able to do on their next turn.
Mm-hmm. We know they have the Solitude up now. Curious to see if they use it on the end step here. 8-Boy, we saw the Ikra Crom player being able to take it. After a wheel, they presented a culling ritual into a tutor to find Peer into the Abyss.
Yeah, it was a pretty disgusting turn of events, but we are seeing in this game Touch the Spirit Realm get channeled, I believe.
Okay. That gets around a lot of this.
Most importantly, it gets rid of the thing blocking you from casting Toxic Deluge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's... So, they did have a window after all. Impressive.
I mean, the Sharon's going to be coming back, which is not great, but you do clear the board, which is pretty huge here.
Yeah. I mean, you still have a Ristic Study. You now can play your rocks. We see the mana crypt coming down right away, with probably some other things, because they had a really thick hand, a lot of cards in there. Mox Amber doesn't do much yet, but they are pretty open right now, which is, I'm sure, a breath of fresh air for them.
Oh, yeah. And reducing the threat. I'm not going to say removing. Choirboy still definitely can be a threat in this situation, but severely reducing the threat that Choirboy posed. As well as making where if Pontus wants to get back that Heliod, it's going to be on the other side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Choirboy can easily still assemble an infinite combo. I think now that they've lost all those creatures and their Gaia's Cradle's turned off, it makes it a bit harder, but it's still there. Heliod still has the One Ring, still has some mana available to them that they can utilize.
I mean, you say that, Karn just hit the field.
Yeah, never mind. So that One Ring was pretty for a minute. I'm curious if they activate it in response. I'm sure they will, but yeah.
So you do have the option of not activating response specifically so that you're not going to get taking 3 every turn. But I do think drawing the 3 cards is well worth it, and they will be doing so.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to look for that answer here now, especially because all the value you had is gone. Now that the board has kind of reset, do you think that there's a player with an advantage right now, someone who's in the lead?
I think Choirboy's still in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, I agree. I think Choirboy can still play Sisei, still tap Sisei with haste.
I think right now, what Tivit just did was basically remove that Heliod from the game. Not fully, but much less of a threat now.
Yeah. I don't even know if it was Heliod. Like, yes, Heliod, really good, really scary, but those other pieces, just stopping them completely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I feel bad for Sam Sapper, though. They lost both Kinnan and the Thrasios in that activation, which hurts them, especially because they had a Cradle as well.
Well, and they're not going to get their Yasharn back at the end of the turn.
No, they aren't. No more big boy.
No more big boy.
At least for the moment.
Karn will, however, be reducing some of that mana for Choirboy.
Mm-hmm.
Turning that Chromox into a 0/0.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, a good piece to hit. The best thing you could hit on board right now. So don't hate it. Yasharn does come back down. They can start chipping into the Karn if they want to. I'm not sure if they do.
I feel like, honestly, keeping that Karn up and keeping other players still stacked out on their artifacts is well worth it.
Mm-hmm. The passive effect from your artifact still lets you have the haste, which is relevant, so you're still feeling pretty good under it.
Yeah. Well, and Gaia's Cradle, while definitely worse, not fully shut off because you still have that Yusharn.
Yeah, it is essentially a forest right now, which is only going to get better as the board is more developed.
And it will get more developed very quickly.
Yeah. Because Choir Boy still has a decent amount of cards in hand too from that card earlier as they move to untap. Everyone else is basically tapped out. Heliod has one land open.
I don't expect to see the win here. I don't think they quite have enough mana for it. But I would be shocked if they don't produce a whole lot on board.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see the win. I don't see it yet, but it's possible. Delight Halfling's a good way to start.
Yeah. Getting that hasted halfling, very, very nice here.
Mm-hmm.
All of your stuff is now forests. Not that that's going to be all that relevant in this situation. Because it's only your lands, not all your creatures.
Well, it's relevant for some of the combos, I think, right? Not yet, but it could be down the road.
Potentially, yeah. We're seeing... I'm guessing this is going to be mana tap for Sisay, but we'll see.
Yep. Still tapping the one for the Delight Halfling as they had to.
Yeah, they're just looking through their options, counting their lands, making sure they don't make mistakes here.
They are letting the Ristic player draw off the Halfling, though. So, Dizzle is up to a very healthy 8 cards in hand.
Honestly, that's fine, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. And so the Esper Sentinel coming down. See if they'll pay for this one.
They're thinking about it, but I'd be surprised. I feel like mana is their biggest issue right now.
Agreed, and they do opt not to pay for it. Esper Sentinel also just getting more stocks into that Gaia's Cradle, playing the Findhorn Elves after it.
I mean, we were talking about that guy's cradle being shut off for a little bit, but very much not for long.
Very much so. I don't love to see the Ristic study being fed so much, though. I do hope that Quarboy can present something here to try to answer that. Now that the board doesn't have as many stacks, feeding Tivit cards, who now has a lot of mana, can be scary. We do see Sisay come down here.
Can.
Yeah.
Sisay hitting the field. They don't currently have a way to untap it. I think they might be able to get one.
They should be able to. They have the Gaia's Cradle, which is a very important piece. They can have the haste enabler, so if they can get the right cards here, they could present infinite mana. All depends what they have in hand.
They would need either Hope Tender or Magus of the Candelabra in hand, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Quarian Ranger might also do it.
Yeah, Quarian Ranger would be good. Yeah, it depends what's in hand, of course, so we'll see.
Yeah, they just have the issue of not being able to tutor for any of the untaps right now.
Mm-hmm. They are making 5 mana, though. 6 with the Delight Halfling. There's an Elishnorn. So getting the double ETB effects and turning off your opponents is a pretty good piece.
Not a way to untap, but definitely not a bad thing.
No? Did they have the ability to pay the double white? I saw them tap the Collected Halfling. Or Delight Halfling.
Delight Halfling taps for one of them.
Yeah, I saw them tap the Cradle. I may have missed the other piece.
It's the Elishnorn Mother Machine, so it is only 1 white to do.
Oh, is it only 1 white? I thought it was 2 white. My mistake then.
Big Elishnorn is 2 white. Small Elishnorn is 1.
Okay, that makes sense. We do see the Yusharn swing does look like they swung into Dizzle. getting some beats in that way.
Makes sense. Dizzle right now is the biggest other threat.
Yeah, I agree. I think turning off the ETBs is helpful. It does prevent an out of nowhere Thassa's Oracle win.
And it effectively shuts off, I mean, not technically the win, but it shuts off a lot of Tiv's value.
It does. We see 5 mana tapped here for Heliod.
Heliod back in on that front side. Definitely less impactful than the backside, but still can be relevant.
It will take them a little time to catch up, though, and it looks like they are having to move to discard. Looks like the Commander Sphere and the Urza Saga pitch to hand size.
Makes sense. 2 cards that don't really do anything for you right now.
No, not really. Did they play a land return? I guess they must have.
I don't know if they did. I mean, I would have guessed they did, given they discarded one, but...
Because you can still play and use the Urza Saga, even if the artifact portion at the end is turned off.
Well, an Urza Saga currently taps for green immediately.
Doesn't help you a ton, but it's nice.
Yeah, it's something.
Or does Urza Saga isn't turned off by Yavimaya like it is with Blood Moon, right? It's still Urza Saga. You can still have it. It's just in a force in addition.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, then yeah.
Because it doesn't make things not whatever they are. It just also makes them force.
Sam Sapper having a pretty good turn here to rebuild. The Yoshimaru come down, followed by the Ristic Study is a good piece. A lot of players drawing cards here still, though.
Well, and fortunately, it's not just Tivit drawing cards. At least fortunate for Choir Boy.
At least, yeah.
We have 2 Espers now on the field, along with the Ristic from Dizzle.
Yeah, 2 Espers, 2 Ristics, a lot of card advantage. Dizzle, again, just with a very big hand. I am worried about that.
It is something to be worried of if you're the rest of the table.
Yeah. Even if it's just removal to deal with some Acquired Boys board, another board wipe, I think, would be really good here if they have it.
I'm not sure what they'd be able to do other than Psychrift, though, because they don't really run many other board wipes.
Well, whatever they're doing, a Grand Abolisher is a great way to start.
That's certainly scary for the rest of the table.
Yeah. Turns up a lot of the interaction. Players are tapped out so they don't have Otawara. A touch of the Spirit Realm was already used by the Tivit. I don't know if the others have enough mana to use it. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah. The lack of mana available here makes it where that is pretty much going to shut people out if no one can answer it.
We do see something in response, so a silence. So pretty good answer if this does resolve. Dizzle has so many cards. Sure. So many cards, so they have to have something here, right? A display
I
think they put down the wrong card.
They definitely put down the wrong card. I would expect to see, seeing that counterspell, seeing a dispel, not a Displacer Kitten.
Yeah. Sam is able to draw a card off of this, as is Choir Boy. Choir Boy, I don't imagine, will be able to interact. They have the Solitude, but they can't do that yet. Because you can't Solitude... No, you can't cast it. It's not an Evoke. Or Evoke is a cost, it's not a channel ability.
Correct.
We do see the Sisei being activated in response, though, to the Grand Abolisher.
Interesting. Not sure what they get here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Probably just setting up for next turn.
Yeah, I mean, you have to activate it now if you want to activate it at all. I thought we saw the Endurance already. We know the Solitude's in hand. I don't know if there's anything else that they can get right now. They do get the Miri, whatever, the mono white legendary creature that lets you an opponent draw and makes you warriors, I believe.
Yeah, basically the legendary Grand Abolisher.
Mm-hmm. Which is scary to 2 to 4 because now you're saying if you don't win, I have a protected turn.
I mean, that's what I was expecting from Choir Boy. You had one turn to do stuff, and then next turn Choir Boy has the win set up.
Yeah, there is still the question of if Choir Boy gets that turn though, because Tivit is still a very big threat right now.
It's very true. But with that Elish Norn Mother of Machines in play, it does reduce a lot of possibilities.
It does. It means you have to find a removal piece, for sure. Starting with the Dark Ritual though, is this Tivit list on Adnos?
That is a good question. I will have to double check. I am not seeing the Adnos, no.
Okay. Still
But
Grand
I wonder what they're
Abolisher.
ramping out here.
Yeah. Dark Ritual is very scary. Can't tell what that piece is. Oh, it's just to indicate their floating mana. Okay.
Makes sense.
It does. A Curse Totem. Okay. So maybe just trying to stop Choir Boy.
Huh. I mean, it definitely does a really good job of stopping Choir Boy. It's just interesting that they went for... Maybe the Grand Abolisher here wasn't actually protect a win, it was just getting it set up. I don't know.
Possibly. Curious as to why you would use the Dark Ritual here then.
I am too.
Maybe they just want to hold up other answers, so they needed to use the Dark Ritual. If you're not trying to turbo something out, I guess it makes sense. It saves you a mana if you want to interact or use a removal piece.
Or maybe they have another thing they're spending mana on as a follow-up.
Mana Vault, okay. That's a good one to spend it on.
Okay.
But this entire turn, now Sam's the one who's just drawing a ton of cards.
Sam going from in a pretty bad position, honestly, to drawing off both Esper and Ristic. That's pretty powerful right there.
I agree. Yeah, Ristic's a good card, so I've been told.
So I've been told. Ristic just warping the format constantly. Yeah, a little bit good.
A little bit of hearsay.
Listen, I have no problem slandering Ristic as a card.
Yeah. We do see the Mana Vault tapped right away, making some colorless. 2 into an Arcane Signet.
Okay.
So is this just a big setup turn for the Tivit player? A Chain of Vapor?
Yes.
Okay. Chain of Vapor targets Elish Norn. So now
Maybe
you could
it's not
copy.
a setup turn?
I don't know.
I'm a little bit confused as to their decision making.
I am too, because you use the Chain of Vapor because you see exactly what happens here. You bounce the Grand Abolisher. Now you make it so people can respond, and you've already drawn Sam a ton of cards on this turn. Which means they could have answers.
And for some reason, they put the Grand Abolisher into the bin. Were they just passing?
Wild if they're passing just here. We do lose Dizzle, though.
Camera out. Hopefully they get back quickly. Sure, a judge will be getting called if it hasn't already happened.
Hopefully they don't lose their hand, because I'm sure a lot of the stuff they were doing was based off the assumption they would have a hand after this turn.
Typically, one would assume you're going to have a hand.
Typically.
But, I mean, if they're disconnected for too much longer, that hand might actually have to go. Which, not good to see, but sometimes it's just how it works.
It just feels bad. Does make things a lot better for Choir Boy. There is still the Cursed Totem on field, of course, which is something they do have to deal with. Elish Norn is also bounced.
I can confirm that a judge is getting called for that.
Yep. So, Choir Boy has a lot to deal with, and then we know that Sam has the Psychonic Rift. Looks like that was off a Spellseeker tutor earlier, and a couple turns back, so they'll have that available to them.
Honestly, it just sucks that they're probably going to be losing their hand off of this, because the fact that they were in such a, I don't know if they were like set up to win, but they were in a really good position.
Mm-hmm. I
And
think
it looks like a full disconnect here.
Oh, that stinks. Because, yeah, they would have had such a good position. If they are, like, gone, that just sets up Choir Boy so well, because now that Curse Totem's gone. Okay, it looks like they're coming back.
Okay.
Okay. So, we may see the discard here. We do see the Thassa's Oracle. Was this just a Thassa's Oracle win with extra steps?
I don't know. But the fact that we didn't see the Thassa's Oracle before the disconnect, it makes it a little bit questionable, and probably means that that's not going to happen.
Yeah. It's hard to say. It's a tricky situation. Unfortunate if that is the case. But we'll see what this decision is. We don't want to speculate too much. But if this is a win attempt, we do know that Sam has a ton of cards in hand, so hopefully they'd be able to present an answer to this.
Well, and at the very least, they will get to keep the Grand Abolisher, because we know that that got bounced to hand.
If they recognize that it's where it's supposed to be in hand, because right now it's still being in the bin.
I'm very confused by why it got put there in the first place, but
It makes sense. People sometimes forget where zone changes happen. You're used to something, if it's being removed, it's probably going to go to the graveyard, but yeah. I put my commander in the graveyard a couple times when I shouldn't have. It's happened.
yeah, it happens sometimes.
Mhm.
Mistakes are kind of a common thing when it comes to playing games, especially when there's this much complexity in it.
And players have been playing since 10:30 this morning, which is, almost 6 hours at this point.
The fact that it's that many hours already is insane.
It is. Just a quick correction as we have some downtime. Looks like the tokens are for the $10. So if you donate $10, you get a token. And if you donate $20, you get access to the league, which I think is a really good deal. The league just wrapped up. I know ka0s and Samurai Dancer both had really impressive runs in the league. And games are always firing for it. You see people pinging, pods are going all times a day.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, ka0s had like 40-something games with a 40-something win percent.
Mm-hmm.
Which, honestly, that's pretty insane.
It is. It really is.
I'd have to look at the specific.
Let's see here. Yeah, ka0s had 43 games with a 41% win rate.
That's insane.
Mm-hmm. Samurai with a very impressive 66% win rate after 9 games.
With Malcolm Kedis, too.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. A lot of very good players. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say J-God also had a lot of plays in there, but yeah, I mean,
A lot of very good players, and at the end of the season, you do get a payout based off of your performance, so.
Mm-hmm. Plus, the top cut of our tournaments get access to the following league month. So people who do well in the tournaments are going to be playing. So if you want the chance to play against them and get some practice in for the next tournament, could be really good.
Okay, it looks like whatever was decided has been decided. I believe that's the case.
Seems like it. People are shifting stuff around. Thassa's Oracle looks like it's staying on the field for the time being.
Interesting.
Looks like players are just checking graveyards.
I know the judge is no longer in the call, and they did go there, so.
So sound like
know.
there's been a ruling then.
Yeah, there should be a ruling that has happened. Because the judge call did get responded to. I don't know entirely what's happening, but
Looks like there might be some conversation. Our ever vigilant Hurt is typing to us, so hopefully we get an answer for everyone soon. Yeah, I'll be curious to see how the players respond to this one, though. Or is this... It can't just be a Thassa's Oracle for value, right? Like, this has to be a win attempt?
I would assume so. Doing a Thassa's Oracle for value is a very unusual play.
Yeah, especially when you have so much value already.
Yeah. I'd be shocked if it was a value Thoracle.
Yeah. I mean, you bounce the Spellseeker, or not the Spellseeker, you bounce the Elishnorn so you can do this, right? Like, it's gonna be a win. I am curious as to why they did everything else in the way that they did.
I am too. I'm wondering, it's like, were they expecting the win to get stopped because they knew that the Grand Abolisher was going to get bounced? And so they wanted to put as much out under the Grand Abolisher as possible? That's my only guess.
But I don't see anyone really countering any of the stuff that they played, right? Like, the scariest thing you did was play the Curse Totem, and I don't see Sam stopping the Curse Totem with, just say, with the board state that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know. I understand trying to play as much of your turn protected as possible, but it is a little bit strange.
Mm-hmm. Because like you said, they had to know the Grand Abolisher was going to be bounced in response. So, thinking, like, ideally what you do there, right, is you play Thassa's Oracle, like, you bounce the Grand Abolisher, and then you copy it if you're Dizzle. Maybe you bounce the Sam's Heuristic Study to turn off some of that value, and then you can play all your hand if you're stopped.
That's one way to do it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was a reason for it.
I'm sure too. So it looks like round just was time called. This round will have an extension just based off the judge call and everything else going on. So this one will still have a little bit of time to go.
Judge call might not get the extension, but there's definitely a chance. It's either going to be this is last turn or Choir Boy is going to get one more turn. One of the two.
Mm-hmm. Either player having a turn right now is scary, though, especially if you're Choir Boy, I think.
Yeah. I think the rest of the table, if this does just get time and goes to a draw, you're happy for taking the draw because you're not going to get the win here.
Yeah. I think a draw, I think all players would be happy with that right now. Oh, are they just talking about where the Grand Abolisher was supposed to be?
I do not know. It's an interesting situation that happened.
Yeah. Looks like they are just discussing. Yavimai was sacked to bounce the Grand Abolisher. Looks like we do still have a couple of the other pods that are still finishing up as well.
Looks like judges are still dealing with the situation.
Do they have to deliberate with the head judge? Is there a meeting of the judges going on?
There very well may be a meeting of the judges.
Our head judge is involved. Okay. Yeah, it's a tricky call, so it makes sense that players want to, or the judges want to make sure, or maybe one of the people wanted to appeal the decision that the judge made.
And with how long this is taking, I would expect at least a small extension.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
It's a tricky situation any way you cut it in this one. Whatever happens here, someone's going to feel bad about it, which is unfortunate.
Technical issues are just something that happens, and there's only so much you can do about it.
They'll happen in any event. Things will come up. You just got to deal with them the best you can.
But our judges are working on it. We've got Smurs, our head judge, dealing with the situation, talking with other judges as well, I'm sure.
This has been a really fun game to watch, though. Just, some unique decks that we're seeing here. And everyone's been doing something from what we can tell. Looks like Heliod was in there for a while. Fireboy's been doing great. Dizzle on Tivit was able to find a window. Even Sam Sapper has just been getting a lot of value from their deck.
Some very complicated board states that people have been having to work through, but some very good pilots that know how to work around those board states.
We were talking, right? Like, being able to play the Toxic Deluge after channeling Touch of the Spirit Realm was exactly what you needed, and you had it, right? Like, being able to get that together was really good.
Yeah, absolutely. On all of these pilots, I don't know Dizzle as well, but Sam Sapper, Pontus, Choirboy, all absolutely fantastic pilots. And working through this not easy game to pilot.
No, it's been tricky. Trying to keep track of all those different stacks pieces can be hard, especially with Yasharn, which is a weird one that people don't see as often anymore.
I hate Yasharn.
I do too.
It does so much, but you forget everything. Like, it's such a effective stack piece. Just because it shuts down so many things that you don't even think about. And it makes you mess up because you're like, oh wait, Yasharn turns that off? What?
I feel like Sisei is one of the only decks you can actually run Yasharn and feel good about it too, because Yasharn even hurts you, right? Like, not being able to do your fetches or anything like that feels bad, even if you're playing the card.
Yeah. Yeah, but Sisei getting to choose when to play that Yasharn out and when to tutor for it and all that, very, very good.
Yeah, it being a tutorable piece makes it really great, and for your own benefit, it gets you a forest and a plain, so you can make 2 of your own land drops.
Yep. I know that for a little bit, people tried having Yasharn as the commander, but you just have such a hard time getting win cons.
Speaking of hard time getting win cons, looks like we have a ruling. So, looks like Dizzle has to shuffle their hand into their deck. The only card that they get to keep is the Grand Abolisher, which was already known information.
Looks like they may also be keeping the Thassa's Oracle, but it's not entirely sure about that.
Yeah, I can't tell if that's staying on the field or what's happening there.
But they definitely will get to keep that Grand Abolisher, because it was revealed information. Tough situation. Really sucks, but
it does. Yeah, Wise, being able to break parity under everything is really good. I just got the notification for the lobby for the tournament, and what they've named it is something.
I'm concerned.
You should be. It's a ka0s for kids or something like that.
I mean, he's got the tokens that he's doing the kisses for.
Yeah.
For charity.
For charity.
I mean, it is $100, so you gotta do some extra.
Yeah, no, for sure. This Thassa's Oracle didn't end up being a value Thassa's Oracle, though.
In a weird way, yes.
It all came full circle. The best part is Sam got to draw off of that, too.
That's pretty disgusting.
Oh no, yeah, Wise, it's definitely awesome what he's doing, for sure. It's just what they chose to name it is a little unfortunate without any of that context.
Without the context, it gets a little bit weird. With the context, it's adorable, though.
Yeah. Beautiful. I hope he live streams that or something. That'd be a lot of fun to watch. So,
I think that is actually happening.
oh, nice.
Yeah. But it
So-
looks like we are getting a time extension of the 1 turn Barboy will be able to play out.
Yeah, we do kind of see the hand. The Solitude, the Cursed Totem is luckily still on board, so I guess it worked out that they played it in the sequence that they did. In that weird way, but green is great at artifact removal.
Green is pretty good artifact removal, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Although, I don't know if there's any tutorable artifact removal available in the deck.
No, we do get to see their hand. I think I saw a Windswept Heath for one. We do see the Grand Abolishment type effect coming down. Also, the weird ability to let you and opponent draw a card. I don't think that will be relevant, but looks like a Utopia Sprawl, Solitude, a fetch land. Oh, Nissa.
Nissa's pretty good. I
Yeah.
don't know if it's going to be good enough here, but not bad.
No, Nissa's actually... I hadn't considered Nissa in this deck. It's a pretty good piece for it.
Yeah.
And the other
I mean, it does allow you to tutor for a Shia combo to some extent.
Mhm.
Not fully. It's not like you're cutting all the elves out, but still, not bad.
No, it's something, right? Like, it's value, it's tutorable value, for sure. Elshnorn coming down. A lot of mana used already. Are we going to see Heliod be able to untap here? Looks like it, yeah. So Pontus is actually going to get another turn as well.
Dang, okay. They got a pretty decent extension.
Yeah. Kudos to Choir Boy. Was very quick with their turn as well, keeping things moving.
Yeah. Wise also pointing out that Nissa is also an infinite mana combo with Ashaya and Quirion Ranger.
Oh, true. Good point.
So it gives you another one of those, as this deck has quite a few.
Mm-hmm. Pontus passing as well after flipping Heliod, it looks like.
I mean, not an ideal situation, but you can cast all your stuff at flash speed, so it does still open up opportunities for you.
It does. I think the Elshore makes those opportunities a bit more difficult, but we'll see. It's still a good piece to have on board.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
Alright, now Sam is having a turn, which I was not expecting to happen, and Sam drew a ton of cards.
There's a chance that Sam can actually get a win here. I would be surprised with the stacks pieces that are in play right now, but non-zero chance here.
Yeah, with the stacks pieces and being in the colors that Sam is in, I do see it being a bit more difficult, but that's a lot of cards in hand.
It is a lot of cards in hand, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's just between Cursed Totem, Karn, Elish Norn, and Yusharn, it's going to be hard to work through.
The benefit is, looks like Karn is down to 2. Looks like Choir Boy did swing into it earlier, perhaps, with Yusharn. So they could actually deal with that one piece, if nothing else.
That's true. We'll see whether that one piece being gone will actually open anything up, but
Teferi's a good place to start.
Teferi is definitely a good place to start. Not only does it give you protection, it also allows you to bounce one of the stacks pieces.
Mm-hmm. You know what I just realized too, based on Teferi being here? Dizzle actually did reveal the Displacer Cane earlier, so they could have, in theory, kept that card, maybe.
In theory, yes, but it seems like that is not what happened.
No. Just a thing that might have happened, but that was a long term, so things got missed. I'm sure the players forgot about it.
It was an unintentional reveal too, so
yeah. But Teferi coming down can bounce one of the sax pieces if it is hurting you. Force of Will pitching the delay, though, might put a stop to the Teferi real quick.
Yeah, you definitely... This is a key thing to fight for if you're Sam right now.
Mm-hmm. But Sam gets to draw cards all of this interaction as well. Or it might have been paid for, actually, so maybe not in that case, but... Pontus also has a healthy hand with a lot of mana open.
With how much card draw happens every time someone plays a card, it's going to be a challenge to whoever is going for this. Just be able to win.
Pontus is choosing to play a Soul Ring down here as well.
Probably just to feed people more cards, the opportunity to stop stuff.
Mm-hmm. It does have the effect of drawing Sam more cards, which is a bit rough, but it's something.
I mean, you draw Sam a card, but you draw the rest of the table 2 cards total, so still goes up 1.
Mm-hmm. Talking about Solitude and how that can affect everything as well.
I think they're just saying how, yeah, depending on what gets bounced, I can do stuff and interact here.
Mm-hmm. Choir Boy basically saying, hey, I have this card, but I have the Solitude, but I need a white card to pitch to it.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Yeah. Pontus is playing another artifact. Is that a memory jar? I can't quite make out what it is.
I think that is a memory jar, yeah.
Okay.
Weirdly enough, I know the art of that card because of a brew that I tried to do with Belby.
Okay, how'd that work out?
Horribly. Did not work out well. I would not recommend playing it.
Autowhack making a good point. Could he not have been flipped with a Curse Totem?
That's a... Huh. Well, that is something that they missed.
It is definitely affecting the board state, but too late to go back on that now, unfortunately. A Fabricate is coming down from Pontus. More cards are being drawn for everyone.
We'll see if any of the cards that get drawn end up being relevant here.
I'd be surprised if the Solitude doesn't become relevant in some capacity, but Teferi is still the threat right now.
Well, especially with the Solitude getting doubled on its enter.
No, that'd be really
very
good.
relevant. Yeah.
I don't know what it could hit per se right now, but
the fact that you have to do it before the Teferi makes it a very big challenge.
yeah. I mean, there is still a card that was going down to counter Teferi, right? Or was the... What happened to the Force of Will? I thought that was targeting the Teferi, or was that countered as well?
I think that might have been countered, but I could be wrong.
Okay, I do see a mental misstep, so it's possible. Well, that would be exiled, though. I don't know. Oh, there's a Jewel coming down for Pontus. A lot of mana there.
Pontus just keeps going.
Could Pontus just be going for the win?
Maybe? I mean, currently they don't have any way to tap that for the mana, but they do still get to draw 3.
They do get to draw 3, and if they can just remove the card, like, they'd be able to do that.
True. As soon as they remove that card, then they get pretty scary. With the amount of mana that have available to them, as well as having the memory jar, being able to draw you a fresh 7.
Yeah.
On top of the 3 that they're drawing right now.
So it's just this might just be response to the Force of Will targeting the Teferi, because I don't see that in bin anywhere. So that might just be all with the stack happening.
I'm guessing this is entirely on the stack.
Yeah. Flash is very good right now.
Yeah, well, especially when everything you do has flash.
Mm-hmm. And you play all these really cool mana-intensive colorless spells that are just reduced to 0.
Well, and every time someone draws off their Ristic, it gets even cheaper for you to do stuff.
Mm-hmm. And no one's responded to everything because it's so hard to find something to respond to here. What are you going to do? Counter the Jewel?
I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
But it does just draw them cards, even though it doesn't do anything else.
Yeah. That might just be enough, though, right? Letting Pontus draw cards here could be dangerous.
It could be, but you still are playing an Azorius deck if you're Pontus. It is really hard to turn the corner and actually close out the game.
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, could be something that they're able to do here. The deck's probably built to do just this exact situation, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's certain limitations just because the color has only so much as far as options. But there's definitely a possibility that they can do something off this.
Mm-hmm. Pontus right now sitting with just a point from a draw, so no wins from the deck just yet today, but maybe they'll get the first one here.
Very well, maybe. Or maybe they just get another draw.
Maybe. I mean, another draw is not a bad thing. It still gives you plenty of time to try to fight into the top 16.
See, I'm just trying to look through their deck to see what options they have for actually closing the game out, and it is pretty limited.
Are there any that work with the Karn and the Elishnorn on field?
I'm not seeing any. I could be wrong. I could be missing out on something. It's possible they have a way of looping where they can like deck everyone else.
I mean, there is an intuition on the stack right now, which is scary. It's a good piece. Can get you a lot of stuff, I'm sure.
Well, and at this point, they have a lot of ways of drawing more cards.
Mm-hmm. But I'm just looking at the size of Sam Sapper's hand, and it's like, must be something, right? Has to be something going on.
There's gotta be. There's like 20, 30 cards in there.
At least, yeah.
No way that it doesn't have any more interaction.
Mm-hmm. We've seen Mental Misstep. We've seen... Yeah, I don't know. And I think we've seen the Force of Negation already out of Pontus, so their interaction might also be limited. Not only based on cards in hand. These green-white players just bringing out their phone.
So long as they're not doing anything that has outside assistance, then it's fine.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you gotta keep yourself entertained. We were talking about it earlier.
Although this phone is much less entertaining than the other phone.
Well, I guess depends what you do with it, right? You have a lot more options with this one.
It's less entertaining from our perspective, at the very least.
That's fair.
I'm still just looking for if there's any way they can actually win the game off of this.
Mm-hmm.
Drown in Dreams is pretty relevant, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Well, they're getting an island, so maybe they're just like, hey, I'm going to get these cards. Get me a Silence. A Craft Digger's Cage, relevant. Yeah, so 2 islands and a Craft Digger's Cage. They're not going for the win. They're just trying to keep the board state going.
I don't even know what the Graph Diggers really does here, though.
Probably stops. Yeah, I don't know. Because maybe it stops like what Yoshimaru's trying to do. Maybe... I don't know.
I mean, if they only have so many stacks pieces, then I understand going for graph diggers,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't really do much for this board state.
Phyrex and Metamorph coming down.
Very cute.
Mm-hmm. Wonder what
Don't
this
know what it's going to
copies.
copy.
Could be an Elishnorn, could be a Yasharn. Both could be
In
good
my
pieces
mind,
here.
yeah, in my mind, you're copying probably another stacks piece.
Mm-hmm. Whatever the piece that is stopping Sam or what they can bounce with the Teferi is one you're making a copy of.
Exactly.
It could also be another Cursed Totem. Actually, I think that might be what I would choose. Cursed Totem here.
Either another curse totem, or it's, I think the other most relevant piece would be copying the Mother Machines, the Elishnorn.
Yeah, that could be a good piece too. Oh, is it another Graph Digger's Cage?
Huh.
So really valuing what this Graph Digger's Cage is doing to this board state. There must be something I'm not seeing here then.
I mean, Pontus knows what he's doing. There must be something that Graph Diggers is stopping.
Well,
I have no idea what it's doing here.
I guess ideally, right? You make infinite mana, you can activate it into Kinnan, but you can't because there's a Curse Totem. So maybe you just want to double to make sure the Curse Totem can't happen if it's removed.
Maybe? I don't know.
Interesting.
Pontus is a very good player. I'm sure they know what they're doing.
Oh, I agree. I'm just trying to figure out what they're doing.
Same. I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah.
I'm also noticing that Pontus is at 5 right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's going to come into play, but that is dangerously low.
I don't think it is. I think this has to be the last turn. And looks like the attacks are going into the Karn. Choosing to get rid of that. Turns back on artifacts. One stacks piece down. Teferi can remove another one.
Makes sense. They do have limited options of what that other one is going to be, though.
I mean, they have 5 mana. They have a Rift still, so that's another piece that they can move. But they're using a lot of mana for all this. Displacer Kitten.
Okay.
Okay.
Displacer Kitten, very, very relevant in this situation.
Mm-hmm. It's a way to generate.
Yeah, it gives you additional bounces at the very least. So if you need to remove more stacks pieces.
Mm-hmm. It can also make you infinite mana if you have a 0 cost now that Karn is gone.
Yep.
The issue being that you would use that infinite mana for something like Thrasios or something like Finale Devastation, but you're already past combat.
Being past combat definitely does put limiters on your options here.
Mm-hmm.
They do have Walking Ballista in the deck, but they would need to remove some of the stacks pieces for that.
Yeah, they'd have to remove the Curse Totem. Looks like players are scooping it up. Looks like they recognize that they can't do anything here.
Guessing this is a draw.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. There's just so much stacks you have to fight through right now that I'm not surprised that weren't able to do anything, especially when you're in Banton. You are so creature or artifact reliant.
Players might be double checking, just seeing, okay, is there actually a way to do this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see it. PSA. I guess you could generate infinite mana, overload Cyclonic Rift, which you do have.
Mm-hmm.
But that requires you to have the card in hand. You can still bounce the Curse Totem. But I'm wondering if they have the 0 cost in hand, even, for all this. Because I don't know if they have any other mana. I guess they have the Springleaf Drum, but that... don't know if that's going to get you very far.
I mean, it gives you a little bit extra, but it's not enough for you to really because it doesn't make you go infinite. So there's some limiting factors there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, either people are scooping or there's some card that's making everyone draw.
I can't tell what it is, so.
I do not know what would be making everyone draw either.
Though notably, now that Karn is gone, Pontus has a window here to do more things, as the ring can be tapped now. Was the memory jar sacked? Did that do anything?
That's what it was. It was a memory jar. That's why they
Okay.
were drawing.
Makes sense.
People put their hands to the side and then drew a fresh 7. Because memory jar is weird.
It is weird. I forgot that targeted all players. I thought that was just only you. Okay.
Nope, that's for everyone. It's
Wow.
a weird stacks piece as well as being a kind of wheel.
Okay. There is a Teferi, though, so I don't know how much Pontus can actually do. They probably need the Otawara here. Or is this
So, but
just to get rid of Sam's hand?
that might have been what it was, where Sam had something in hand to go off, and in response to the kitten, the jar was cracked, maybe? I don't know.
I mean, that's a good play if no one else has anything that they can do.
Lots of table talk going on, that's for sure.
Looks like Teferi was activated, a card was drawn. I can't tell what was bounced.
It was the Yasharn.
It was the Yasharn, okay. Curious as to that's the piece you start with, so what does that mean for Sam here? Getting rid of the Elvish Spirit Guide for green.
Okay, so they currently have access to 2 mana if they want to. Yeah.
So is this something they have to sacrifice then? Is it like a re? No, that would be another blue. Oh, a resculpt, okay.
I don't know if they get them there.
I mean, it gets another stacks piece off the board, right? That can deal with like the curse totem now. Choosing to go after the Elishnorn, okay. Okay, so maybe they're just trying to draw another card off this too, choosing to flicker the Teferi with the Displacer Kitten trigger.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Fortunately, they don't have much other things on board to bounce. The Springleaf doesn't do anything for them right now.
If the Springleaf did something, then they'd be in a much better position.
They would, yeah. Right now they can bounce.
They can bounce one more thing if they really want to.
Choosing to bounce the Springleaf Drum to draw a card.
It does get you a card draw, but it doesn't do much else.
Mm-hmm. Chromoxo is a good one. It's not a ton of stuff, but it at least lets you go for a little bit.
Gives you an opportunity, that's for sure.
Well, it draws you your deck, right? Because
oh yeah, because you don't have to pitch stuff through it every time.
yeah, you don't get mana, but you draw your deck, so in theory you can draw another piece.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
draw your
Mox
deck.
is not Mox Diamond.
Yeah.
You do
You
not
can-
have to pitch.
You don't have to pitch, which is relevant here. It's really relevant. They do choose to pitch. So now they can play the Springleaf Drum again, maybe flicker it that way. I wonder if they recognize what they can do with the Chromox, though.
I don't know. I mean, I just had to double check to see whether you could just draw through your entire deck, because normally you don't just play it to play it.
Maybe they want to generate mana just so that they can pay for the Rhystic Studies. But even then, you have Teferi still, so I don't know.
They will be drawing through their deck with Grummox. Just a question of whether they want to produce mana as they go.
I mean, it makes sense to produce mana as you go. These are a lot of cards you're not going to use, so it doesn't hurt.
Hmm.
I am curious, though, that if Pontus is going to be able to present something at all. Don't think so. Teferi is really good at stopping Flash, believe it or not.
The fairy is really good at stopping a lot of things. And Flash happens to be one of the bigger ones.
Wise, I believe this is the last turn. I think for one reason or another, this is going to be the last turn.
Whether this is a win or not, this should be the end of time.
Yeah.
Even with the extension.
I don't
know
see this.
the exact number that got extended, but we've been here for a bit, so.
I don't see this not being a win right now, because now you've removed some stacks pieces. You're free to draw your deck. Is the deck on Thoracle? That's the real question.
So the deck is not on Thoracle. And it really depends on what is in that memory jar hand. Because if Walking Ballista got put away, then you don't really have much options because you're after combat. And so Finale of Devastation doesn't work.
So yeah, just rely on the Ballista. Though they are still trying to go for it, so it makes me think that they haven't gotten it yet. Or maybe they're taking their time because it isn't in their hands, and now they have to try to figure something else out.
Maybe. I mean, going forward here is definitely what you do one way or another. I don't think they have another option outside of Walking Ballista.
Yeah, I don't know. They are making mana. They are choosing to pitch the Pact of Negation, which is an interesting choice. I know you still have to vary, but feels bad to get rid of a free counterspell like that.
I think it's worth it. Getting that extra mana is probably more valuable. I mean, if they didn't have anything else to pitch, that is.
Yeah.
Playing the Springleaf out.
I'm curious
guessing... Sorry, go ahead.
I'm curious as to why they're doing it the way they're doing. It makes me really wonder if they don't recognize what Chromox can do for them here.
It's possible. Either that or they're doing this right now so that they can bounce some other piece with the Teferi. And then play the Chrome Mox out to continue the loop.
I guess, but I feel like it would just be so much better just to have your whole hand in your... or almost all your hand be your deck and do it, but we'll see.
Is the Rhystic still in play?
Rhystic's still in play, but there is still the Teferi, so means options are limited.
Yeah, but you don't want to give people more opportunity to interact with you.
True.
This very well might be a reading the card explains the card situation, though.
Well, I think what you need is you have to worry about Pontus having Otawara. And then Dizzle just being able to interact from there. It's possible.
I mean, in my mind, if you can reduce the cards that people have available to them, you should.
I agree. There's definitely merit to be cautious, even when you have a protected win like this. Or potential protected win.
I mean, it's a almost entirely protected win, but it is not a fully everyone is locked out the game. It's just rough because I think Walking Ballista is their only win con right now.
Yeah, they're looking through their graveyard. Doesn't seem like there was anything completely relevant in there. maybe that memory jar activation saved the day.
It very well might have.
Is like half their remaining deck is lost to them this turn.
They don't have any way of getting an extra turn. And even if they did, they would be at time. They've already gone to combat. So they can't do Finale of Devastation. They can't do like Swan Song loops.
Back
I
to the
think it's
Chroma.
only Walking Ballista.
Okay, looks like they're at the point where they're presenting the loop of Chromox and just drawing from there, one card at a time.
Okay, so they at least did read the card.
Notably, it does not look like Dizzle is drawing from this. Or maybe they are now. I say it, they just pick up their deck. So let's see. Nope, doesn't look like they are.
Huh. Would they be able to steal a win from someone else, maybe using like Gilded Drake or Phantasmal Image?
I don't know if you'd be able to, because no one has anything on board. The only thing would be like the Sisay, and then you don't really run enough legendaries, and you're drawing them all anyway.
Yeah, I don't think they have. I think it's just Walking Ballista. I think it just matters about whether they have Walking Ballista in the deck and can get infinite mana for that.
Because there's no Hullbreaker Horror or anything in the deck, right? No Tide Spout?
No, there is not. They do now have infinite, or I say infinite, they do now have access to a lot of white mana.
But you have to draw a card off every activation with Teferi, right? So
Yeah.
even then, it doesn't get you a ton.
Gets you as many, as much white mana as you have cards in hand or in deck, and then you can draw into some way of going and getting infinite mana because they do have multiple of those.
Raziel ND, thank you for the subscription. And I am Neil. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of smoke being blown here. Yeah, so they have a nice chunk of cards, still some remaining. I don't know. So Dizzle has played a card already this turn, right? So, and so has Pontus, which means that even if you draw your deck, you should be pretty safe with the Esper Sentinel. Someone shouldn't be able to blow you out there. Because it doesn't look like Choir Boy has any open mana for that.
And then Noxious Revival could potentially come in clutch there. It depends on whether they have it available to them. Honestly,
So
just those mystery cards that are in the hand that got put to the side by the memory jar really comes down to what those are.
So notably, Savine's was drawn, which means they could get access to something like Kinnan again. Which could be a relevant piece.
Cannon Basalt Monolith, they can get infinite off that. They're on Druid's Swift reconfiguration, so they can get infinite off of that. But it depends on if that's even available to them.
Yeah, because like you were saying, losing access to all those cards, there must be something in there that's preventing them from winning.
That's Swift reconfiguration.
Yep. Infinite mana. What can you do with it?
Do they have the Walking Ballista?
It's possible all their other pieces were just in there and they still have the Walking Ballista in deck. They're looking for something. Eternal Witness gets back. What?
I mean, you can get back Resculpt or some other piece of removal if need be.
I'm seeing Neoform, Delight Halfling, Chain of Vapor. A lot of tutors. Not great when you have nothing in deck.
No, not exactly.
Yeah, I think they... And just looking at everything, I don't think they have the... They don't have the Walking Blitz, so now they're just trying to see if there's anything they could do here. When you hope that Sam can disconnect is your win gone. I mean, Sam just might not have it here.
Honestly, it very well could be the end.
Mhm.
And reminded by a producer, can't get anything back with the 2 Grafdiggers in play.
True. So maybe those are relevant.
Maybe Pontus was Omega Brain and was like, no, you can't get yourself back from the graveyard. I know you're going to draw through your entire deck and then not be able to win.
Yeah, I mean, you could bounce them though, right? You have to ferry, you have a full card. You can play a couple things and just bounce those pieces easy enough.
I mean, not if it ends up decking you.
True. I guess if you did it like that, you would have to go through each loop, yeah. But looks like people are drawing. Looks like this is going to be a draw, as no win con was presented.
Well,
I
there
can
you
tell, at
have it.
least.
The attempt to find a win con, and as far as we can tell, not successful.
Yeah, because Eternal Witness is also an infinite loop with Displacer Can, with like Lotus Petal, but even then you don't have the outlet still.
Yep. That's
Yeah.
rough.
It was a good attempt, though. They definitely almost got there. That memory draw, I was not expecting it to put in the work that it did, and that was wild to see.
Memory Jar is a pretty crazy card.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. That was a really interesting game, actually. Like,
Showing some of the weaknesses that you have for not having access to really concise win cons.
I mean, you have access to them, you just don't choose to play them. Like, I'm always a proponent of playing Fastest Oracle, even in a banned deck like that, when you can.
Well, I mean, you don't have access to concise win cons. You'd have to draw through your entire deck and then play Fastest Oracle.
Fair. I mean, that's what the deck's designed to do, though, right? Like...
I think it's more designed to get infinite mana and then win. But, yeah, I guess that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, you draw your deck though, with the Infinite Mana until you get Finale or Walking Bullets. I just think Fast is in there is a good piece, especially when you run Kinnan. Just being able to win at instant speed, I love. But that's just me.
I mean, I guess that's fair, and it would have made a very big difference in this situation.
Mhm.
But hey, sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles.
It is. It's a very niche situation for sure. It's not going to happen to you very often.
Oh yeah, very, very niche. But we should be heading to a short break, I believe. And then we'll be back in not too long with some more gameplay going into round 4.
Yeah. Excited to see what round 4 has to offer.
was never really about the magic, it was about the gathering.
I don't know why I thought to.
Hello and welcome back to the Chaos. We're about to be heading into round 4. I'm Fetch. This is Neko. We're here with you last round, so hopefully you didn't forget us already. But I'm ready and looking forward to the next games.
Yeah, last round was a lot of fun, and I am excited to see what this round has. Just a quick shout out to Punny Name with 15 points. Looks like they are our first locked-in player going into the top 16.
That's honestly pretty insane.
Yeah. 3 wins is really impressive. You know, no losses so far. I'm sure they can keep performing well, and maybe we'll see a Traxa in the top 4.
I mean, we've seen it a few times.
Yeah.
Punny Name bringing some new stuff to the list. Running Hullbreaker Horror, as well as Flesh Duplicate, which is a brand new card from the Doctor Who set.
Nice. What does Flesh Duplicate? What does Flesh Duplicate do?
It's a 2-mana copy ability, but we are already hopping into a new game.
Oh wow!
So we'll talk about that a little bit later. Right now we've got Trazyn the Infinite, the mono black, I believe. Mono black war. It's a Warhammer. I forget the specific effects. I know it's some
It has
40k whatever.
Yeah, Trazyn gives you all activated abilities of artifacts in the bin. So the idea is you can like assemble a combo and almost like Necrotic Ooze, combo with just Trazen on the battlefield.
Yeah, some interesting mono black things. Then we got Tevish Thrasios, Rocco, and Kinnan.
Nice. Rocco, it's nice to see a Rocco deck again. It kind of fell off after a time, but for a few weeks there, we were seeing it pretty consistently, even seeing it make top 16, top 4 placements.
Yeah, Rocco used to be, I don't want to say like a full-on powerhouse, but it used to be a very relevant card to be aware of when you're prepping for a tournament. But it fell off pretty hard around the same time that Tyam started to come up in popularity.
Mm-hmm. I think its strategy also got hurt a bit, not having access to blue, not really being focused on artifacts when there was so much of those value pieces around. Can be difficult to keep up, even if you have so much utility in the command zone.
I definitely agree with that, but we'll see how well they can perform in this one. However, starting with Tevish Thrasios getting, I don't even recognize those cards.
Mox Diamond from Trazen, and then I can't remember what the name of that card is. I recognize it. It's an old one for sure.
Are you talking about the one that Trazen has?
Yeah.
Or that's Metalworker.
Oh, Metalworker. Okay.
Yeah, it's one of the weird artifact combo pieces.
Yeah. And then I'm not sure what Tevish Thrasios has on their board right now either. One might be a Lotus Petal. It's definitely a 0-cost artifact. Or Rocco going for it really early with a turn 1 Dockside. Getting some value already, making 4 treasures, which is really good.
Turn 1 Dockside to make 4 is very solid.
Mm-hmm. With another colorless mana floating to back it up.
Yeah, that's pretty good right there.
Yeah. Even if this is just Rocco for 5, that's really good value.
One of the cards on the Tevish Thrasios player's board is Jeweled Lotus.
Okay.
The other card, I'm not entirely sure.
That's some nice Jeweled Lotus art.
It is. That's the fancy, the new one. With the lotus exploding out type of thing.
Nice, okay.
I actually think that it's a skull clamp for the
You're right.
Thrasios. I think it's the Warhammer skull clamp art.
No, I think I was just looking at that too, the art in the deck list. So that's a cool piece.
We'll see how relevant it comes into play here, but either way, explosive start from Rocco.
Very much. Rocco into Felidar Guardian, bouncing the Dockside.
Is Rocco just gonna win turn 1 right now?
Can you imagine if is there a Kiki-Jiki coming down to follow this up? They have a treasure floating, I think. That would be crazy.
Rocco somehow wins turn 1. That's insane.
Yeah. The UCL Spirit Guide looks like they have 1 mana remaining, or they just left the treasure there. That would be sick.
I'd be surprised if they can turn it into a turn 1 win, but either way, still a crazy start for them.
Yeah, just being able to get the Feldar down though like this is really good. Dockside ETB again.
It's another 4 treasures.
I think they're up to 5 in total.
I don't know, but it looks like we're seeing that spin down again.
Okay, Draneth is a really good piece. So it doesn't look like the win, but just being able to play that down, turning off the Kinnan, turning off the Tevish and the Thrasios, turning off the card that is Trazen, the 1-card combo in the deck almost.
My biggest concern at this point, though, is Rocco is on the board and you don't have a way of bouncing it back to your hand.
Mm-hmm. Felidar is also on the board, which means it's a very nice removal target, along with that Draneth, so...
Still definitely an explosive start for sure. And should be able to slow down the rest of the table with that Draneth. But I don't know. It's not you just winning the game on the spot. It leaves you in a challenging situation to play around.
Yeah, they may have another piece in hand. They opted to play the Felidar. They opted to play Rocco into the Felidar, which makes me think they have something to go with there here.
Mm-hmm.
And they are going to untap with a ton of mana, so maybe.
But Kinnan getting out a talisman or signet, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And then Trazen doing metalworker things.
Yeah, revealing a Basalt among 2 other cards that I've already forgotten, but making 6 mana as a result.
One of them was a defense grid.
Yes, okay. That's a good piece. I hope you don't play the defense grid down here, though.
Oh, I mean, if you do, you better be winning.
That'd be a tall order right now. Starting with the Basalt Monolith, okay.
Makes sense.
Into Grim Monolith. Okay, that was the other card that we saw.
Turn that temporary mana into permanent mana.
Well, to an extent, right? Like...
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Having to untap them, can't being able to untap them after can be a big ask, but maybe they can combo off of those pieces. They're also really short on colored mana.
Right now, only having access to 1 black. Now you've got access to like 20 colorless, but there's only so far that gets you.
Yeah, but if they get a combo piece for the artifacts, be really good. It doesn't hurt to be the Thrasios Tevish player though, just playing the land and pass. That Jeweled Lotus not doing any work for them except feeding the dockside.
Yeah, not great situation here. Surprised they're not. Oh wait, they're not able to. That Draneth putting in work.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we are starting with some combat, or is this a Court of Calling? Looks like combat.
Combat, not a bad thing here. It kind of is the only situation you put yourself in, unfortunately.
Yeah, speaking of unfortunate, Rocco just swinging and passing with all that open mana.
That's what I was saying about the Rocco being on the board with no way of bouncing it back. It really limits your options.
Mm-hmm. And you think the sequence they took would have meant something, right? Because they play Dockside, and they could have just played the Dran if that was their goal, but instead they do prioritize the Rocco so that they could specifically get the Felidar Guardian.
There is a very real chance that they do have some combo piece in hand that they just didn't have the mana for. I'm not sure what it would be.
Yeah, maybe they didn't want to do a tutor, but it's hard to see you not tutoring there if you can. We do see
it is unusual for sure.
Yeah. We do see the spell site coming down from Kinnan, playing a land and just passing a Cephala Coliseum, maybe relevant later.
Quite possibly.
Talking about black
I know
mana,
what is
though.
relevant right now. Yeah, they've got a Cabal ritual coming down here.
Mm-hmm. So you have some black mana to work with. Now you have a lot of colorless. Put a card down that I can't see because it's right in the glare. Is it a Lily? It's a Professor Ox. It's a black planeswalker. I think it's.
I don't know if they run a black planeswalker.
Oh, I thought it was a black planeswalker. Maybe not. They're
The
putting
only
counters on
planeswalker
it.
they have is Karn, and I don't think that's a Karn right there.
No, I guess it's not.
Trying to see for the brief moments there, they're not where their shadow is covering it, but I can't tell.
Yeah. Is that a?
Don't recognize the art for that. It is a black card.
Is it
See,
a...
fringe decks like this make it really hard to.
Especially the old art.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it's a tutor of some sort. Is it a Grim tutor?
Maybe. I guess we'll find out. Buried Alive.
Buried Alive,
Young
okay.
in Chat says.
Okay, that's an old art for Buried Alive. I don't recognize it. But that's a pretty good combo piece with your commander. If only, you had your commander right now.
Yeah, but you're not too far off from getting it. You have, I mean, assuming they didn't spend their black mana already on everything, then you can get Trazen out, honestly, right now.
Mm-hmm. And they have the Necrotic Ooze, so even if they have like a reanimate spell here, they could just get the Ooze back.
Yep. Ooze, Phyrexian Devourer, and Walking Ballista. So they do have the combo with Ooze or the combo with Trazen. They can take their pick.
So we do see a Orcish Bowmaster come down. This might just be them passing, then they may have just put the combo pieces in the graveyard. And now we see the Orcish Bowmaster come down in the end step.
That makes sense. End step, I don't know what they're going to be targeting here. Probably just someone's life total.
Probably,
Maybe
yeah.
the spell slate.
Notably, the Rocco player did flash in an Archivist of Magma in response to the tutoring, so they do get a little bit of card advantage there, but
It's just rough that right now all of the targets on for the creatures have pretty high health.
they do, yeah. So they were responding, it looks like, to the Archivist trigger then, hence why the Orcish Bowmaster came in, so maybe you could actually kill something with 2 triggers if that's coming down.
Could kill Dockside, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the worst thing to kill in this situation. Felidar also has 2 power and toughness, doesn't it?
Felidar is a 1/4.
Oh, 1/4, okay, it's tougher than I thought.
Felidar is 1 strong kitty.
Yep. It's a tough little boy.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reanimate, so that's a pretty good piece. We may just see the Trazen pull it out here.
I mean, if no one has a response to this, then that's a win right there.
It's on Kinnan right now. Everyone else has passed.
All right, Gummy. Or Gumi. I don't know how you pronounce your name. Might be Gumi.
Endurance, the perfect piece for the situation.
Ooh. Endurance, exactly what they needed. Honestly, even better than a counterspell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, putting those pieces back in the deck, turning off future reanimate targets, and the people are praising him.
As they should be.
Stoker is understandably flustered by that whole situation.
Endurance in this situation completely shuts down their game plan. They're like, okay, if the reanimate gets counterspelled, that's fine. It's not that big a deal. I still have a win set up. Not the end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on the other hand, much worse position.
Very much so. I'm curious too. Doesn't look like Thrasios Devesh is on any sort of reanimate package. So that would have been an interesting situation just to see them pass. And then let them, the Thrasios Devesh player, play reanimate, get the ooze.
That would have been quite something.
I've seen that happen too many times.
I cannot say that I've interacted with that before, but I'll take your word for it.
Mm-hmm. It was like a pot of 4 reanimator decks just trying to vie for the best graveyard.
Well, and notably, reanimate does have your target at the casting of the spell. So it's not like some of the other reanimation pieces where it's like, okay, my initial target got removed from my graveyard, but I can still get something back. With reanimate, once it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah. In the other case, you could have gone a Dockside, which would have been pretty good for some color fixing, because Dockside was the target of those Bowmaster triggers earlier.
But that's it. That's everything.
Mm-hmm.
We do see passing.
Yeah, the Elvish Mystic did come down for the Thrasios Devesh player, which was immediately sacked to the Skull Clamp to let them draw some cards.
I mean, not too bad. 2 mana draw 2, not ideal, but not bad.
I mean, 2 mana draw 2 is not a bad rate, especially when you're just trying to dig for an answer right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's better to have those cards in hand than just mana available to you.
Mm-hmm. Now,
especially with the Draenith.
Especially with the Draenith, yeah. But Wise has an interesting window here. You know that Thrasios Devesh did pass on the reanimate. Maybe they don't have the counter spells. They did draw a couple, but maybe you have a chance here to try to jam a win if you have something.
Potentially. It's definitely worth considering.
Mm-hmm. Cannon only
Right
2 cards in
now-
hand.
Yeah. Right now, yeah. Cannon only 2 cards in hand. One of them might be a counterspell, but I mean, you still have them locked out with the Dranith, even if you do go for a win here.
Mm-hmm.
And then 5 for Tevis Thrasios, with 2 of them, or 3 of them being just drawn. But still not a super high chance of there being a counterspell in play.
Notably moving to combat right now, which does turn off Kiki Jiki Faladar as a win this turn.
At this point, I think it's pretty confirmed that they don't have the Kiki in hand.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. It's unfortunate, though. I thought they might have had something here to go for it a bit more. Instead, just playing the Destiny Spinner and passing.
Destiny Spinner not bad in this situation, though. Gets you some protection on your stuff, as well as potentially, if need be, another way to beat people down.
Mm-hmm. And we are seeing people beat down. Stoker at 27 and Timnath Ras at 33. Pretty
Still
quick
not super low, but yeah.
No. Not by a lot, but game of inches right now. And it was a quick rotation too, as Kinnan and Trazen both just pass.
Draw pass, I mean, you're locked out by that Dranith pretty heavily by both decks. And Trazen tried to go for the win, and that was their main game plan. So at this point, you're not in a great spot.
Mm-mm. With only 2 cards in hand as a Trazen, feels really bad.
I mean, most monocolored decks have a really hard time with being resilient, and mono black is definitely not an exception.
No, it tends to want to go fast and try to present a win before people can stop it, and in this case, it was stopped.
It certainly was. But Tevis Thrasios, on the other hand, even with their commanders locked out, which it is a more commander-focused deck compared to some others, still able to do a lot here.
Mm-hmm. And luckily hitting the land drop, we did see the Aven Mind Sensor come down in response to the fetch, but they were lucky enough to get the Watery Grave. Is this going to get the Rocco player another Archivist trigger, though?
I don't think that's the end of the world. It will continue to grow your army, which, honestly, getting it up to a 3-3, pretty relevant here. But it is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's better just for the Rocco player to be able to draw cards to try to get something here, right? Because it looks like they have 1 card in hand.
Mm-hmm. Either one, or they're just holding it very close together.
Doesn't look like there's many if they are close together, though, regardless.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. One, maybe 2. Although, based off how they're holding it, it looks like there's only 1.
Mm-hmm. Looks like there might be some conversation on the Orcish Bowmaster. They might be deciding what to target, or even talking about if it does resolve here.
I don't know what someone would do in response to the Bowmaster, though. There's not a lot of options available to people.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you can really kill right now, too, is the Aven Mind Sensor. So do you want to get rid of that? That's the question, too.
Yeah. I mean, if you can get the kill on the Mind Sensor, it's worth it. I know Dranith is something a lot of these people want dead, and that is a bit of a tougher hit.
Mm-hmm.
But it's quite possible they can go for the kill on Aven. It really depends on how scared they are of the other players tutoring.
Opting, though, to put a damage on the Archivist of Augment, looks like.
Interesting.
I assume what that die, that's what that die represents, so.
They're going to untap, though, so.
Mm-hmm. They do get to fetch here, so deck thinning is deck winning.
That is not a phrase that I've heard before, but I kind of like it.
Oh yeah, that's one I used to know a lot more in the casual days of EDH, but still relevant here.
See, it just reminds me of I still do, but back in the day with Hearthstone, I remember patches a 1-mana 1/1 that when you play a pirate, it would get pulled from your deck. Actually insane card, but people are always like, oh yeah, it's like you're running a 29 card deck instead of a 30 card deck, and it's like, that doesn't actually make much of a difference statistically.
No, but it's still something. That's a pretty cool effect. I like that.
Oh, the card was major busted.
You know, that's what Malcolm needs in 2023. Give it a patches.
Whenever you play a pirate, you just get your bonus thing, easy.
Yep, easy.
But no, but back to the card game we're actually playing right now. And it seems like combat is the game plan.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the game slowed down, so it is a relevant game plan, but when you're swinging with 1/1s or 2/2s, it's not going to go anywhere fast.
No, you do not have a very fast clock ticking right now.
And all that time you spend is just going to be opportunities for these players to draw additional cards, to find the out they need to get out from these stacks pieces.
It does really just show you how powerful Dranith is, though.
Mm-hmm.
With one card, you completely shut 2 players out of the game, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, it's really good, especially for decks that really rely on their commanders for a lot of the advantage pieces.
Or even win cons in this situation with Trazen.
Yeah, exactly. Like, can you imagine if Thrasios Tevesh was on this board state, like with a Skull Clamp right now?
Oh, that'd be disgusting.
Mm-hmm. Granted, there are a lot of
Oh, go ahead.
Granted, there are a lot of bodies to swing into it, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they'd still have like 20 cards in hand by this point, though. Slight exaggeration, but not by much.
No, it'd still be a ton of cards, a ton of advantage, which leads into other things. But did Rocco die?
If it did, I feel like that's a massive mistake. It looks like, yeah, Rocco's dead.
Yeah, it looks like it blocked the army.
I don't know why that was the play.
I'm not sure either. That's an interesting decision point for sure.
In my mind, right now, the number one thing keeping you guys safe is that Rocco not being able to search up anything.
Yeah.
And that's no longer the case.
Unless you're holding up an opposition agent.
There is a chance of that.
That's the only way I see this working for you.
The bait. The Oppo bait.
The Oppo bait. I mean, you have the 4 open mana to do it. You only need 3, but still. Yeah, slamming it down. I love it.
It was the bait.
The bait all along.
And walking right into it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, the Oppo here, there's not really another card that could have done better than this.
No. So, yeah, I see why you bait your body like that to kill the Rocco, just to bring down the Oppo. You have no colored mana to Sword Assist now if you're the Rocco player.
That's huge.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, now it's resolving. There is just some clarification happening that Avon isn't preventing the Thrasios Tevesh player from looking at the entire list, which they should be able to do, and not just the top 4.
With the way that Avon works, it is if an opponent would search, And with how Oppo works, it is you are just controlling their search. So it is still you searching through the deck, you're just being controlled. It's a weird card.
Yeah, it's a very weird wording on how that interaction works, but you do just get to look at their whole deck still.
Yep.
And their hand. Not that there's much of a hand to look at here.
No, not in this situation. It is so bizarre that it is you control your opponents while they're searching their libraries. It's not like you get to search instead of them. It is no. You control them.
Mm-hmm. I mean, in a way, it's a bit of a neater interaction. Just think of what a mess Praetor's Grasp is.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Praetor's Grasp is a mess for a different reason, but
yeah,
I get it.
At least in our webcam-based format.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like they do have a judge in the pod right now. They are just confirming how this works with the search.
I mean, it can be a confusing interaction.
Mm-hmm.
Opposition Agent has a lot of confusing interactions. I still don't remember how it works with Beseech the Queen. Or Beseech the Mirror, not the Queen.
Yeah, that's weird, because would you be able to cast a spell if you control them? Like, who casts it? Does the player cast it, or does the person who controlled them cast it?
I legitimately don't remember.
That's interesting.
When the card first came out, there was a whole lot of talk about that, and I legitimately don't remember what the actual answer was. It's just one of those weird interactions.
Yeah, it's very weird because technically you could cast the spell, but do they control you because it's still the same effect? Because you're still searching and then casting based on the same card ability. Yeah, that's weird. That's an interesting one. I'll have to look into that later.
Yeah. I mean, let me know, honestly, because I am putting Beseech the Mirror into more and more of my decks as the days go on. That's probably an interaction I should know.
Mm-hmm. Oppo's not as relevant as it used to be, though. Yes, it's still a really good card, but I feel like it doesn't show up as much as it did after it was first released.
Absolutely agree on you there. A lot of decks have been cutting stuff like Oppo and Dothy, because while, yeah, they're still very impactful, they're really slow and can be hard to get out at a time that actually feels good. Dothy especially.
Especially, yeah. Especially like the higher color decks, 4-color decks I've seen are not on these pieces as often. It makes sense that a 3-color deck, especially Thrasios Tevesh, would want to run them still, but
it fits very well into the Thrasios Tevesh game plan. You are a very mid-range deck that is all about getting as much value as possible, and Opposition Agent does a great job at doing that, while also being a stacks piece.
Yeah, it does. Can you imagine if that came down for the Buried Alive? That would have been gross.
Oh. I mean, not quite as brutal as far as... Like, honestly, I think this is a rougher situation than with the Buried Alive, but yeah.
Yeah. Notably, whenever you do get here, Drannith prevents you from casting, but you get to remove a key piece here from Rocco's deck.
Yeah, I don't know what Rocco got paid for, so I don't know what exactly he gets to remove here, but it could be a really nasty piece.
Yeah, I mean, it probably was for either 3 or 5 if I had to guess. Let's see what the deck runs.
Yeah, if it was 5, then Kiki is out of there.
Kiki is out of there.
If it was 4, a meal, great thing to remove.
Mm-hmm. No, no, that doesn't work. Yeah, you need the.
Actually,
Kiki
I think Temur is better to remove than Emil.
Yeah, I mean, Dockside in the bin, which is a bit rough, but.
Mm-hmm.
What you were saying?
Well, with Temur over Emil, the Temur Sabertooth allows you to bounce your Rocco as well.
True.
Whereas Emil does not have that same thing.
Looks like here, though, the Rocco player had the Ranger Captain removed, which I think is a really good piece. If you ever do get rid of that Drannith, being able to play the Ranger Captain yourself for that silence effect will be really strong.
I legitimately think Ranger Captain is one of the best cards in our format.
100% agree with you there. Yeah. It just is a threat on board that just being on board is almost better than its effect.
Absolutely. Well, and the fact that it also tutors for Esper Sentinel like every time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just get your best one drop out of the deck, please.
Mm-hmm.
We do see another land come down for the Trazen player. It is, unfortunately, another colorless land in City of Traders.
That's really rough.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got plenty of colorless, but not a whole lot else.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of a whole lot else, Kinnan just passing as well.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Draenith is still just completely shutting people out.
Yeah. No, it's a really good card, and even in this situation, doesn't look like Kinnan had the best hand overall. The endurance came in clutch, but I think they were really relying on just an early Kinnan to ramp out advantage.
Well, normally that's enough. Normally an early Kinnan is gonna get you to have a ton of value, but in this situation, not so much.
Not so much. Notably, Thrasios Tevesh is on Adnaz, and they are at that crucial 5 mana point.
We'll see whether they go for it here. I think it's probably worth a try.
Yeah, I'd agree. It is scary knowing that Kinnan has open 3 blue mana, but could be a good window still.
I mean, Kinnan hasn't done a whole lot, which either means they are holding up one piece of interaction that they're like, okay, death grip on this until I absolutely need to, or they just have junk in their hand.
Mm-hmm. It is possible that they kept a hand knowing that they were going forth, knowing what the decks their opponents playing are, that they wanted to be a bit more responsible. It's possible they kept the hand just on the fact they had endurance in it, and that saved the game for them.
It did. I don't think it's going to save the game well enough in this situation, but...
Well, it gives you time, right? And time's what you need right now. Like, your chances are infinitely more to win the game now than if you had just lost to Trazen before.
That is technically correct, yes.
The best kind of correct.
Absolutely. But we do see combat just continues to be the game plan.
Mm-hmm. Notably a mystical tutor in response, though.
I mean, I guess why not?
Well, I guess this gets you a Bowmaster's trigger because you look at the top 4, and then you're forcing Rocco to draw, which means you can ping something down.
I don't even know what you ping down here, though.
Maybe just get rid of the Aven now if you have a better tutor in hand.
I guess you could also ping the Archivist and then block with the 1/1 army that you get.
True, yeah, you could just do it like that. I think that's a good point. They do fail to find off the Mystical, but I think that wasn't what they were wanting anyway. They just wanted to get the damage on board.
Yeah, in my mind, you are happy not letting anyone else do anything.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to leave the Draenith up, because even though you get a ton of value from your commanders, it's currently locking 2 players out of the game.
Yep. And I think Immerstrom right now is in very good control of this board. The plays that they're making are very next level in strategy, and just taking the advantage that they can here to wait for their window.
Absolutely agree. They are being very content to take things slowly, progress that value, and kind of accept the 1v1 almost.
Mm-hmm. Notably, we do.
Yeah. Camera dropped. We'll see how long that takes.
Hopefully not long. Looks like they...
It is a full disconnect, which is a little bit more of a challenge.
They might just have to reload the whole thing. Yeah, here they are. They're back.
Okay, that's not too bad.
No.
They should be able to keep their hand.
Mm-hmm. Notably, they had 2 cards kind of spread out, which seems a bit weird. I don't think they were doing anything, but just weird location for them, something to be mindful of.
I mean, they didn't have that much time, so it should still be not that big a deal.
Oh
But
yeah, no.
if the players want to, they can call a judge over.
Looks like we are just moving ahead. Looks like they actually pinged the Felidar Guardian here, opting maybe to block with the opposition agent. Kill it. Okay. Yeah, really heads up play, because now 2 pieces are removed for the Rocco player. Not only can you not tutor, but now your Felidar and your Dockside are both in the bin.
It does make it much more a challenge for you to get infinite mana, but you're still in an okay place. I mean, you're definitely better than half the table.
Yeah, and speaking of being better than half the table, though, this Otawara here might be just what Kinnan needs to get back in it.
This is absolutely what Kinnan needs. Getting that Dranith off the board, even if it's just for a little bit. Able to get your Kinnan out, able to start actually getting some value, getting some cards on to the battlefield, cards into your hand. Really relevant thing here.
It is, but on the flip side, you are also giving your opponents access to their commanders. Trazen, I don't think it matters as much. Even having Trazen on board with an empty graveyard doesn't do you a ton. But Thrasios Tavesh being able to come down this turn cycle will be big.
Unfortunately, that's just how the turn order turns out. I mean, the Tevish or the Thrasios hitting, or I mean, potentially even both, going to be very impactful here. But not a lot they could do. Gumi doing the best they can, taking the opportunity that they have.
And to your point, I do think Kinnan offers a lot more value than Thrasios Tavesh does, so getting it down is worth it to me.
Yeah, I think it's the correct play for them. It just has a cost to it.
Bringing in the Village Bell Ringer, though, just to flash that in, not a bad piece. Is this just so that they can block?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
fine. Sure, why not?
Yeah. Opting not to play Trazen, though, just passing the turn there. Oh, Trazen's 2 black. Never mind, you can't even play Trazen.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, wait a minute. I didn't think they could.
No, I thought it was 1 black, but no, it's 2. It's 2 and 4 colorless. I thought it was 1 and 5 colorless.
No, that'd be... I don't know if that'd be good still, but it would be better.
I wouldn't hate to see Tevesh come down like it is. Play Thrasios, sacrifice Thrasios to Tevesh, just so you can draw 3.
That is an option. I feel like you don't need to be that greedy with it.
No, but I don't think that's going to be relevant at all, because we have a mana drain coming down, targeting the Tevesh.
I wouldn't be surprised if there is some interaction here, but mana drain on Tevesh, if it does succeed, that is going to be pretty huge.
But we were talking about Kinnan having a lot of open mana. It looks like they were being very responsible in the hand they kept. I don't know if they had the mana drain all along, but good piece to have here. Even
Great
if it is
piece to have, but it does become a bird now.
It does become a bird. It's not the ideal situation, but at least the bird can swing into Tevesh.
At least the bird can swing. That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that happy little goose.
Little happy goose. Very cute.
Or I guess swan. Either way, it's a bird.
It's a bird. It's a happy little bird. Make a couple thralls.
Seems good.
Yeah.
They've got
Clamping
2
one.
mana available. Just going for the skull clamp to get more draw.
Yeah. I guess this is the more efficient way to do it. Right now you draw 4 cards if you want to use both your mana to sacrifice both thralls.
One of their +2s as well. So it seems good to me.
Yeah.
And looks like they're thinking about the sacrifice for the other one. Yeah.
Yep. Makes sense. So for what, 5 mana, you draw 4 and get your commander on board? Seems pretty good.
Yeah. Jeweled Lotus is pretty solid.
I guess 7 in total if you count the Skull Clamp mana, but still, I think a good value.
Well, 7 in total, but Jeweled Lotus was 3 of it, so like that's like 4 mana in a card.
Yeah. And Jeweled Lotus has been there forever, so
Exactly.
yeah.
So if you really think about it, it's free.
Yeah, that Jeweled Lotus was basically worthless, diminishing returns on the card.
Heard in the chat, CDH staple, Goose Song.
I'm pretty sure they made a movie about that. No, that was a song too, never mind. Whatever that bird was that played the trumpet.
There's a bird that plays the trumpet?
Wasn't there an animated movie where there was a bird who played the trumpet? Might have been
I
a
don't know,
goose, might have been a swan.
I'm just thinking of Balto now.
Balto's a good one too, yeah.
Either way, though, we will be passing.
Mm-hmm. Mana Crypt flip looks like it was successful. Janeth coming back down right away.
Makes sense. Not a surprise at all.
Yeah. And then see if they have anything to follow up. I don't think they will, but we'll see.
They've had a lot of nothing turns other than combat, so.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of, here we go.
The classic swing at the face.
The classic. Honestly, you have to start swinging at Tavesho, at least with, I think, the Aven Mind Sensor, right?
Yeah, I think you probably swing your bird at the tentacle monster.
Yeah. I mean, Tavesh in this board state is prepped to just, take over if you don't swing at it.
And I mean, even if you are swinging at it, it's not exactly going to be falling behind much.
No. You're swinging right now 4 at it a turn cycle. If you swing with the Swong and the Aven Mind Sensor, you get that refunded just by making 2 thralls, which you then can sacrifice to draw cards. Like, you're golden here.
Yeah. Tavish is going to be getting a ton of value, and who knows, it might be able to do even more than that.
Yeah. Kinnan, though, just passing. Unfortunately, they don't have the mana drain mana, nor do they have enough to activate Kinnan, just blindly hoping to flip into something.
No. It sucks that you're just short of that, but that's kind of how it works sometimes.
It is. We do see that Jason does get a second land drop. Looks like it's out of Cavern of Souls.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Still passing, not using the mana that they had floating, so. Which makes sense. Janeth back down, you don't have your window to play the Trazen anymore.
Mm-hmm. Really rough. Everyone else was able to get out of Commander, and you couldn't.
Mm-hmm. 'Tis the life of the mono black player. You try to win, and then you just don't do anything else.
Is the 40k life.
Mm-hmm. So we saw that in that turn cycle, Tavesh was up to 6, went down to 4, and now back up to 6. 2 thralls, which are having one of them being sacrificed.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's just going to be 2 mana draw 4. That's a pretty good conversion rate right there.
Very good. And now you still have plenty of mana and a Gaia's Cradle too. Oof.
Ooh. Gaia's Cradle taps for 4 green right now.
Mm-hmm. So I think it's not a stretch to say that Thrasios Tavesh is taking the lead right now, very far ahead. It's just a matter of when they can draw the win condition, right?
Oh, absolutely. Thrasios Tavesh with the Oppo blocking out Rocco from doing anything. And then Kinnan right now, not enough mana to play. And the Dranith keeping out Trazen. Like, it's just a brutal situation.
It is. So do the other players have an out? Do they have a way that they can turn this around and take the victory for themselves, do you think?
I mean, it's hard to say that Kinnan doesn't have an out. Kinnan can do a whole lot. They're just a little bit short right now. So it depends on what they draw into, but they definitely have a chance.
That chance might just be, though, hope you drop Assault Monolith, tap it, make infinite, then have enough colored for one activation, hope you hit Thrasios.
I mean, I didn't say it was a high chance, but it is a chance.
It is a chance, you're right. Along with those infinite possibilities come all those different chances.
I do think Trazen is in a really rough spot right now, and Rocco, unless they can get rid of that opposition agent, not great.
Well, not only do they have to get rid of the opposition agent, they then have to find a way to kill or bounce Rocco.
Mm-hmm.
And then get 2 pieces back from their graveyard, which are their main win cons.
Yeah, Rocco's got a whole lot of work they gotta put in before they can win the game.
And all this time, Thrasios Vesh gets getting value 2 0-mana artifacts coming down to get them extra advantage on their turn. The Gaia's Cradle and the Dothi. Like, the Dothi will be huge here. If not, it stops even the slightest chance Trazen had of coming back, because Trazen can't even develop the graveyard anymore.
Trazen can't tutor, can't play out their commander, and can't develop the graveyard. Just not a good time to be mono black.
Not a good time to be mono black. Great time to be Sultai, though, as we're learning.
Oh, very true. Right now, Rocco looking to see if they can do anything.
Carpe Nuts in the YouTube chat, you're welcome. Yeah, I mean, yes, they're at 19, but I don't think the clock's going to be quick enough. They're going to outvalue whatever damage Wise can do to them.
Well, and if they really need to, they can start holding back those thralls and have them be blockers.
Yeah, they just have so much things they can sacrifice. Like, even the Orc army can be a blocker here when they need it to be. And yeah, here it goes now, being sacrificed.
I think at this point it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Rocco back to the command zone.
Okay. So that's one step down. So next is just remove the Oppo.
Just one small step right there.
For Naya, I don't think it's that big of an ask, though, right? You would think they have plenty of removal, especially single target. That would be perfect to hit the Oppo with.
I mean, looking at the list, they have Swords to Plowshares and Bolt. That's about it.
So maybe not as much as I was hoping for.
They do also run Touch the Spirit Realm.
Okay, that's a good piece there. That will help. They're also on Solitude, so that helps.
I realized Twin Shot Sniper also would do it.
Yeah, see? Naya for the win here.
They
Theoretically.
do have a few options. They still have to draw into them, but they do have a few options.
Yeah. Alright, Tavesh is down to 2. So they are chipping away at it more than it's going up. So theoretically, next turn cycle, it could go away.
Theoretically, it could.
Theoretically, it could. Unlikely as it may be, but here we are.
I mean, if they don't have any removal that they draw into, then it should be able to get removed. They need to draw into either removal or flying.
Yeah. Which,
other than Birds of Paradise, I don't think they run any.
No, I don't think so. But I do want to appreciate, like, there's not a ton that's happening in this game, but I think it's important to note the decision making the players have had. Like, Gummy's mulligan to find the answers that he needs, recognizing the board state. Instrum just being able to recognize how to play the board and get things to go the way he wants them to, or they want them to. And then having Wise being able to play that early stacks piece, Trazen trying to go for the early win that almost worked. Like, the players are doing well here, despite how quickly the turns are going.
Yeah, I mean, you've got some limiting factors for sure, but they are doing a good job of playing to their outs as well as they can.
Yeah, exactly. To the board state.
Mm-hmm. Kavish continuing to give a ton of value.
3 mana left after the Gas Cradle. 2 of that 5 original mana used to crack thralls. So
And
Tevesh
now
is...
you've got plenty mana left to work with. Depends on what you have, though.
Tevesh has come down and drawn 12 cards as well. Like, that's wild.
That's stupid, honestly. I understand why they kept that opening 7.
Yeah.
The turn 1. I mean, even if it got delayed on them getting out a turn 2 Tevish, the fact that you had turn 1 with the Skull Clamp and the Jeweled Lotus is just like... Man, Tevish is a really good commander.
It is. You do need to do things like that, right? You need time to kind of develop everything, but once you get all the pieces together, they do run very smoothly. It's like a well-oiled machine, Tevesh.
Mm-hmm. You just need to make sure you have enough parts.
Speaking of parts, that's an evasion of Ikoria. A pretty good tutor.
Yeah, not bad.
No, that could get a Thassa's Oracle, perhaps, or maybe something else. But like Thassa's Oracle here would be good. Spellseeker would be great. Displacerkin would be hilarious.
It cannot get Spellseeker because Spellseeker is a human.
I always forget that Spellseeker's a human.
Yeah, but it could get Displacer Kitten. It could get Biomancer's Familiar, I guess. Although I don't think that's going to be all that relevant here. They also interestingly run Dreamstalker.
They do that.
It's a 2-mana creature that when it enters the battlefield, it returns a permanent you control to your hand.
I just want to see the kitten. Show me the Tevesh kitten manual grind.
Manual storm time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how much mana did they pump into it?
Looks
or
like
have they played it yet?
Doesn't look like it. They have all their mana still. They've tapped 2, I think. I don't see it though.
The battle is in play. I'm just not sure what they... Oh, it's because the Aven was still...
Oh, so they whiffed.
They whiffed.
Unfortunate. Yeah, the Aven still being on field.
They had the chance to remove Aven. They chose not to previously. Hey, it's coming back to bite them.
I don't necessarily fault that decision making. I think you're getting enough value that turning off tutors for your opponent is more than worth it. But yeah.
I mean, the fact that Aven is not only shutting down your tutors, but also making it where your Tevish has an actual chance of death makes a difference.
True, yeah. The combat potential is relevant, you're right.
Who would have thought that a creature being a 2/1 flyer would be relevant in a CEDH game?
Yeah, wouldn't be around this long. They had the Biomancer in hand, though, as it comes down now.
Not sure it's going to do much right now, but...
No, not without the Thrasios being able to come down. And they had the Dreamstalker in hand, too.
That's pretty funny.
That is funny.
They could bounce the Bowmaster if they want.
That wouldn't be the worst thing.
Bouncing for mana, though.
Okay. Into the Eternal Witness.
Okay. Not bad.
Yeah, I don't know what they get back here, but... The Swan Song, okay. Just some interaction. Not bad.
Makes sense.
It makes sense. It does present the situation, though, that they're not winning the game. They're just surviving, which is fine. They have such a good engine, but it does, again, extend that window for the others.
It really does. And the fact that Tevish is probably going to be dying here means that a lot of that value is going to be going away.
Mm-hmm. You can probably replay it quickly enough, but again, you're using much of your mana to do that, so it's not going to feel great. Here comes the Solitude, though. That's one of the removal pieces. Or no, not Solitude. What is that one? Skyclave Apparition.
Yeah, Skyclave, quite different from Solitude, but still quite good.
Similar effect in this circumstance, I think.
They're both exile, they just exile in very different ways.
Yeah. I think they both remove the piece you want to, though, so... So that's step 2 of the checklist, right? You have kill Rocco, now find a removal piece.
Mm-hmm. That should be getting rid of the opposition agent, or at least I would expect it to.
I'd be surprised if it didn't, yeah. Just a Stream Stalker, just to send a message.
It's not about winning the game, it's about sending a message.
Exactly, at this point. Something for the stream, a story to tell.
It certainly would be quite the story.
It would.
But as they're playing through this, I just want to let everyone know we have already raised over $1,000 for Magikids.
Already? That's wild.
Yeah. I don't know if like all the payments have gone through, but based off of donations as well as the auction, I believe we've raised over $1,000 already.
That's sick. I love that.
So that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's wild. Thank you to everyone, the people who are running it, this event too, plus all the people who have donated, the people participating. That's just awesome to see.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
I love that. Kinnan just changed the target to the Skyclave to the Spell Skite.
Huh. Honestly, well done, Kinnan.
Yeah.
You understand, hey, I'm not in a great position to win, but if we can take this to more of a stalemate or give me as much opportunity to like actually start ramping stuff out with Kinnan, it gives me a chance here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it extends it. Stops another potential win. Yeah, you gotta do it.
Yeah, because Rocco would be put in a great position to win the game, but instead we're going along.
Yeah. The one thing I will say with Rocco is that it does cost 7 now to cast from the command zone, and that's not without investing anything into the X.
Yeah, it does make it really hard to get anything big. But they do have a decent amount of mana available to them, so who knows? Maybe they'll be able to get there.
Yeah, with the Tinder Wall, that could do a lot, but nothing yet, so they'll have to draw another piece.
But it looks like Kinnan finally has enough mana to start spinning.
If I know anything about Kinnan, this is going to be a Consecrated Sphinx hit off the first activation.
Oh, that would be quite the turn of events.
It would. That would ruin Thrasios Tevesh's whole day.
I mean, I feel like it'd do more than just that. They would put the Kinnan player into a very strong position.
Yeah, exactly. By ruining Thrasios Tevesh's day, it turns off the value pieces, right, that you've accumulated.
I look forward to seeing what this spin hits.
Looks like we're going for the blind activation. Let's see it. It's a great Sphinx please. Or bust.
I don't know. We'll see.
Seedborn would be great. Nope, it's a Llanowar Elves. Whiff. Unfortunate.
Hey, at least it wasn't a full whiff.
I mean, you could say that. You know what I call that though? Bowmaster fodder.
You know, you're not wrong. However, there are more important targets for the Bowmaster, such as that Aven Mind Sensor.
Even the Tinderwall Dryad right now is a better target.
True. But hey, Kinnan slowly making their way back into the game.
Slowly but surely. We do see that another land comes down for the Trazen player.
Good for them.
Mm-hmm.
Look at them playing Magic.
Look at them trying. Looks like it's
I
a
feel.
tapped land. Is it It's not a Bajuka Bog, is it? What do they run?
Do
here?
they
Let's
run
see.
Bajuka Bog?
No, it doesn't look like they do.
They run Buseju Shelters all, so it could be that. It is not an art that I am familiar with.
It got sacrificed.
I do
Was
not
it
know.
the Was it a fetch land? Were they fetching?
The only fetch land they run is Prismatic Vista.
Nope. So now they're tapping a bunch of mana. They get a Soul Ring, tapping the Basalt Monolith. Oh, was it the one that puts it into hand? What is it called? Command Beacon? Command
It might
Beacon.
be Command Beacon.
Okay, yeah, because they've just played Trazen.
Okay. What a way to get around the Draenith.
Mhm.
Command Beacon coming in here, Trazen into hand and onto the field.
No real artifacts in bin besides some metalwork, as far as I know, though. So
No,
Trazen's just happy to get
unfortunately.
Trazen down.
Yeah, but hey, Trazen is on the field. We've made it.
We got there, folks. Everyone's playing Magic now.
Some better than others though, as we're seeing the Guy's Cradle get tapped for 6.
Sacking the Eternal Witness to the Skull Clamp to draw some more. Seems pretty good.
I mean, they finally lost their Tevish, but that does not mean they're done drawing cards.
I mean, they have 5 green mana right there that they can pay with an additional 2 black, or...
Draenith is still out, so they can't replay the Tevish
Oh, that's right, Draenith. Okay. I forgot about that part. That's very relevant.
yet. Yes. Yeah, that's why Trazen getting into play was such a big deal.
Mm-hmm. There's a Spellseeker, though, with an Aven Mind Sensor still.
Ooh. This could be spooky.
Just trying to get off the top 4. One thing I do want to make note of, because this may be relevant, Thrasios Tevesh trying to win with Thassa's Oracle. There is still the Cephalid Coliseum on the Kinnan side of the field, which may be relevant down the road.
That's true. If they forget and that Cephalid Coliseum comes into play, that'd be pretty huge.
It's been there since the start of the game, it's possible.
We do at least get a hit off of that Spellseeker. Offer you can't refuse into the hand.
Yeah.
And continuing doing the shuffle process.
Unfortunately, again, it's just another... It's a good piece, don't get me wrong, but it's, again, not winning you the game right now. They do
No.
finally decide to kill the Aven, though, with the Bowmaster trigger.
Took them long enough, in my opinion.
So maybe we'll see a second tutor here to get something better.
Maybe they do have another tutor in hand. That'd be pretty huge if so.
Yeah, especially if it's like a demonic tutor here.
Oh yeah, Demonic tutor here would be amazing.
Yeah, it would. But nope, they are sacrificing the Spellseeker. Drawing
Just
2
drawing
more.
some more cards. Honestly, this deck makes Skull Camp look like the best thing in the world.
It does. Skullcomb just does so much work in this deck.
It really does.
We do see
It's
another
a
card.
casual powerhouse, but man, it in this deck it holds up even in CEDH.
Very much so, yeah. Just playing those 1/1s that you could just easily sacrifice. So good.
Eldritch Evolution is hitting the field though.
Yeah, that's a good place to start. And is that Thassa's Oracle I see now?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Pretty good, pretty good.
I don't think the Kinnan player has the mana available for the Cephalid either.
No, it doesn't look like they do. They don't have the blue, yeah.
They don't have the blue, and I don't even know if they've met threshold yet. So
could just see Thassa's Oracle come down, ETB. What will
holding
they-
priority.
Looks like the Tainted Pact. Yep, Tainted Pact.
I mean, that's pretty good.
Looks like others are passing. Kinnan doesn't look like they've passed yet. We do know that the Thrasios Vesh player has a lot of interaction in hand, though, so they should be able to fight through this.
One would assume, given how much cards they have in hand.
Mm-hmm. Well, we know they have at least one counterspell, but it looks like it's resolving. All but one card into the hand. Or the bin, or exile.
They have actually 2 counterspells, because they have Swan Song and Offer.
Oh, that's right, they brought back the Swan Song. Nice. So yeah, Thrasios Vesh is taking this one pretty handedly. They had 4 counterspells, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Yep. So they were just trying nothing but interaction and tutors that whole game.
It was really a matter of time. They were the people. They were ahead the entire game. Got to cast Defense Grid.
Forgot to. Yeah, we saw them. They didn't cast it. Ah, that's unfortunate.
That sucks.
Yeah, I forgot they had that, and yeah, they could have cast it. They had plenty of open mana.
That's a frustrating moment right there. It's like,
Mhm.
I had the win, I could have done it, and I just messed up. I just forgot this one thing. Oh,
Tale as old as time.
I've been there. I'm sure plenty of top players have been there too.
Oh, I've been there. Yeah. Just forgetting to do that one little piece.
Mm-hmm. Or messing up the order or anything like that. There's so many ways that you can throw.
So many things that can go wrong for sure.
Yeah. But I think I don't know if we're gonna be hopping into another game here. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a pretty long game right there, so we're gonna be taking a break before the next round. But before we do, are there any things you want to talk about, Neko?
Just again highlighting the event we're doing. So Magikids is the charity that we are representing today. They do a lot of great work to connect people who want to get into Magic, help develop critical thinking skills, social skills, just do a lot to help people get into this game and help those who are in need.
Yeah. I believe the auction is still going on. So if you are not in the Discord, you can go ahead and hop in, join the Discord, start going and betting on any stuff that you want to. One of the pieces, there's an adorable Underworld breach that was done by Beyond the Machina. It's a cat bursting out. I love it so much. I wish that I could get it. It's currently going for 120, so that is not an option for me. I do not have that kind of budget. But maybe you do. Maybe you can beat the world and get the Underworld breach, which is playable in any of our tournaments.
Yes.
All the altars that are being auctioned off here are already approved for our tournament, and in fact, they're going to be they're the only altars pretty much that you can actually go and play with. So there's some other really cool stuff, and you've got altars, you've got coaching sessions from a few top players, you've got some gameplay appearances that you can go and join. It's a lot of really cool things.
A lot of fun things you can check out here, like the coaching or the appearance in Kahlua or Def's game. Those are only at $25 right now. Pretty low.
That's a steal.
Yeah, you can easily get those up. That camera that was going for $90 right now. It's valued at, like I said, at almost $200 on Amazon. So Really good deal there.
Mm-hmm. A lot of stuff that's still up for grabs that you can go and check out.
Just a lot of fun, and again, just donating $10 gets you those awesome tokens that we make. You get that new storm token. $20 gets you into our league that we do for the whole next month up until our next tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and all this is going to Magikids, as you were saying, getting kids into Magic, introducing them to these social experiences, and getting them into what I think we all believe is a pretty great hobby.
Or it's a hobby we're in regardless, for one reason or another.
We cannot escape at this point. It's too late.
No. Does that mean we're dishing out the kids' cardboard crack? Are we the problem?
I'm gonna say no, and I'm gonna say we're gonna hit the break here. We'll be back shortly with, I believe, round 5.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Hey everyone, welcome back. We are entering into round 5. This is the last round of the Swiss before we hop into the top 16. And right now there's still a lot of leeway to get in. A lot of people up for one of those top 16 spots. As of right now, I'd say the only 2 people in there for sure are Punny Name and Matthew Richter. Punny Name being at 16 points, still undefeated so far today. But with me, I have Drac.
Hey, everyone. I'm feeling pretty good today. I was here just earlier. I had to deal with the brunt of, let's just say, some technical issues, which is totally fine. It happens. But overall, today's been a good day. There's been some CDH, so we're pretty excited to be here today to stream with you guys and have a good time, right?
Yeah, there have been some awesome games today. Some really good competition, some really good decks, some that we haven't seen in a little bit, which is really cool to see. And just as a reminder, if you're just joining us, this event is a charity event for Magikids. They're the organization that we are supporting today. We are accepting donations over on our Discord, where we're also having a auction where you can bid to get some really cool prizes. As a heads up, we are going to be ending the auction after this round, so make sure you hop over there, get those last minute bids in while you still can, and we have some just really cool prizes that you should probably check out.
Oh yeah, totally. Like, there's some really, really unique stuff in there. Like, especially some of the altars, actually. Like, there's a lot of really, really, really good altars that I personally really enjoy, and there's honestly like some really unique like auctions, such as like the playing with power episode, right? Like, that's, if you like CDH, like, who they are, and if you happen to not know them, they're an awesome content creators. So after this stream, after this tournament, if you guys want to take a look at them, like, highly suggest it. So I'm really enjoying this charity streams so far. The game's been really good, and overall it's just been a good day, right? We're doing things for charity, we get to play Magic, so we're having a good time, right?
Oh yeah, it's been a great time. And just give you a quick update on what Magikids is. They're an organization that supports individuals who want to learn magic. Helps kids, get the critical thinking skills, helps them get the social skills, and has mentors that help them learn these things. It's really cool. They also accept things like cash donations or even like bulk donations or any cards that you want to give. Really cool organization that you should check out.
Yeah, so we're going to be hopping into a pod here soon. So we're definitely giving you that fast-paced CDH games here. Really excited for today and to see what decks are being brought here. And right now we're just kind of doing a bit of their mulligans here. So we got a lot of really interesting, pods here, actually. We got quite a few options. My personal take here is Roxai going last. That's going to be interesting because if they can't get a fast turn 0, it's going to be a little rough. So I'm pretty excited for what'll happen here.
Yeah, so first we have Atraxa, tried and true deck, still some new spice that's been added to it, but a deck that's been doing pretty well today, followed by Obnixilis, which can really explode if you get Obnixilis out early, get the engine going.
I love that.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, with Obnixilis itself, like, he does a lot of interesting things. So this is going to be really interesting in this game. That if anybody's taking one, getting that like impulse draw is going to be really interesting in this game.
It will. Just what I am worried about, though, and this is also something that Rogsai will need to be concerned with. On going third, we have the Timna Hulana, which, being that Abzan can play a lot of stacks pieces, that can really slow down what these two faster decks want to do.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Like, if you are in that spot, like, you're typically going to look for something to kind of prolong. You don't want to have like a hard stacks here in this point. You're probably going to look for more of lighter stacks, one that can kind of slow down a lot of the decks here, but not slow the game down so much. Because as you know, like, Atraxa and stacks is like fine. Like, Atraxa will mow through stacks because having a 7/7 is really easy able to break through, right? So if I'm that player, I'm going to try to think about, what is the best piece for this whole table, right? So I'm thinking about, something that might slow down the whole game. Well, there's a gemstone already. Okay.
Two gemstones, in fact.
Not an abrupt decay. Assassin's Trophy. That is interesting. Oh, another gemstone. 3 gemstones, right?
pitching the Fire Covenant, which is an interesting piece to pitch here. Being a board wipe, I think that could do a lot against some of these other boards. There's actually 3 gemstones.
Yeah.
We see Rogside pitching a Dress down, so Atraxa may not be feeling as well going first as they were a couple seconds ago.
Basically, you're going last if there's 3 gems, and there's before they take their turn a mystical tutor. Like, wow, this is CDH at its finest, folks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, turn basically 0 mystical into a vampiric tutor as a response. This game is already wild.
This game? Wow. See, this would be great if the Tymna Halana player could have been like Dark Ritual opposition agent, but unfortunately they're not in those colors, and that you could live the copium.
So if you're the Obnix player, what do you think you get here?
Honestly, I'm just looking for that early Obnix, right? Because if you can land it early enough, it will start accruing value by itself. That's every fetch, anytime anybody takes 1. So like Mana Confluence, City of Brass, like any of these lands that will either damage you for 1 or you have to pay 1 life, it's going to trigger Obnixilus, right? So I'm going to look for like a Mana Crypt if I already have another land drop, Jeweled Lotus, things like that, just to kind of propel my game plan a little bit faster, get my engine online to kind of outgrind these other slower decks, right?
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. I think Mana Crypt is the perfect card here. It gets you that turn 1 Obnixilus, which is just so strong, especially because players are going to be fetching soon, like you said, and just getting
100%.
that incidental value. Now, I'm more curious to see the Mystical Tutor, not as good, not as many things as you could get. This might be tutor for a tutor. I wouldn't hate to see like a Vampiric here or something like that.
It also really depends on their hand, because Roxai being able to just find Calling the Weak here, if they have another land plus Adnaz, it's just essentially turn 1 Adnaz, which is pretty insane, right?
Yeah, no, that's pretty wild, yeah.
You would be telling the table that's what you're going for, and I think that is
Dark Ritual, I believe.
Dark Ritual. Okay, so pretty much the same right? Now you get to keep the Roxai, so if you have any free interaction, right? This is really interesting, actually. Basically telling the table I have either a Necropotent or an Adnaz, and I'm ready, right? Players got to keep a mindful eye of that. That's a turn 1 either or even into like a heuristic study if they have something, they're trying to ramp out quickly. So this is a very interesting game honestly already.
Yeah, it's definitely amping up. I think Tymna Halana will definitely have to get something value-wise down to kind of stop what these players are doing. I think a Draneth would be great. I think something like that. Even a Rule of Law would be good. With the gemstones, it might be a little bit easier for them to get that piece down than they would have before.
Maybe even a Deafening Silence here, right? If they can maybe get a Dork plus Deafening Silence, I think that's... Oh, look at this Exotic Orchard being able to be tapped for Wooburg, Oh, Mana Crypt. Oh, just like we said, that Mana Crypt is 100% what they Vampiric tutored here for. A big thing that we're going to be also chatting about as well is one of our own, Samurai Dancer, actually was able to get into the top 16 at the Mox Invitational. Congrats to him, guys. Give him a good hoorah in the chat. That's awesome.
Yeah, that is really awesome. What isn't awesome though is the Exotic Orchard pass from the Atraxa. So you have all this development from your opponents, and you just play a land pass even when you're going first. That feels bad in this situation.
Already a fetch from a player, already an Obnixilus trigger. See, like we mentioned earlier, just getting that early advantage, showing, Obnixilus being able to do things, right? Just getting that free advantage off your opponents incidentally, right? And that is an LED, I think?
Great thing to hit, yeah. Easy to get down.
Here's the Dork. And here's the Soul Ring. Okay, so no stacks from the Tymna Halana player yet. I'm just looking to develop their board, maybe because I know it's usually more of an adaptive combo deck, right? Because Alana being able to tap for a lot of mana. The Rogsai player, I am very terrified. I think this might just be a straight up Adnaz.
There's a lot of... there's one open mana, right? There's not a lot of blue at this pod, so it looks like this could be pretty free if they get it here. Like, you have one blue player you have to worry about. Yes, they have an open mana, but could be a good window, especially if you have like backup in hand. Like a Pact Negation here would be really good for them.
Yeah, if they have anything to really just protect that Adnaz, like I'm just jamming it here, right? Because they're the best Adnaz deck at this table, so I would have no worries on just jamming it here.
Yeah, no, they're definitely...
So they are going with the Dark Ritual here.
They're definitely the fastest deck here, so them getting this out early makes perfect sense.
Mhm.
They might just be able to punish these players who are definitely more mid-range.
Oh yeah.
Like even
Let's
Ob
just
as
see.
a Rakdos deck isn't as fast as Rogsai.
Oh no, Obnixos I think is because it's a little bit slower. You need to build him more of like an adaptive stacks, like not exactly stacks, but like up and coming stacks, because your ad nauseas aren't very good. Your development of your board, is not very great, but you have a decent card advantage of the game. Just like I mentioned earlier, there's the Necro from the Rogsai player. Just showing that they have those two options now, thanks to some special cards like Born Upon the Wind, right? That just giving everything instant speed, you can now dig deeper. So having both Final Fortune and Born Upon the Wind. So this is why a lot of the lists are not keeping hands directly on Adnos. There's also the Necropotence lines, which really help. So
No, I
here's
think
a neg from the extra Atraxa here.
No, I think Necropones, like you highlighted, will do a lot here if it resolves. I'm curious to see if they have that protection we were talking about. They only have one card in hand, so it'd be interesting if they do. They're just thinking what to pitch here. Doesn't look like there's a great option, unfortunately.
Yeah, there goes a Time Twister, so I think I'm pretty fine with that. And ooh, they're just letting it go straight to exile. So looks like the Rogsai player did keep a hand that's just all gas, and then not really there to kind of protect. So I'm hoping that the second card they kept is some sort of refueler, because of otherwise they're just kind of dead in the water here.
Yeah, a Rhystic Study there would be really good, I think, if they're able to get that down. But they may just not be able to recover from this, especially as these other players develop more.
So here's a Mana Crypt from the Atraxa player, maybe holding it back in fear of something.
Yeah, Dockside I think is a real threat when you have an Obnix
Ooh.
and a Rogsai.
A Fimage, probably copying that Obnixilis here, trying to get that also incidental card advantage, right?
No, Obnixilis I think is a great clone target. Getting down also gets you that advantage, lets you ramp out more. As we see, what appears to be
I think
Soul
an
Ring?
Arcane Signet.
Is an Arcane Signet?
So I think they said that they're being the 2 mana there, so.
Yeah. So we talked about how their first turn wasn't great. They've really made up for it this turn, not only being able to interact with the Rogsai, but developing pretty quickly on their own. That said, I think they have 0 cards in hand now. I think they used everything at this point.
Like this game is very much going to be around who has the best value engine here, right? Because with value engines at the table, it's just, if your value engine is the weakest, you're just not going to be able to win the game here. Every deck here, besides the Rogsai, is kind of more of a mid-range plan. So I'm really curious on how the Rogsai expects to kind of pull out from this, if the 2 bigger decks here.
Well, especially with 2 Obnixilis, right? Like, even if you can pull out, that just makes you a threat in their eyes, and that means they're going to focus both of their Obnixilis into lowering your life total to make sure you can't just add Naws. Gaia's Cradle's a great hit.
Yes.
At this point, it's basically a forest, but just guaranteeing a land drop, especially with no cards in hand, doesn't feel the worst. Especially when your game plan now is just get Atraxa.
Yeah, like right here at this point is you want to be able to slam down the Atraxa, right? Like you're not afraid of any of the other opponents having anything. Maybe a Pyroblast from the Obnixilis player or the Rogsai player, but they just flipped their hand.
Jessica's Will.
Casually just showing that they have a Jessica's Will. Very interesting. Okay.
I mean, Jessica's Will is still a great piece, though the hand sizes aren't huge right now, so you won't get a ton of mana. But just being able to exile off the top could get you somewhere.
Just hoping to get something, right? It does use all of the available you have currently, so it might hurt them a little bit, but we'll see from there.
Yeah. I don't know if it's the best option, but at least it's some form of advantage, even if it's not what you hoped for.
It is very interesting that they opted to flick it around and show the table there. Sometimes I like to just, pretend that they have some sort of like maybe refueler or something, right? Make my opponent sweat a little bit. You don't want to seem like you're just dead in the game, right? Because that kind of leaves an opportunity for your opponents to kind of go wild, right?
Well, in a way, it also helps you because
Mhm.
now you are showing them that you aren't the threat. You're showing them that they don't have to worry about you right now. They can focus on each other, which in a way gives you time to rebuild as much as you can to get that advantage that we've been talking about and try to present another win.
No, that is 100% fair. There is that advantage from it. I'm just somebody who's always around the idea of, the cards aren't being shown. You can kind of sit back, kind of do the things that you want to do, and just think about your plays, right?
Mhm. Well, speaking of plays, Obnixilis is certainly making a lot of them here.
That's a lot of mana.
Yeah,
What the
Soul
heck is
Ring,
that?
Mana Crypt, lands.
Sorry, the screen's
That's
a
all. That's
little.
all that will be one, I believe. I'm pretty
Oh
sure
my
that's just the
gosh.
win presented here. Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
might be over quicker than we thought.
yeah. Oof.
So this would present an almost infinite combo with Obnixilis. All that they would need is the ability to deal like a damage to someone. And players are passing. We know that they don't have anything in hand, so
Yeah, if they've got. Oh, it Hurt said Felwar Stone from the Atraxa player there.
yeah.
But yeah, this is a little scary because if the Obnixilis player is able to deal 1 damage to anybody, that's just free damage. The only interesting bit though is that they have to target the Atraxa player for all of them, because once they start hitting their opponents, the Atraxa player also gets their triggers, right?
Mhm.
So they basically have to hope that it's another player's turn. Otherwise, their triggers are always going to be on the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to think about. It's harder to stop once you already have the combo on field, especially
100%.
because Atraxa's all but tapped out. So you can still get a lot of advantage and get a lot of value that way. We do see the LED being cast, though. It looks like it's being cracked as well.
Interesting.
Pitching a Bolza Citadel, so they had a lot going on for them.
And casting the Recruiter. Oh, I know what's going on here.
Yep, gonna get a pinger,
Mm-hmm.
which will be really good, especially if they can target multiple things.
Mm-hmm. Like, the biggest thing here is just specifically that if they target the Atraxa first, they will get their as many cards as they need, right? Because they only need to get down to 40, 50 cards, right? They usually don't need to exile the whole library, but it is nice too,
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna put your whole library into exile, or more or less.
Parasite?
Yeah, the Parasite.
Yeah,
So
that'll just do it.
that's the one. Whenever anyone draws a card, they take a damage, right?
Anybody who draws a card, yeah.
So that's going to trigger the all will be one. That's all you need to get started. That will just create basically almost infinite pings, let you exile your entire deck, and yeah, just win.
The big note about this here too is that it does give the players an opportunity to interact here. Most notably the Atraxa and the Timna Halana deck, because it does require them to kind of go into their upkeep and then go into their draw step.
It does. If like Timna Halana has a path or similar effect on their upkeep, that could be really good to stop this.
Even a Beseju here would save the table, right, in response to any triggers. So you still get a draw step, which is really, really nice.
It is. We'll see if there is something like that. Looks like Eldamri's Call. So Eldamri's Call could get Solitude, right?
Now, but the big thing is, though, do they have another white card in hand to be able to do anything, though, right?
True. It's possible. I don't know what their last card is, but it's their hope, right? That's the thing they need to kind of get out of this.
I'm trying to think if there might be anything else that the Adalmer's Call might be able to grab to kind of help them out of the spot.
I don't think so. At least nothing that they could use right away. That's creature, at least. Because I don't think there's anything with 0 cost that they could play at flash speed.
Yeah, let me take a look here. Trying to think if they have anything here that can be flashed. They have Orcish, it doesn't do anything because Nicholas is too big.
Mm-hmm.
They also are not playing Solitude, so I think this might just be GG.
Okay. Yeah, this is probably GG unless someone can stop it. I'm sure they're going to try to figure something out. I'm
They're
looking
probably
at
just talking to the table, right? So
Yeah.
just trying to figure everything out.
explaining how the combo works because it's not one you'll see every day. Yeah, this Timna Halanalis isn't as taxy as I thought it would be. I guess I'm not surprised. I know some decks have kind of gone away from that build. Still really good, more of like a reanimator, protein hulk type strategy that can do really good things.
I'm really curious on a couple things actually.
Showing the last card of the Carpet Flowers. Looks like they're just accepting their fate.
So there's not much here that the players can do. Like they can go to the draw step because the Skittering Parasite, I'm pretty sure, I'll double check. Cataract Parasite, sorry. Whenever a opponent draws a card, if you control a red permanent, you may have deal 1 damage to that player. Yeah. So the big thing here is notably that it's during their draw step. They draw the card, the trigger will go onto the stack, and then their opponents may react. So the person still gets to see their card.
Yes.
So we could get an opportunity to interact here from the Atraxa and the Timna Nahan player because they both will have a card essentially because the Atraxa will get to exile here as well as the Timna. So there's a Swan Song that doesn't do anything, which is unfortunate that they only got it now because they did have the mana for it. And it's just a Archivist of Agma. So I think that's just GG, folks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Atraxa kind of throws a wrench in it, but they can just keep pinging them down like you mentioned.
Yeah.
And yeah, they'll just mill them out, and Omnixilus would be able to get more advantage a lot quicker. The deck's built to do that better than Atraxa is, and yeah, we actually have a quick one here.
That was a strong showing by the Radkos deck. I'm extremely impressed with Omnixilus here, right? It's showing that you don't need to be in specific colors to, win the game. Like, black-red is just good enough. That was a really strong showing with the deck too. Just having that gemstones, having that early advantage engine, and just getting the nuts with the exiles and the cards in hand there. So that was just a very strong showing.
Yeah, it was. I think there is a bit of misinformation almost with lower color decks. Yes, more colors gives you more options, but if a commander who is lower colors has great synergy in the command zone and advantage to go with it, we see it with Kinnan, we saw it with things like Winota, decks that can still kind of break that standard, break the model, and still compete at this level.
Yeah, like I can be honest, I was a bit of a naysayer first time. I thought it was a bit more of a closer to a casual kind of style list, if I'm being honest. And then I started seeing it pick up smoke and it being able to do more than I originally thought it could. And I've definitely changed my opinion on it. Ever since people were starting to win tournaments with it, I realized it is a very adaptive list, and you don't need to be in all colors like I like to be in when I'm playing my commanders. And so it's a good time to be in 2 colors right now, honestly.
There are decks that do it really well, and being in 2 colors, especially when the 2 colors have the synergy that Obnixilis does or Kinnan does, just is really good. But we are hopping right into another game. So up top we have Tevish Frasios again. This is the player we saw last round who got the W. We have another Atraxa. We have another Atraxa, and then Mono Blue Urza.
That's very interesting. Why do you think why do we think that Atraxa is so popular? Like it's kind of crazy with how many Atraxa lists I've seen in general.
Well, the deck's good, right? Like, it does a good thing. It's 4 colors. It has a win condition basically in the command zone. Worse, it's card advantage with a 7/7 body. That stuff puts up results.
I'm very interested to see what's going on here. There seemed to be an offer. There's a fish, and now there's a Force of Will.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it's to protect this Smothering Tithe, actually.
Smothering Tithe would be a great piece here. Not only is there a One Ring, there's also a Mystic Remora, there is a Sensei's Divining Top, and a Rhystic Study.
It is very interesting. This board state right now with the main Atraxa player having that Dranith here, it's really hosing down a lot of decks. Not being able to get a commander down for a lot of the decks at the table just kind of hurts the overall game plan here.
It does, and that's made more apparent when you get to let them give you treasures whenever they draw a card if they don't want to pay. So either you're taking away their resources and their mana, or you're just accelerating your own win condition while denying them theirs.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, just being able to develop mana is just one of the best things you can kind of do in CDH, as long as you got the cards to back it up. And thanks to Atraxa kind of giving both there, it's very easy to kind of take away the game once you resolve an Atraxa.
With that said, Urza isn't in a bad position either. They have not only their commander, it looks like, but also plenty of artifact advantage that they could utilize, so they might be able to at least keep up with Atraxa. Though Atraxa playing a Chrome Mox into a Mana Vault might make that a bit harder.
I'm very curious on if you were the fish player here, you know that letting them draw a card here gives them a treasure. Would you be inclined to continue to draw, or would you kind of sit back and choose not to?
I don't know if I would pay for fish, but I would probably keep drawing just because you aren't going to get out of this without drawing cards as much as it sucks. Like, you have to hope to draw into something like a board wipe or swords to deal with some of the problematic pieces.
What is that under the sensei's top? Ristic?
That is a Ristic study, yes. It's Ristic, Mana Vault, Mana Crypt, Construct, and Urza on Urza's board, along with 2 islands. Oh, there we go. There's the rift we were talking about. So that removal piece that is crucial to kind of draw into, probably targeting Smothering Tithe.
Yeah.
Yep. Looks like there are a couple triggers, a Ristic Study trigger, choosing not to pay.
Very interesting. So I don't know if the Smothering Tithe player realized, the card draw there. They would get a trigger if the opponents could not pay for it. So,
yeah, I don't know if anyone drew. I guess it might have been on the upkeep too before they drew. But now, without Smothering Tithe, it does stop Atraxa a little bit. They still have a ton of mana. They still have the Dranith, so they're not out of it. But we do see a Smothering Tithe of Espa's Own coming down.
That's hot.
Yep. The new anime Smothering Tithe, I believe.
I need to get me one of those.
They're expensive, so good luck.
It's okay. I'll just write down on my taxes as a business expense,
Bill it to ka0s.
Exactly.
Research
ka0s,
purposes.
I needed this support.
Yeah, and we just see the amount of cards Atraxa had in this hand. They've discarded 4 or 5 lands after playing this Iconoclast and the Smothering Tithe. They were stacked. 7 lands. There was 5-6 lands they just discarded. Their hand was full. People were feeding that
Full
fish.
lands,
Well, they discarded a bunch of lands, so they're keeping all the good stuff.
Watch it just be more lands. You never know.
You never know. Well, we do see that now there's another Smothering Tithe for an Atraxa player. At least this one's locked under a Dranith, so not as good, at least not yet.
Oh, yeah. But the fact of the matter is the Atraxa player did leave open 2 blue men. So there is a real possibility that, could just be mana drain here. That card is one of the best cards in that list, in all honesty. Helps write down a lot of things.
It does. I mean, stopping the One Ring alone, would you activate the One Ring if you're the Thrasios Nevish player, do you think?
Oh, 100%. I need cards, right? You can have all the mana in the world, but it doesn't beat. Remember, eventually you're going to run out of cards in hand, and there is a Trinisphere. Hot damn.
Trinisphere, good card in Urza because you can break parity under it. So Trinisphere makes all spells you cast cost at least 3 mana. So what Urza can do is tap it, and as long as Trinisphere is tapped, that effect is no longer on board, basically.
Yeah, and this does give weird opportunities for the Urza player to have to, chat with the table. Like, they basically are in the power seat now, so they're like, oh, if I need you guys to counter this, I can show you my hand. I have nothing. I'll tap my Trinisphere if you have anything, right? Kind of gives you that political power.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Being able to tap it at any time can give you a lot of advantage. Plus, it's just going to stop the Atraxa players from doing what they want to do, right? Atraxa likes to come down and then just play spells with things like Displacer Kitten or Teferi.
Yeah, I'm very curious on what would you be looking for off this Mystical Tutor to kind of get you out of here? Would you be looking to remove the Draneth, but then you're unlocking? So going straight for the finale could very well just be maybe an Oracle Consult, or maybe just looking to get a value piece off of this finale. Maybe some card draw, or a way to kind of shut off the board. Most notably, most of these lists are able to play some very powerful 2-drops.
I wouldn't have hated to see some kind of removal. I don't think this will be the Thrasios, or the Thassa's Oracle win, just because that will cost a lot of mana now that Trinisphere's on the field. It'll cost you 6 mana, and you're not there just yet. I'd be curious to see if the deck is on like an Oof effect or like a Dothy, something like that, to kind of slow down the game.
I would be a little hesitant around Oof, just because your One Ring is going to be pinging you for damage every turn, and you won't gain any value from it. So I'd be a little hesitant to get the Oof here, but like getting anything else, like I'm still feeling pretty fine here. So
yeah, no, I think that'd be fine. Even then, you still turn off the treasures. You turn off kind of what Urza is doing. Maybe, well, Urza can still get value under Oof, but maybe a Curse Totem. I don't know. We'll see. I'm curious as to why they went for that and not like a removal piece.
Could very well just have like a Beseiju in hand. They are filtering with that land. They are tapping 2 mana here. Oh, exiling a instant or sort, trying to get some free, incidental damage off their Deathrite Shaman here.
Yeah, we saw Atraxa discarded a lot of lands. That Deathrite is going to be eating good for the next few turn cycles.
Remember, guys, always feed your Deathrites at home. Never leave without it.
So we do see them
coming into their turn here.
Getting a quick artifact count, I think, for the construct. Make sure it's at the proper toughness and power.
Now, something I wouldn't hate, at this table, maybe with a finale, is maybe find something to take something here. Like maybe take the Urza, maybe take the Draneth, maybe make on your own Draneth. Maybe something to help the board out, but I wouldn't also put it against them to just find maybe even a Seaborn, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, yeah. Then you can make it 2, 3, 4. So they're a little short. They would go down to 4, but.
Well, now without the Ancient Tomb, they are actually able to go for the Thassa's Oracle win. They are able to play Finale for 4, then do 3 and 2.
1. Oh yeah, because they have the Deathrite. That's right.
Yep. I don't know if that's the best option to what you were talking about. Stealing the Urza isn't great because then you're just stuck under the Trinisphere. I mean, it's not bad if you want to slow down the game, but it's not the best thing to feel like either.
So they are tapping the 3 mana here. Looks like just getting a Signet out. Arcane Signet, most notably.
Yeah. See what else they want to play here. It's going to cost them 3. And that's not including the Rhystic Study tax if they want to pay for everything. Looks like they are paying for Rhystic on the Signet.
Paying a whole 4 mana just to gain 1 mana. I don't know if I'm a fan of. Maybe if I don't want to discard, I think about it, but.
Well, you got to keep building, right? Like if you don't have anything else to do, getting 1 mana down now for 4 doesn't feel great, but it's going to get you another mana next turn, and slowly you're going to be able to play more things out on your turns, especially with the One Ring, which again made a bunch of treasure for the Smothering Tithe.
I think that's 6 counters already.
Pretty good. And there's the other
trying to
smothering
redeploy
type.
they're just trying to get some of their own instrumental value here, right? They're saying I don't think they're gonna pay for the Ristic study here. They're just trying their best.
And then they should still have enough mana to just play out Atraxa if they want to.
Yeah, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then can't really see their token there. It's a little blurry on my end.
I think they should have like 2 treasures, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe 3. They would
I'm wondering where.
It would be pretty
hand-
tapped out.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what hand would kind of get you out of here. Like, if I'm looking at this board state, and if I am the Urza player here, I'm feeling pretty safe. You know? Like, there's no Atraxas in play yet. I have my commander in play. I have a value engine in play. I have a stacks piece in play. What are you doing? Right? Like, what can you do to me that I'm actually afraid of right now?
Culling
And
Ritual
that is what
would
I'm
be the
afraid of.
answer. Yep, that would be the answer to that.
The only thing is it doesn't get rid of the Trinisphere, which is very interesting. So they get rid of pretty much everything else besides Urza, Ristic, Trinisphere, Smothering Tithe itself, and the One Ring. So there is a couple permanents here that are not just going to get swept away. So if this resolves, it might just decimate the board. It does get rid of the Dranith, though, so that is a very key thing to keep a note of. But with the other Atraxa players not having any treasures after this, like they're fine with that.
Yeah, I think that you're fine. I would be surprised if this isn't a win attempt. I think the Smothering Tithe is just to get extra value off of people like Urza drawing cards, like if there's a counter war, for example. But Urza is filtering into the top, just looking at the top 3 for drawing a card, making a treasure off the Smothering Tithe. So they have 2 treasures right now, looks like.
I'm wondering if you're either I think the Atraxa player here is more like the person who's most inclined to interact at this point, right? If all their treasures disappear before their turn, like they're just shut off for the entire game, right? Because they'll go down to 4, they'll have to redeploy a whole bunch of stuff. Like they won't have enough mana to really do anything on their turn. So it really comes down to, you know, if you feel like the Urza has something, right? If you pass the Urza and you hope they have something and they just magically don't. I know they're in mono blue, but there are games where they just won't have anything. Like that could end, right? That could just end the game right here.
Well, there's a world that if you're the Urza player, you let this resolve anyway. Because, like you said, you're not going to lose a ton off of this. You lose your Crypt, you lose your Construct. You can put your top on top, so you don't necessarily lose that. You don't feel the worst after this, and maybe you just hold up the interaction to try to stop whatever comes after.
I think if you're the Atraxa player here, the bottom Atraxa player, you only crack a few treasures. I don't think you crack all because you want to keep a few around. So they're just going to choose to crack all of them, which I think in the grand scheme of things is a bit of a mistake. I would crack a few treasures and then make my opponents have to think like how much mana this Calling Ritual is actually going to make now, right? Because if you crack all of them, then they're not as incentivized to counter it. Because, what's the difference between 4 and 6? But there's a big difference between 6 and 20, right?
I agree, but at the same time, you don't want to give Delil more mana because there is a Trinisphere, so every mana counts. I get what you're saying too, but at the same time, I don't know if you want to be greedy with it right now.
Me as a player, I'm greedy from the core of myself, so I am somebody who is always going to be greed, right? Because a way that you can always get back to your priority is that you know that the Thrasios to Vesh player has mana open, so they are going to want to float mana here. So you could always crack a couple treasures, see what Urza does. If they don't choose to do anything else, because of Deathrite specifically being a non-mana activated ability, you could then respond.
Yeah, there's definitely some wiggle room you can get here, but I think at the end of the day, it's still going to end up with Atraxa having this Calling Ritual, just based on how I see the other players responding.
I'm very curious on why the Thrasios player doesn't want it, but I think it's just because of that Dranith, right? Like, You just don't care really what's leaving the battlefield. You're losing 2 permanents, but then there's also a Dranif that's going to disappear here. So I think you're very fine with it.
Yes and no. There's still a Trinisphere, right? Like, you're losing 2 mana rocks, which means that you're set back a little bit. You're limited in what you can cast a turn.
100%. Like that is definitely a fair sentiment there. Notably, this Calling Ritual pretty much devastating the player who cast its board.
Yeah, I think they're going for the win here. I don't think it matters what happens to their board. Because they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're over 10, right? Like on what they're getting here. Still have some mana that they could have cracked from the treasures. Still have the City of Brass to color fix a little bit.
I think, honestly, though, with the things that are turning out here, is that it kind of hurts them a little bit because Urza is going to have counter spells, right? It's just how the list works. They develop their deck because they're mono blue. They throw a crap ton of counter spells in there, so there's a very real world part. Like if their hand's not just the nuts, that Urza is able to just stop them here, and then we'll go straight into the Atraxa player with, let's just say, a few treasures.
It's possible, but Atraxa has made, what is that, 14 mana? Most of it looks like it is black, 8 black, and is that 6 green? No, 6 green, 8. 6 black, 8 green is how they chose to divide it here.
So this is
a food chain. That's a good way to start.
One of the best cards in Atraxa, in my mind. Like, it just does so much work. It's right up there with Displacerkin.
Yeah, it is really good in the deck. I don't think Atraxa is a food chain deck, but it can use the card really well, and it's a valid win con here.
The only thing Atraxa is missing is completely a creature-based combo.
I imagine they'll have it in hand, though, if they're going through all these hoops. Is it resolving, though?
I think that was the Mist Hologryph there that they showed in Exile. Most notably, they'll have to use blue mana. Because I don't think they have any blue floating right now.
I'm not sure. They have the City of Brass, which is something, but yeah, they do still have to cast the Mist Hollow.
So they're casting the Finale, so they don't have it in hand. Very curious.
Okay, using quite a bit of mana for this too. This is another thing too. Ristic Study, you're drawing here, so you do get treasures off of these, which also helps you with your Mist Hollow Griffin plan.
Which really helps.
Yeah. So you probably just get a Ranger Captain here, if I'm being honest.
Ranger Captain, or even just Grand Abolisher, in all honesty. Like, if they let this Finale Devastation go off, right, just look through your library or graveyard. Oh, an Opposition Agent.
Okay, that's a good piece. That's kind of stops whatever Atraxa was doing here.
Yeah, that just pretty much puts them dead in the water. With Finale, though, it does also read from graveyard. So when you're casting it, you are also able to just say, nah, I'm not going to look at my library. I'm just going to grab this creature right here in the graveyard. So you do get a little bit of leeway with the card.
And even if this does get it from the graveyard, as long as you get a creature, that could still be good because you can just feed it right into Food Chain after that.
So there is a Chain of Vapor, so everyone passed priority on the Opposition Agent itself. So looks like it has resolved, and now there's a Chain of Vapor on the stack.
Which is fine, but this also means that you lose your Food Chain most likely, or your Smothering type. Like, you're going to lose something in this exchange.
So I think if I'm the Urza player, I just kind of let this go off and then just deal with the Finale, right? Because it will draw you the most amount of cards here.
I agree, but with that in mind, it does also make the Smothering Tithe more treasures, which is something to be mindful of. Especially, like you said, the Dranif's gone, so Atraxa Esp is already up to 2 more treasures. They have 6 mana presented on board. They need 1 more until they can cast their commander fairly easily, I think, if they had a land drop.
I mean, they did discard 8 lands, so maybe there's still one more land in there.
I'd imagine there's something. I just hope it's not a fetch land if the Zoppo sticks around.
Fair. Yeah, that would hurt.
That would be feels bad.
See, I'm a player. If I'm ever going to discard, the first cards I typically discard are fetch lands because I never want to get got, right?
No, valid. There's an argument to be made that you keep them just to deck thin, but more often than not, I'd just rather like a 5-color land in hand if I have it.
Oh, 100%. I think everyone does. So it seems
Looks
like they are going with the opposition agent, letting it bounce. They're sacking their land in response to copy the Chain of Vapor, most definitely targeting the chain. Or
Well,
even the
this-
Smothering Tithe. But I think the food chain here is probably their best bet because it does cost them another 3 mana to deploy and gives players another opportunity to counteract the food chain itself.
Well, there's an argument to be made that you copy it and bounce like the Espis Smothering type, right? Like force them to sack a land to deal with it. Doesn't look like
Oh,
that's
100%.
what's happening, because it looks like Atraxa is responding to this with a mental misstep.
This
That
is
does it.
interesting, actually.
It is
Because
we haven't.
now they're going down an interaction piece, so this is giving Urza another card, another point of interaction. Like it's not looking good. If the Urza really has nothing here, then they're fine, but we'll have to wait and see.
We will. I imagine Urza has to have something, right? They've drawn so many cards, they have blue mana floating, and they can tap their Trinisphere in response, even if they have something that's free.
This is what I call whatever Urza player does. They just chill, draw cards.
Pod racing, I think, is what they call it.
Oh, see, look at the Atraxa player saying, "I got something." I got something here.
That is a Born Upon a Wind. It does something, at least.
They're saying I can cast another spell here if we don't want to just lose.
Feeds Rhystic Study a card, draws you a card, but it costs 3 mana.
They are notably using the treasures for this, so it draws them a card. Now every spell that they cast does have flash.
Is there anything worth casting with Flash, though? They're 1 mana away from Atraxa. Urza has so many cards in hand, I'm surprised they don't have anything to deal with this.
This is exactly like a player I most notably know of when they were on Urza. You all will probably figure out who it is much later on if you continue playing CDH, but they're very much just chilling back. They definitely have the answers, but they don't care. They're just chilling, waiting until they have to interact, right?
Yeah, it's possible, or maybe they just don't have it. That's a possibility, as unlikely as it seems. This Assassin's Trophy, though, will do some good work.
Pretty much just shutting off the Atraxa player here.
I do think they have to pay 1 more for it. I think they only tapped 2.
They only did. They can only crack the 1 treasure and tap the mana, so... Oh, Assassin's Trophying the Rhystic?
So are they just going to go for a win here?
Maybe the Urza player said, I need a land interact. Give me a land.
Interesting. That'd be weird, because they also have their own Trinisphere, so they would have 2 mana. I don't know what they would need that's 3 mana, unless they just don't want to tap the Trinisphere into the Atraxa, but Atraxa's almost already tapped out.
What is this? Sorry, I can't... I can't tell what that spell is. It looks black and white, so I'm not sure.
What spell are you talking about?
The one that Atraxa just threw down onto the ground there.
Not seeing it. Which Atraxa? That's very important here.
Oh, the bottom of Atraxa, sorry.
Oh, that's
Is that
a
a food
Mist Hollow Griffin and a food chain, yeah.
What's under it? Wow.
Food- Did they pay all their mana, though?
Yeah, so they tapped and then they cracked. I don't think that they are... They should be 1 more mana short. Well, wait, the Rhystic Study, when they cast the Board Upon a Wind, made them a mana. They went up to 4. When they cast the Assassin's Trophy, they paid the 1, but then they didn't pay the 1 for the Rhystic Study, and I believe Urza drew, so it did make them another 1. So the math does math if Urza did draw a card off the Assassin's Trophy.
Okay, and those are both 3 mana, so they would be at their normal cost.
One would be 3, one would be 4.
Okay, yeah. So it checks out, which means that this S might just be able to win under or over another Atraxa player.
I very much feel like this Urza player is just debating. Like, I think they have something.
Well, now the issue is, can they deal with one player and not stop the other one?
Yes, Sparker was definitely very well played. Like, they really played out to their outs, and they're just playing the game with what they have here, and they waited for the opportune time, right? They were just like, hey, look, I've got this Born Upon a win, and oh, wait, I have a win.
Yeah, as soon as that Draenith left, they were able to use the Hand-Aid, sculpt it just for this very purpose. Smothering Tithe plus the Rift they had earlier just does a lot of good work.
Remember, guys, card draw wins games, especially in the CDH meta now. Like, you want to have a value engine. Without a value engine, like, what are you doing, right? Like, you're not really up to much. You're not really doing much.
No, not really. I see what appears to be a resculpt in Urza's hand. Mystic Sanctuary, Misty Rainforest, a couple of cards, but doesn't seem like there's anything that's really going to solve this problem.
Very curious on what's going to happen here, because they obviously, the Atrax player below will have the priority on everything now since they have Flash, right? They can just say, hey, look, I'm going to get this Atraxa down. Your spells are always going to be on the stack. I'm going to look for things. I can find a counter spell until I find the win con here. And, like, this is just going to be GG for you guys, because as long as it's a creature, the Trinispheres, they don't care about the Trinisphere, right?
Yeah, no, and that's kind of what's happening here, right? We see that they are getting the cards that they need. They can just stack Atraxa now, keep going from there, and sculpt their hand and play all those cards at instant speed and just win with Oracle.
Right? They pretty much can just, as long as they get one of each card type. So they can literally draw, thanks to Atraxa, their whole deck.
There's
So they're
Oracle.
just going through it manually here. They're just going to say, like, if I was this Atraxa player, I'd say, hey, listen, guys, I can literally just pick up my whole deck at instant speed. This is just GG. Eventually, I'm just going to be able to get into Oracle. It's a creature. Just play it. Like, this, if you're going to make me go through it, by all means, you're just going to sit here and watch me, play. Like,
yeah,
but that was insane. Well played.
Yeah, it was. Being able to win under another Atraxa player, no less, is really awesome. And just not able to get there. But instant speed wins like that are so fun.
Yeah, like, what's everyone's opinions on Born Upon the Win? Like, I've been seeing that a lot, and I've been really, really liking it. I've been treating it as if a, instant speed, like, just win, right? So if I have a nice opener, nice hand, like, I've just been using it almost as if it was like a Final Fortune turn or things like that, where it's just able to win me end game on top of somebody else, or by giving me the option of going to my end step if I have, like, let's say, a Necropotence in play.
Yeah, I mean, it can do that for you, right? Giving you not only a card, but letting you cast every spell at flash speed is so good. We saw that, like you said, with Necropotence, that's really good. Even with Atraxa, just being able to sneak a win over another opponent's win just feels so good, because hopefully at that point all the interactions used up, they're already committed to their win, so you can just sneak one under them and can't stop you.
Yeah, that was honestly amazing plays from everyone all around. Like, that Atraxa player going for the win there. They thought it was all clear. The Urza player's not countering anything, but I am still stunned by the Urza players having nothing. Like, I am astonished. I think they got some of the worst draws in history of Magic.
Yeah, and that happens, right? Sometimes you just don't get it, which is unfortunate. But I think it also speaks to Smothering Tithe right now. Smothering Tithe is a card that I think a lot of people should reconsider for their decks, because there's just so much advantage playing the format. You have Talion, the One Ring, Rhystic Study, Fish, Esper Sentinel, and a list of other spells. The One Ring, like, so many cards are being drawn that you're going to get so much mana advantage, and if you have a deck that can utilize it, like Atraxa, like Sisay Weatherlight Captain, it's going to put in the work for you.
Oh, 100%. Like as we saw there, like them this having that abundance of floating mana, right? They were just able to do so much with it. So that's just what the decks can do, and this is honestly a great meta to be in. A lot of different things that are going on, but I really want to just take the second here just to kind of jump right into the big auction that we've been having on right now. ka0s is sneaking in here. He's he's last minute bidding, guys. If you want to beat ka0s, outbid him. That's the way to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you want to check out our auction, go over to our Discord. We have the links in chat. You can go see the amazing products that we have available. There's plenty of time. We still have 40 minutes left in this round, so get over there. Keep an eye on the things that you like, so no one outbids you last second. And it's going to a great cause, and even if you don't want to bid on any of the auction pieces, if you have the ability, please consider donating. We are offering prizes or rewards for people who donate $10 or $20. At 10, you get the sweet tokens, and then at 20, you get the ability to play in our league.
Oh, buddy.
See? Jack's buddies there's excited about these sweet donation opportunities.
100%. That was Zeus. He's my Belgian Malinois. My little crackhead, full of energy.
Nice.
He's a great dog. So
yes, more Zeus on cam.
100%. Zeus will make any day.
Yep, I'm ready.
Get that puppy a playmat.
Get that puppy a playmat. And yeah, and if you can't donate, please consider spreading the word. We still got plenty of time to donate. We've raised over $1,000 between everything, I think, which is just really cool. It's for a great cause, Magikids. You can help individuals get into Magic.
Tax deductible.
Mm-hmm.
Who can say no to that? Like, if you got some, free extra cash somehow, or if you don't want to just support just by, popping in, watching the stream, if you have a free Prime sub, if you're Prime, like that always helps us as well, and keeps allowing us to have these charity events. We are able to just be straight for nonprofit, and great time to be around here during those times. And so we're very much appreciative of everybody coming out and just watching us and enjoying what we're doing, and just a great time, guys. So definitely thank you for coming out so far, and it's been so far pretty good streams, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hi Ems, I love you too. But yeah, it's been great. Like, really cool games. Those ones are really quick. I think we probably have time. Do we want to do another one? We have 40 minutes at least to hop into another game before we go into top 16.
I'm just trying to see. I don't think there would be, just mainly around the idea of, if you think about it, there's a lot of mid games that we won't really understand what's going on. So maybe we'll just cut to break, guys, and we can come back to you. Oh, House, it was the Atraxa with a Born Upon the Wind. So it was the third seed Atraxa. Do we remember the name of the third seat? We can take a look at.
What's her name? It was the simple one to remember.
Love it. Love it.
ESP was the Atraxa one.
CDH by Eric. It says.
Okay.
Yeah, by Eric and Prosperity. Very interesting. Yeah, EGC Command Tower. Oh, wow. That's cool. But yeah, they just destroyed us. I would not have expected that to happen on the stack, right?
Yeah, sneaking out there is really strong. Like, it'll catch you off guard, and I think being able to do that under a Trinisphere too was just wild.
Yeah, Trinisphere didn't do anything.
Well, it did. It slowed down.
It slowed down the Thrasios Tavesh player.
It made Atraxa's life more difficult, made them use a lot more mana. It just let the other Atraxa player get a lot of mana through Smothering Tithe because no one could pay for study.
Yeah. But yeah, it says here that we're looking to just catch you guys later. We'll be right back to be streaming some awesome games. We're gonna have a great time, honestly. The two casters coming up, you guys are gonna love them. It's a crowd favorite. We're going to be having good old times. I'm probably going to watch the streams as well. And big great streaming with Neko, right? Do you have any like words you want to tell the chat or anything you want to say before?
Oh, thank you everyone, for coming out. Drac, it's been awesome casting with you. Thank you to the people running the stream, Hurt, of course. Everyone who's donated, everyone who's playing, everyone who's just checking out the stream. Thank you so much for joining with us today. We still got a lot of fun left. Come back in about 40 minutes, and we're gonna have the top 16 hopefully going as we finish up round 5. Last reminder, make sure you check out that auction. It's ending in just over half an hour. So go get your bids in, go find the things you like. We have the ability for you to play on camera with content creators and have your games recorded and put on YouTube. We have really awesome, cool anime-inspired custom tokens. We have coaching sessions with really cool players. Comedian, of course, who has won 2 major events recently. Jamaican dude who has won one of our tournaments. We have Memo, who's also a really skilled and a renowned player who's gotten some top placements and wins. Like, just check him out.
100%. Like, it's for a good cause, guys. So it's been great seeing you guys. We'll catch you guys later. Enjoy your stream.
Camera looks okay. I look a little crazy. Hurt, can you hear us through this, or are you listening through Discord? Or on stream, or I don't know how you were listening. If you were even listening. You said I'm looking crazy? Oh, is that me? Can I hear myself? Is it the stream? Oh, I hope not. They're gonna mute.
Yeah. Oh, this is fun.
Okay, so there's one pod going. Do you want to wait for the pod to finish?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right.
Unless
so
it's being streamed. It's not being streamed. Okay, perfect.
it's not being.
Oh.
I
Perfect.
saw that. Okay, so basically I figured I would just share my screen with a 5-minute timer. At the end of the timer, we'll close all the auctions. I assume you can just edit the category and just make it so no one can type anything after that.
Yeah, well, to be clear, last minute or last seconds, bids will extend it by 10 seconds so that you can't just time it perfectly.
Yes. I'm pretty sure we're very, very close to hitting like $1,500. I think we're maybe, let me see if this updated. Okay, no, I think we just blew past that. Somebody donated a shit ton of money. Who was that? Grandma Shugs? Who the
Yeah,
Grandma...
sorry.
What did you do? What the hell is that?
Uh,
What do you want?
I'm just donating, man. It's not that big. It's only like $125.
I mean, that's still like a pretty chunky amount. I think Hurt has a couple play mats if you want one.
No, I already put in for an item.
All right, well, if there's something that you can think of that we can give you, I would love to know. But otherwise, All right, I'm gonna start this 5-minute timer. This will be for all the final bids for any of the auctions.
One
And if
second,
there's,
I'm not quite ready. I need like 20 more seconds.
I just started a 5-minute timer, so
Can you reset it and wait for me for 20 seconds?
okay,
I'm just going to do a quick announcement at the same time.
sure.
Let me just grab a picture to go with it. Yeah, I just need a moment. And then, perfect.
And we all get to sit here and watch paint dry for 5 minutes. It's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, never mind. The last game just finished, so.
I love watching my food dry.
Yeah.
That sounds vaguely disturbing. I don't know why, but that is.
I love to eat my dry food.
Your dry food.
Chip.
You're a doggo. It's just a cute little doggo.
I'll mute myself.
That's fair. Hold on. Yeah.
Otherwise, once Aya's ready for the next like 4 minutes, we can all kind of bullshit if you'd like, while people are deciding if they want to do final bids or not on anything. I will say notably, the Dark Ritual is only at $35, which is a complete steal.
Are you sure it's still at 35? Really?
It's still at 35.
That is a steal.
And the like colored altars by Sad Robot are at 60, so they went a little higher, but I still think that's fair.
3, 2, 1, go.
But yeah, I think most of the items went pretty high. Specifically, that Dark Ritual is fairly low. You can see all my notifications. I think this one is fairly low. Rid of this. It's annoying. I think these are fairly low, especially for this Bowser. This Bowser looks so sick.
Yeah,
And
the gold
and
leaf,
the
gold
the
leaf
gold leaf.
tokens are low. Yeah.
Yeah. For sure.
Those are really cool. I've never seen a gold
Oh, I
leaf.
didn't even realize these are this one. Oh my god, the Bowser is even cooler. And the dark red. Oh, okay. Fucking game. I see you. Do I go to 45, man? Maybe. I'll give it a couple minutes. Also, the Dark Writ and the Underworld Breach will be legal for play in all of our events. So you don't, at least don't have to worry about that part. Generally, these kind of things aren't, but obviously for a charity auction, we'll make exception.
Where's the Bowser? I'm just curious.
It's the first post, the set of gold leaf and colored tokens. It's a set of 5. They're pretty fun. That Bowser alone is has to be worth at least $50 by itself. Holy. Curious if we get any more. Also, for what it's worth, we still this one. I could see going higher too. This is a spot as like a guest on Playing with Powers. Like record a gameplay with them, and it'll be like on their channel, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah, definitely. They normally get like, what, 20K views a video?
Yeah.
12K. I mean, it depends on the video. 25K scrolling through them. Yeah. 33K. Yeah. Yeah, you could easily be in front of 30K. This one's 37K. Yeah. Pretty decent following.
Agreed.
And they're great people as well. Super fun. They're really great.
Super fun to play with.
Yeah.
You sound scary when you're like on your phone.
No, I've just been smoking a lot.
How was your day at the Playing with Power Invitational? Speaking of it, actually.
Top 16. We're going into day 2 tomorrow. Already secured top 16. We'll see if we can go into top 4 and win it. Me and LJ. Jacoby notably did in fact scrub.
No surprise.
I mean,
I'm just kidding. He's actually really good.
a really good player, but he's Jacoby.
Oh. All right, there's like a little less than a minute here for any last bids before we close them out. And then we'll get the top 16 rolling. But I also do want to just like super thank everyone for coming and playing. All that. I don't want to get shot by my wife. That's fair.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There was another
45.
one. So 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
For the dark writ.
4,
Ooh,
3.
ooh.
Someone's typing. 2, 1. Wait, there was another bid.
I think that means 50. I don't know what the 15 is.
Wait, was there another bid? Oh,
There was
there was
another
another
bid.
bid. There was another bid. 10, 9.
Anyone else
8,
for the dark writ? Dark writ.
7,
Dark writ. Dark writ.
6, 5,
I like that this is going
4,
up at the last minute.
3, 2.
The beeping is
1.
coming from me. That's so loud.
All right. Lay down
Alright.
your paddles. That's it. Congratulations on the last minute snag, last second snag, Aries. Nicely done.
Oh wait. Oh no, Ryan. Okay, Ryan. Ryan typed in the playing with power one. That's funny. All right,
All
cool. Did you make that like a read only or something?
I will do that now.
Okay, and then I'll go through them and
Oh, that's so nice. Ryan came by
Mhm.
his bidding channel. Said you are all the best. So true.
He should have
Alright.
bid on his own.
for a spot on his own stream. Yeah, if you want to just change that and I'll start talking to people.
Yeah, go ahead. Super hyped to go over value on lots of items and pretty on par for most items. For like, yeah, you guys really made everyone proud that donated to the auction today. Really, really, really hyped for everyone's generosity.
Samurai, disregard that. We already talked about that. I'm curious. Let me see if I can get a final number here. Well, not totally final. We might have some more, but just like regular donations.
possible, could you message me about that thing that I messaged you about?
Who said,
One
who said that?
second.
Samurai.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
hold on.
yes. Um,
Unless you weren't talking to me, that's fine. I'm adding these up.
Quite a sum, bro.
Holy shit. That works. Grand match. Yeah.
You can just call me Grandma.
Grandma. That's cool. Grand mash. So the total that we have so far is someone's gonna be tilted by this, but it's 1,666. 1666. We're summoning the devil, boys. Let's go.
I hear the devil loves children, so it's perfect.
All for those kids.
The devil loves fresh blood.
I don't know what you're doing. If you're good to start at the top 16.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for anyone to let me know that they're dropping. Sometimes that happens.
Oh, from sure. Chat for this room. I see. Okay. What's the best way to do this? I'll just do this. Hurt has 2 more playmats that he said. For anyone who donates literally any amount of money from now until after the top 16 starts. So before the final starts. Oh, just from now until the stream's over? Okay, so from now until the stream's over, anyone who donates literally any amount of money will be put into a drawing for one of these 2 play mats. So one is this Sweet Blood Moon mat. And the other fucking Malcolm with the fly swatter is just like, what the fuck? So yeah, anyone who donates literally any amount of money from now until the end of the stream will be put in a drawing for one of these 2 mats. That is beautiful. I'm actually gonna do that. That's so funny. Let's get it. Let's get it.
believe we're in. Are we in?
Yeah, I think so. I just don't see my camera on there.
I'm
Whatever, I
also
guess.
not seeing your camera, so I don't know what happened with that. But I don't know. Either way, we're here. We're ready to go. I'm fed.
Yeah,
Gavin is
yeah,
with
I'm Gavin.
me. Apparently
I'm
he's
here.
not. I don't know. I can see him. I don't know why you can't.
Yeah, anyway, top 16 coming up pretty soon. This is gonna be exciting. Yeah, dude, after that last game, if you guys saw round 5, Stealing the Wind with Born Upon a Wind, kind of a card that I think was like under the radar when, you know, the One Ring and Orcish Bowmasters came out, but you know, definitely putting in work and Atraxa no less. Pretty sweet.
That
pretty
game
sweet.
definitely made me want to put it in my deck. I'm not gonna lie. Seeing
Yeah, right?
Born Upon a Wind just out of nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah, and it cycles a card, so you know, I think he kind of just threw it out there, and he kind of baited because he went like Assassin's Trophy right after to remove a piece, but then ended up getting the Heuristic Study. Dude, it was such a good play, and I'm excited to see that kind of play throughout the entire top 16. So I mean, I think we're getting our I think we're getting our pods ready. I think everybody's sitting down, shuffling up. And we raised over $1,600 for the charity.
insane.
That is. Yeah, it's awesome, right? Lots of cool stuff out there. Yeah, thank you all for watching and supporting the channel and Magikids. This is gonna be fun.
I mean, we've still got another couple hours that you can donate for, so I mean, why not? Let's go for 2,000. Let's do it.
Yeah. Also, if you donate between now and before top 4, you'll get in a raffle to get one of our very own Hertz custom playmats. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I literally just donated so I could do that. Like,
I
they're
love it.
so pretty. They're so good.
Yeah, the Blood Moon I like a lot.
I want that Blood Moon, man. The Malcolm, not quite my style. I respect it. It's pretty out there. It's pretty cool. Not quite my style, but that Blood Moon, ooh.
Yeah,
Gorgeous.
no, that vibe is immaculate. All right, it looks like we're getting into a game right now. We got Atraxa on seat 1.
Funny name,
And
absolute beast of a player.
yeah,
One
right?
of the
Like
standout
super
Atraxa
good.
performers. Yeah. And then
Yeah, Shalai Halar going second. What the heck? What a great piece. Pretty cool. Dargo Thrasios and then Heliod. This is kind of a funky pod. I like it though.
Definitely interesting. The mono white Heliod and the Shalai and Halar is a surprising. Honestly, I'm impressed they made the cut. But
Yeah,
we'll see how well they can do.
I mean, Heliod known for its really compact win condition. I mean, how it gets there, maybe not as compact sometimes, but you know, slowing the board state to the part where it doesn't really matter, they're just going to get to their win condition anyway. Pretty sweet. Dargo Thrasios, always super explosive. Atraxa, we've seen a bunch of Atraxa today. And then, yeah, Shalai Halar, cool. Super cool.
Yeah, absolutely. The Atraxa, one of, I believe, 3 Atraxas that made it to the top 16. And
wow,
the top performer of the tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, it just does everything that you want a commander to do. I mean, it's crazy to think that this, 7-drop commander is so, so volatile. And the fact that they even get up to that 7 mana. As we start the game, only 1 gemstone, Caverns. Pretty solid. City of Brass into a Noble Hierarch. That's amazing. I mean, that's what you want to see. Start ramping up that mana so you can get... And a Jeweled Lotus? Okay, much closer to that 7 mana, huh?
That is exactly the type of start you want from Atraxa. Getting out that early ramp so that you can set up and start getting a ton of value. And that Jeweled Lotus really helps you get out of Atraxa early.
Yeah, very, very explosive. We see Land Pass. Pretty solid. Oh, Lotus Petal. Okay, let's see how fast this are Dargo Thrasios, or maybe it's just a Thrasios Passios here.
Thrasios Passios typically isn't the style of the Dargo Thrasios.
No, they're so explosive.
Yeah, we could end up seeing that pass happen. We'll see how it turns out, as they will be tapping and going for a gamble.
Ooh, we love turn 1 gambles.
I mean, they are risky. It is in the name, but it
Yeah.
can pay off very well.
I know Atraxa always drawing either J Lotus or Smothering Tide is the most true thing I've ever heard. I always see that. Something about it. Just like Glinthorn and Malcolm. There's just something about it.
I swear, every time I come up against a Malcolm player, turn 1 Malcolm every time.
I'm so curious to see what we gambled for.
I mean,
Hopefully it's not
we
in the
won't
ban.
see it
Hopefully we
too
don't see
fast.
it. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. But that's the card. So we have how many cards in hand? We got quite a few. You know, it's not too bad. 6. A decent chance of keeping it.
Roll the dice, and hopefully they don't get too unlucky. Phyrexian Metamorph, I don't believe that's what they search for. We should be in the clear. Though I wouldn't be surprised if
Yeah.
it ends up being a Mana Crypt that we see come down here. No. Okay.
Oh, pass turn. Right on.
Pass turn. In that case, I would expect to see a value piece or potentially even a combo piece coming out from them.
Yeah, for sure.
Either way, Helia not to be outdone here.
Yeah, Inventor's Fair, Mana Crypt into... I'm not sure what that one is. Assuming a stacks piece, right?
If I had to guess, yeah, but I'm gonna look at more than just guessing. See, I'm just...
Oh, Enlightened Tutor at the end of turn. Oh, gosh. That's good.
Which, looking at the list, it is a Collector's Vault that was played.
Collector's Vault, sweet.
But as you were talking about that Enlightened Tutor, we are not only going to be getting the turn 1 Jeweled Lotus, but also likely a turn 2 or turn 3 either Ristic or...
Yeah, or Tithe.
Tithe, yeah.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if this was... I'm sorry, this is main phase. It wasn't at end step. We had to untap, and we had the Summoning Sickness from turn 1, so yeah. Gonna get around at least another turn.
Much more likely to be searching for some kind of ramp here, and there we will see,
there it is.
in fact, the Mana Crypt. That makes a lot of sense.
Ooh, looking to use it right away. And a Feller Stone. Yeah, just ramping out of their mind. This is crazy. I mean, this is what you expect, I guess. Not as crazy as it seems.
Yeah, Atraxa is absolutely a deck where just ramping can win you games.
Yeah.
Like, Atraxa and Kinnan are 2 decks that it's like, oh, all I have in my opening hand is ramp. I'm happy with this. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, what makes me a little nervous, though, is I think Atraxa is probably, like, the highest priority target for a counterspell. And gosh, does it hurt after you just Jeweled Lotus to get your 7-mana commander countered. Okay, and Dockside, gonna make some mana of their own.
Yeah, the Dockside here getting a pretty decent turnout. Getting 5, I believe.
5? Yeah. Or 1, 2,
Actually,
I think 6, maybe?
6.
6?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
That is certainly not bad.
Yeah, I want to see how they convert it into something. They're doing some math. They're thinking.
And thinking's a very important thing to do with a deck like Shalai and Halar.
For sure.
Not having access to blue in order to get you that interaction and that card draw engine, it very much you have to be specific. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. They ditched 1 for their Gemstone Caverns and then had that early Gemstone, so they're probably sitting on like 4 or 5 cards ish.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Still thinking, huh?
I mean, as I was saying, you want to make sure that you don't waste any resources here.
Yeah. Oh, here she comes. Or they come.
The Lion Halar hitting the battlefield. A huge combo piece for the deck. And, I mean, obviously that's the only reason the deck exists, really.
Right? Yeah, there's the Thrasios now.
Turn 2 Thrasios, not anything too crazy. Interesting
Yeah,
to
playing
see.
pretty.
Yeah, interesting that they
Oh,
didn't
sorry, go ahead.
play anything they tutored for here.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it would be. I feel like this deck would be a little bit more explosive, but maybe they're trying to play a slower game, wait for the Atraxa to do something crazy, and then maybe hit the ground running after them.
I don't know. But speaking of something
Oh
crazy,
my
we're
goodness.
seeing Wandering Archaic off the Heliod.
Wow, so good. This is a piece that's so good to get slipped into like Kinnan lists. I mean, this is a great stacks piece. Get you tons of value copying. I mean, basically every spell. Very few people can afford the extra 2 colorless to make sure you don't. And yeah, that's sweet.
I mean, Wandering Archaic either gets you a ton of value or is a stacks piece, and either way,
Right.
you're happy.
Absolutely. Let's see how they
That
play
being
into it.
said, Atraxa doesn't need to play any spells to play a big body.
No, that's absolutely true. And we have a ton of mana available to us. Gonna crack our land, make sure we have the mana that we need.
I would expect after this fetch resolves that we're going to see an Atraxa hit the field.
I would think so. I mean, how much more do you want to commit to the table other than just your awesome giant commander?
I mean, Jeweled Lotus is kind of something scary because if that Atraxa gets countered, you no longer have the mana to actually replay anytime soon.
Yeah, I agree. And especially with like these stacks pieces starting to hit the field, I noticed that a lot of Atraxa players get their first Atraxa countered and, you know, they have to kind of rebuild up after. And sometimes they just kind of forget and that second Atraxa just kind of wins the game. So I don't know if this is what they're going to try and do, jam their first one, get to their next turn, maybe jam out a second one somehow. But yeah, Jeweled Lotus, you know, being that ritual that it is only so good. But yeah,
Well,
I mean,
with
I don't know
Dargo
what else we would do.
Dargo Thrasios not doing anything after having tutored with a gamble makes it where, I mean, obviously Dargo Thrasios not a control deck by any means, but still something you want to worry about given it is blue.
Right.
We'll see if they go for it. And I mean, they still might have some protection to back up their Atraxa, but
yeah, absolutely.
It is a risky commitment.
All right, we see the mana getting tapped.
They're going for it. I mean, for most situations, like unless you have something good in hand that you can go for, getting that Atraxa out is still absolutely the correct play. It just can cost you sometimes.
Yeah, we still have 2 mana after the Atraxa, which is kind of crazy. You can get any of your tutor effects to continue cycling your or not tutor, I'm sorry, copy effects. You know, Phantasmal Image is just crazy in this deck. Yeah, this is wild.
And it is resolving. Flipping over.
Yeah, I think I saw
not
Silence.
paying a whole lot.
A lot of lands. A lot of lands.
A lot of
Is that
lands.
Mana Rock? What else?
Seeing the Diamond, a Silence, a whole lot of lands.
Is that a
those
City
all
of Traders,
lands?
I think?
Yeah, that's
yeah, those are all lands.
Wow.
Wow, what a like flop of a hit, man. That sucked.
You don't whiff often in Atraxa, but that is one of the bigger whiffs I've seen.
Yeah. I mean, a 7/7 lifelink flying is still like nothing to you know, look away from, but
oh, it's still not
getting
the
the value that we
by any
hoped for.
means.
Yeah.
Yeah. Flipping and hitting nothing doesn't completely shut you out of the game. But man, does it suck.
Yeah, F's in the chat. Yeah, yeah, big oof. Yeah, that was a rough flip, but you know what? You got to get the bad ones out of the way early so you can get some good ones later.
We are seeing that City of Traders getting pitched to the Diamond. And 3 mana getting spent. If they have a Rhystic follow-up, that'd be insane.
Yeah, that'd be really nice. Oh,
Metamorph, though.
Oh, we might just Atraxa again? Yeah? Maybe?
Either you Atraxa again, or you go for a Dockside. I would expect the Atraxa.
Yeah, Dockside would be good. Because on the other side, you get 1, 2, 3. Oh, and then treasures maybe if they want to sack them or not. Yeah, this is interesting.
I think Atraxa is absolutely
Yeah.
the safer play here.
Yeah, that's what I'm leaning towards too.
I mean,
Definitely safer, unless you get a bunch of lands again.
how
right, Nico?
often do you
More
whiff
lands?
twice? How
Yeah, no, it's
often
pretty
do you whiff
crazy.
twice? It's not gonna. No way.
All right, here we go. Sacking the Fraction Metamorph for the legendary rule. Deluge in there. Finale. Ancient Tomb's pretty decent. I think that's a Mystical Tutor. Soul Ring. Yeah, there's definitely some stuff to do.
Yeah, this is a much better flip. We're also seeing
way
a
better.
brand
And a
new
Dark Red
card.
too. Oh, which one?
We are seeing the Flesh Duplicate. A brand new card
Okay.
from the Doctor Who set. It is
Oh, that's right.
Yep, it is a copy. Double blue. And it enters the battlefield, except it has 3 vanishing. So it will disappear after 3 turns.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it ignores the legendary rule, or maybe not.
I don't believe it does.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, that's just such a good piece, though, especially when you have all of this mana. It looks like we're not grabbing it.
It is a creature, so I don't know if they have any other creatures in there.
Yeah, I don't see any other creatures anyway. They're definitely doing some math. They're looking for an explosive turn right now.
I think at this point they aren't going to be able to go for anything else on this turn, but setting up for next turn so that you can pretty comfortably. Oh, there is a Lotho. Okay.
Yeah, Lotho, that's the creature they're going for. Mana drain, and then that's what they're getting rid of, I think. So they did keep the clone, the Dark Writ, the Finale, the Wishclaw Talisman, and the Ancient Tomb. Nice. Lot to
Not
work
bad
with
by
there.
any means. Yeah, absolutely lots to work with there. Flush Duplicate is a very interesting card to include. I think it is definitely comparable to a lot of the other clones. The double blue is pretty restrictive, but I would say Flush Duplicate and the what's the name of the vehicle? Imposter Mech.
Yeah, Imposter Mech.
There's a give and take for each of them.
Did we go to discard and discard our...
We did, in fact,
our
discard
duplicate
the
anyway?
duplicate.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cute anime.
As
Good,
said in the
good.
chat.
Well said. Yeah.
As said in the chat, double blue is rough, but being able to get Displacer Kitten is huge. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Baron 2 mana value, getting it super easy off the Finale. I agree. Which, it's in the graveyard, so still a super good target. Even when that Oppo tries to sneak it away.
Yeah, it is definitely something that a lot of Atraxa decks should start to consider. We are going on to the next turn. And I believe those forests are being used to indicate floating green.
Which I think is 6 mana we just used. I think we just cracked our a Finale. Yep. I think for 4. Yeah, using 2 green and then the 2 treasures as well. Yeah, I think it's 4.
So Finale for 4. I don't believe they have enough to go for infinite mana with a meal, but they do have some other very solid options.
Yeah, wow, that would be a crazy find.
The
table's kind of thinking about it.
Well,
a little nervous. I would be too.
An important thing is that at 4 mana, there happens to be a creature, a Tyrannid creature, the Red Terror, that will in fact win the game. The Red Terror, whenever a red source you control deals damage to one or more permanents and or players, put a +1/+1 counter on the Red Terror. That combos with Shalai Hinelar. So that as long as any of your things can deal damage and they don't kill it, then you win the game.
Yeah, that's wild. This is gonna be kind of scary. It looks like we're tutoring right now.
I believe the Wandering Archaic copy
This
is
is the
going.
copy. Yeah. I'm curious what Heliod even grabs. Could be a decent enough stacks piece, perhaps. I'm not sure what 4-drop creatures are available to us in mono white. That would be stopping the if it's less, maybe an Aven Mind Sensor to stop it. Nice, there it is. That's what I'm talking about.
Very
Wow, that's
nice.
kind of scary.
Aven
Yeah,
Mind
and
Sensor,
they don't have any mana
absolutely
up.
huge shit.
Yeah.
I
All right,
mean,
there we go.
yeah, outside of the Aven, it's pretty much like Skyclave Apparition as a way to stop this from happening. But even that,
Yeah, no, I think that was the perfect choice. That was amazing.
Oh, yeah.
That was super good. Archaic putting in so much work already.
Archaic single-handedly shutting down that win attempt. That's insane.
Right?
Still getting a bird off the top 4, so not completely worthless,
something.
but definitely not what you were hoping for when you first cast that for 4.
Yeah, that was crazy. I guess we just weren't thinking about it. I mean, I wasn't really thinking about it until it got copied anyway. Like, that's crazy. That is something super sneaky to look out for. And hopefully didn't, punt the board state that we had.
I mean, Wandering Archaic is a very good card.
Yeah, it is.
Its biggest downside is really that initial cost, but getting it out turn
Yeah, once it's
2?
there.
Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Either way,
All right, we're on to the next turn.
Yeah, disappointing
Yeah.
ending for Shalai and Halar.
Yeah, really. Okay, whoa, kind of a crazy Jessica's Will. I'm not sure how many cards are in. Oh, yeah, we got 7 from Atraxa. That's a good chunk of mana, and top 3, hopefully some juicy cards. It's just a copy, too. Probably not paying for it, so they're going to get a bunch of mana, I guess. So, not too big of a deal,
I mean,
but...
the copy here is not as huge as the previous one.
Yeah,
for
probably. Yeah, no, not at all. Not at all, but definitely something fun to see.
Yeah, Jessica's Will, though, pretty scary for the rest of the table. Dark Thrasios
Yeah.
can be very explosive when you have this much mana, and who knows what those top 3 cards are going to be.
Yeah, it's crazy. And they have their Lotus Petal for some mana fixing. Yeah, this is a wild one.
I mean, honestly, if they hit anything relevant, it's going to be a big turn for them. But as we
So
see
we're
the copy
resolving.
go through,
Yep. Not anything that can be used, I don't think.
so I'm not sure if they're actually resolving this correctly. Because they should be copying the spell, but they don't own their commander. So they only can choose one.
That's what I thought, but I'm no judge, so I don't know. That's a good thing to consider.
Yes. So I'm not sure if they're resolving
Remora,
this correctly here. But we do see
Image and Trophy Mage. Those
that's
are some good hits, but a lot of non-red. A lot of non-red. Here we go.
I mean,
Going for the
Village, you can
Village.
choose to either
Dock
copy
side.
the dock side or the Atraxa.
Yeah.
Either of those, pretty terrifying.
Nice. We got Neko saying that we do get to copy the selected modes. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, this Phantasmal Image is a super good hit, actually.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're going to go for the dock side or the Atraxa. I honestly don't know which one is more scary here. But either way, it's not good for the rest of the table.
I mean, if we still haven't seen the card that's sitting in their hand, go for the dock side, play your game plan, and just kind of steamroll it. But yeah, if you want to refill, get yourself an Atraxa, and get the gas going again.
Yeah, either way, that Image is going to put in absolute work here. And the rest of the table are putting in a lot of thought about what they want to do about it.
Yeah, It looks like Helios discarding.
I'm a little
Threw
confused.
a Wayfarer in. Yeah, threw a Wayfarer into their graveyard, but okay.
I don't know how that's happening, but okay. Interesting. And
I think it
apparently I
is
was
coming
wrong
in
about
as a
the-
dockside.
Okay. So with it coming in as a
Counting up
dockside,
treasures
it
right now?
means they have some other juice in their hand that's going to be very scary here. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing Dargo do a lot.
Yeah. So 5, 2, 3. No, that should be more than 5, right? 6? I think it's 6.
They get 3 from the Atraxa.
Whoa,
treasure's got-
4. Whoa, okay.
Yep.
Sabretooth is looking pretty decent.
Yeah, I was saying if they're choosing that dockside, they've got juice. They absolutely have juice. This very well could be a very fast game. Infinite mana with Thrasios in play, and I mean you can copy the dockside if you really want to, or not dockside, the Atraxa.
Yeah.
If you chose, oh, I don't want to use my Thrasios for it, you can just copy the Atraxa instead.
Yeah, table getting a little disgruntled here. Doesn't it sack on target? I'm pretty sure Phantasmal Image is whenever it's targeted, but I don't know if it's activated ability and spell or what. Yeah, it doesn't target. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty nasty.
Yeah.
That's a super nasty one.
It is in fact a sack on target, but Sabretooth does not target. It just says you may return another creature you control. So, still works.
Yeah. Oh, looks like we might have a response here. Holding on to a card. The Pact coming down.
Absolutely
let's see if this win
necessary.
attempt is protected or not. Yeah, let's see. Oh, and a copy too. That's kind of
Well-
nice when they can start working together, putting 2 counter. Yeah, I guess you don't want to pay the mana. You're right. You're right. That's not that one. Maybe not copy that one.
Yeah, Wandering Archaic, really good in counterspell battles. Maybe not the best in this situation, but
Oh,
the
here's
Wandering
the
Archaic.
dispel and then the copy. I think we
Yeah.
can pay though, right? Yeah, we have the floating red mana. We
There's the
got
mana
it.
to pay. Now it's pretty much required, but they will be able to pay for it. And
There
if
goes.
that's
I
everything,
think they're okay with it.
wow,
Uh-oh.
that's the bounce. The replay.
Yep, play it again.
Okay. If you have an opportunity to interact, now is the time.
Yeah, presenting the
But-
loop of replaying and bouncing this dockside, generating infinite mana so you can draw your deck and win however you want. I think the table understands that. Oh, spending some red floating to cast. Oh, and a treasure. I can't quite tell what that is.
Can't tell whether that's a march or
I think it could be a march. I think it is. Yeah. Wow, that's a pretty good answer. That's a
I
pretty good
mean,
one.
You needed it, but it does work out very nicely for you here.
Oh, they targeted the dockside and now they have to target the Atraxa. Wow, crazy. So they're gonna. Oh my
Interesting.
goodness, they found their own dockside. They found their own dockside.
But they don't have the mana for it right now.
Is this
unless they
enough?
have
Yeah, I don't.
Promox
That's-
actually might be able to get you there.
That's decent. They have 1 treasure left. They
I
have their land. I
believe-
don't think they played their land drop.
Have they
I'm
not
not
played
sure.
their land for
Finale?
this turn?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You know what? No, I think they did. This is turn. Yeah. No, they did. They did. I'm sorry. They did.
There is also did they only phase out the one?
I'm not sure. They paid a fair chunk into it. March only does one.
Oh, March
Oh
is
my
only
goodness.
yeah. March is the exile where it only exiles one creature. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
I was combining it with the blue March.
There's
I'm
the
gonna
dock
be honest.
side. Wow, what a hit off the Atraxa to get your own dock side for this. 2,
Man.
3, 5. That's enough. You're netting 1 each time, I think. I think they're just
Yeah. Showing the loop.
yeah, represent the same loop, but with their own dock side this time. Oh no.
Fine, I'll do it myself. Jeez. I mean, I don't know if he had the mana to march the Sabretooth, but if he did, he must be.
I think
kicking
they
himself
did.
right now.
I think that's the red floating mana in the top left. I'm pretty sure they had enough
Oh,
because they paid 2 and that's 3 red floating from their copied
they
Jessica's Will.
absolutely did.
Yeah. I think they just got rid of the dock side because they thought they were safe. Wow.
Wow, that sucks. When you're like, okay, if I get rid of the dock side, that should be enough, and it wasn't.
Yeah. No, I don't blame the target either. I think you know the upfront threat is the dock side, but having the know abouts of just getting rid of the Sabretooth is probably more about. Yeah, I know the odds for real on getting the Atraxa to flip into it was definitely bonkers, but yeah, getting that Sabretooth is definitely the right play, and I think they're just gonna be able to run away with this game now.
Trax is a good card, even when it's not yours.
One out of rest of the deck. Amen, Dandy. And that's enough. And that's enough to make sure that you target it. So it looks like they're still kind of playing it out. He's getting a couple extra copies of Atraxa, maybe, or bouncing and refilling the hand.
Either Atraxa or they're going for Thrasios, but either way, doesn't matter. The rest of the table's gonna scoop, and that's the game. Jeez.
Wow. I mean, we kept expecting how explosive it was going to be, but to be able to come back from that is pretty solid. That's actually really crazy.
Yeah. Dargo Thrasios, man. I mean, I don't know if any of you guys in the chat have watched our most recent podcast where we go through our top 10. Dargo Thrasios was in mine. Probably higher than it should have been, but man, it showed up there.
I think definitely making its way into top 10, especially with how it's been really prominent with Freedom Waffle, and Freedom Waffle now becoming like a larger personality and writing these just super good primers is allowing more and more players to like come together and get like exponentially better playing the deck, which is amazing. We love seeing that. And again, I think with Atraxa too, more and more people are playing Atraxa, and I mean, you said 3 of the top 16 are Atraxa players. It's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's Dargo Thrasios, not an easy deck, but as you were saying, Freedom Waffle really bringing in a lot more players and getting people up to speed quickly, so that we can have performances like that. Yeah,
I agree. Hopefully we get into another top 16. That was pretty quick. I want to see some more games. I loved that one. Being able to see Dargo Thrasios get into top 4 is going to be super exciting. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an Atraxa get into top 16.
Statistically, there's decent odds for it.
Right.
2 Atraxas left. There's a decent chance that one of them gets a win.
Yeah, and it looks. Oh, here we go into this next game. We only have 1 Atraxa in this pod, so pretty good chance. So we got Blue Farm, Atraxa, Keenan, and Urza. We're on Urza's turn right now, I think.
From the looks of it, I'm guessing yes. Ganesh, a very renowned player. They are pretty much known for their blue farm. They've been bringing it for quite a while and pretty consistently perform very well with it.
Yeah, performing. Yeah, Urza, not a deck that I see very often either, but I love the matching sleeves. This guy is coming to win. And I think that's something about you not being able to see that very often is kind of why it performs, is maybe people forget what it can do. It's so powerful and gets thrown on a lot of these crazy pieces.
I am just shocked that we had not just one, but two monocolored stacks decks in our top 16.
Yeah. Yeah, we did.
Like, I understand that a lot of the top players are over at the invitational that's in person right now. But man, there are two.
It's that control winter. That control winter coming in,
Apparently.
everybody playing stocks. And I think that's, a mentality that a lot of people are starting to shift towards. I like it. And obviously it's working for them. On to the next turn, onto Ganesh on blue farm.
I
See
mean,
what we can
Ganesh in a
do.
pretty
Oh, we see the
decent position
Urza
here.
removed from the path that we got from an opposition agent, I think.
That's pretty nice, right there.
That's what happened. Yeah, going into combat with our Oppo. I love it. Yeah, here comes Crom.
Ganesh in a really solid position right now, having that Oppo out as a stacks piece to prevent people from going off. Although, I mean, it's not like it's a super powerful stacks piece for this table specifically, but people
Mhm.
like to tutor regardless. And then having both
Absolutely.
Timna and Crom out, very powerful.
Yeah, drawn some cards. All of their mana available to them. This is kind of crazy. I'm curious to see what kind of interaction. I see a Pongify in a graveyard. We saw that swords already. Not sure. We see a force in the Keenan players. This is getting to the part of the game where I don't see very many draw engines out other than Timna. So Ganesh might be in kind of a crazy lead right now. I'm not sure.
Okay. Right now, yes, Ganesh is in a great lead. But I'm looking over at ESP that. Oh.
Yeah, the Wish Claw and Lotho. Oh, here's the Adnos. Okay.
Yeah, more important news. I was gonna say, Trax is not in a bad position here, but we're seeing the Adnos hitting the field. Man,
Yeah,
these
and
might be some
still with
fast.
yeah, some fast games. Yeah, absolutely. And still they have at least 2 mana open, and Adnos is gonna draw you into at least a couple rocks, right? We're gonna be jamming something here in a little bit.
Nosing with 2 mana open, yeah, you're at 29, but like the odds of you whiffing, very low here.
Yeah, I think this is a great spot to be in.
Absolutely, it is.
Table
Nas
thinking
is,
a little bit.
I mean, they should be. Nas
Yeah,
is
3
a
cards
very
again, 2
powerful
cards.
card.
Yeah, it's super powerful. I love that it's just like such a good primary game plan. It's a win condition without being a win condition. It's always so fun when you get to see these decks that, can or can't whiff. But yeah, I think Ganesh is on a relatively low CMC for his entire deck. So I think he's just going to rip through it all and try to present a win.
I would certainly expect as such. Ganesh with a average mana of, not including the Adnos, 1.28.
Nice. Nice.
29, a little bit low to go for Nas, but when you have 2 mana open, you don't have to worry as much about digging super deep for mana.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Flipping some cards. Yeah, 3 cards, 2 cards, 2 cards. I think a lot of interaction got used somewhere else earlier in the game.
Based off of looking at the graveyards, I would absolutely agree here. But Esp is really thinking.
Demonic. Oh, packed. That's a good answer.
Ganesh says, no, you don't even get the try. Although, seeing the pact here means if there is anything else, any solid
after.
interaction, but no, Adnos will resolve.
There it goes. That's a Final Fortune too. Wow.
At this point, it's just a matter of do you kill yourself before you can win the game.
Yeah, that force hitting for 5. That was a meaty hit. Underworld Breach. That's solid. Solid. That might. He's picking up the pile. Yeah, this might be enough if we have the right pieces.
Looking through his options, having access to that final fortune really helps you out.
Yeah, it makes it way,
Although,
way easier.
You currently don't have any red mana available to you.
Yeah, I don't think we hit any good mana rocks either. Down to 9. Oh my goodness, that's a mind break trap for another 4 damage. That was a pretty hefty ad nos.
The going down to 7 this early and not having hit much. This is I was talking about how you don't whiff often. You might.
Yeah, this is one of them. Oh no.
The odds of failure are low, but they're not 0. Looking through, counting out, seeing, okay, do I have a way of doing this?
Yeah, we have a couple mana rocks. I think just 2. Yeah. Oh my goodness, this is tough because Psych Rift and both of those counter spells aren't like helpful. Even the Dress Down, not super helpful in this situation.
The Soul Ring, very nice here, but they're just lacking on that red mana.
Wow. Do you go for you're at 7, right? You can. I don't know if he said he stopped already. Did he? Okay.
No, you absolutely dig.
I think you go at least one more. You got both of your big counter spells, right? You already got your Force. You got your Mind Break Trap. I don't think we're on anything that's 7 CMC. Yeah, I think you at the very least get one more.
If you flip another one and happen to whiff, then you probably stop there.
Oh, snap. It looks like we stopped. There's the Mox Diamond in hand already, though. So that's our red mana. We can go for at least a Final Fortune. Yeah, that is really nice. Okay, looking through the graveyard. It's a pretty big graveyard. I can imagine tutors at least.
They are committed at this point.
Yeah. Still surprised that we didn't go for a little bit more.
If I was in their shoes, I would have flipped another 1, maybe 2. See if I take any damage. But I do understand more conservatively here. The fact that they don't have any red mana available from those lands is really rough.
Oh, that's true. If we go for the Underworld Breach to be able to do something.
They're deep in the think tank here. I personally...
I have no idea how they make it happen.
I still think that them not going any deeper was a mistake.
Yeah, it could have been it could have been a 0 mana rock. Get you your red mana and you just win the game.
Yeah. As soon as you get a second red mana source, you're there. You've won. But right now,
you have all the protection in the world too. We see it. There's like no way. Oh no.
Right now, you've got to do a lot of thinking.
All right. Well, we're playing something. It looks like. Nope. Just kidding.
What are the odds of him actually just stopping here and saying, "Okay, I went this deep. I'm just gonna play out what I can and then pass"? It feels horrible in my opinion, but maybe.
I mean, you're not in threat of dying, I suppose. Like, there's only a Lothos, some mana dorks. There's not a lot. I think a construct. I'm not sure how big it is right now, but you're not gonna die necessarily. So maybe
they are going for the breach.
Was there a pact earlier? Yeah, there was a pact, and pay for it. But still, even paying for it, he's got a lot of mana to pay for it. I would guess. I mean, yeah, maybe not. Maybe not.
I mean, he'd have enough mana to pay for it. He wouldn't be able to.
That's what I'm
net
thinking
a ton,
too.
But
okay, here comes the Underworld Breach. We have a colorless floating, I think.
Yeah, one colorless floating from Soul Ring. And at this point, you're looking at your options. Escaping that Lotus Petal, get enough colored mana available to you.
Do it twice. Yeah. It's just so unfortunate you lose your Underworld Breach for your next turn.
There's the brain freeze though. So no, at this point they're not on that Final Fortune. They're going all in this turn.
Oh, I like that.
Interesting that they cracked the pedal there instead of using the floating in the underground sea, but I don't know. As long as they can get this successfully, which I don't see why they wouldn't, unless someone's been holding back a mind break trap here.
No, I love this play because you have your own mind break. I mean, it's tough, but you have your force. You have so many answers. I like
Yeah,
that
I
we didn't dig
don't-
too deep then. If you had the win condition already, just kind of go for it, especially when you have all that interaction. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Ganesh, constantly performing super, super well. So I think just kind of going through the motions at this point.
Yeah, I don't see a way that they can lose this here. At this point, with the brain freeze, with the breach, I can't think of a way for them to somehow get this shut down. Unless, I don't know, maybe Kinnan has a way to interact with the graveyard?
Yeah, they're not letting it resolve quite yet. Still talking. I mean, how much more can you do? I feel like if you counter, it's almost on the Underworld Breach, no? But I don't know. Table thinking.
Atraxa does run endurance, so that could be relevant.
Yeah, definitely could be relevant. I mean, storm count's so high. I mean, yeah, no, that's true. Endurance could be pretty solid. Yep, they're flipping their hands. There it goes.
No, neither Atraxa nor Kinnan having endurance in hand, and it looks like that's the scoop.
Wow. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Brain freeze is a powerful card. And
Yeah,
well, I mean,
super.
not by itself,
Yeah.
but when you combine it with breach.
Underworld Breach? Oh yeah, I mean Underworld Breach is just amazing, amazing, and super good. Grabbing your Lotus Petal, getting the mana you need, and Adnaz on main phase is with 2 mana up, pretty freaking sweet.
As I was saying, it's hard to lose. I still think going a little bit deeper might have been the safer play there, but hey, if they look through their hand like, okay, I've got this, then hey, they've got it. And they certainly did.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to talk to him and ask what he was afraid of. Why not go one more deep, or just the mentality behind it. But after that game, dude, let's do some shout outs. First off, thanks to everybody who donated and is watching the stream. You guys are the coolest in the world. Thanks to everybody who put something in the donations bidding war stuff. Ashani, Jamaican dude, Sad Robot, Play to Win, Playing with Power, Comedian MTG, Kalua Lua, Beyond the Mechana, Hurt, Veil of Death, Path to Peak, Memo, dude, put in his coaching thing, Sean Meyer, Altars and Art, and Catnap. Thank you guys so much. We love you guys.
I am honestly sad that I didn't get to have any of those things. The gold leaf tokens from Sad Robot. Oh,
Oh my goodness.
Good.
All of those anime tokens, super cool. Absolutely amazing. One pod left. Yeah, I think just one left, and then going into top 4. Kind of crazy, huh? So we have definitely Dargo and definitely Blue Farm.
Yeah. I mean, talked about how the mono-colored stack stacks were able to get to the top 16, not making the jump to the top 4.
Yeah, and I'm curious what they needed to do. It's just tough. It's tough, man. Playing monocolor, you're on kind of a little bit of a crutch, but I like it. I like how you can kind of have that brewer's advantage, even though like everybody knows what Helio does, everybody knows what Urza does. So I'm not trying to take away anything from the pilots. They were phenomenal. They did so good. They did just absolutely amazing.
If they made it this far, then you got to put at least a little bit of respect on their name.
Yeah, and everybody who made top 16 has free entry to our league. So if you guys want to join our league and play with some really good players and practice against them so you can get top 16 and prizes and from our tournaments. But there's prizes also for the league, so make sure to jam as many games as you can and get better.
But it does look like we have one final pod finishing up.
Yeah, I don't know if we can sneak a look at it or if they're just about wrapped up anyway.
Looks like we're getting in here, as we're seeing
Nice.
Obnix, Atraxa, Sisse, and Blue Farm.
Nice. Yeah, Obnixilis, kind of a crazy deck that just presents wins out of nowhere.
I mean, we'll see if we can get that last Atraxa in the top 4 here, but
Yeah,
it'll be
good chance.
very exciting to see how this turns out.
Man, some crazy board states all around. It's just saying top 16. Yeah, looks like it.
Absolutely, Sissy in top 16. Which, speaking of top 16, I've got news on the other top 4. It is Saka, Shima, Kodama.
Woohoo! That's wild. I love that.
Sakadama making it all the way to the finals. That's pretty insane right there.
Okay, I'm not quite sure whose turn it is.
I believe it is the Obnix's turn.
Yeah,
and
I think so too.
Looking at the board state, Obnix seems like they've got a pretty decent chance of winning here.
Yeah, they got a Disciple of the Vault along with a Professional Facebreaker. Oh, there's the counter. A counter gets put on. I don't think... Does that matter right now?
No, that's just the counter for the Saga.
Okay, I know... It looks like they're thinking about if they should play it or not. Or is this Saga kind of crazy in Obnixilis? I can't remember the name of the card, but I think it's an Eldrazi. When you play a card with a counter, it'll loop your Obnixilis as well. So it looks like we're thinking if we even want to play the card or not.
We'll have to see.
Yeah, there it goes. I think they set the dice down. They've committed. I think those are treasures on the side right there. Is that right? Is that six dice? Are those treasures?
I don't know if that's treasures or what that is. It
Super
could be...
good with the Facebreaker and the Disciple. Like, very, very powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think right now, Obnix and Atraxa are both in pretty good spots here. Atraxa having a Talion as well as an Oppo on the field.
Yeah, that might be enough to slow everyone down, but I don't know. We're doing a lot of thinking. A lot of mana still up from Obnixilis as well. All right, tapping some mana. Here we go.
All right, let's see
Toxic.
what they play down here.
A little Deluge, I think.
Toxic Deluge, very nice.
Yeah, clearing the board up. It's kind of a bummer. You lose your own stuff, though, huh?
Yeah, I was going to say, it'd be interesting to see how much they commit into this. Because if you want to remove that Atraxa, I believe you also have to lose your own Obnix.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. This is kind of crazy.
Honestly, the Toxic in this situation is a little bit iffy, in my opinion.
Maybe a game plan. Maybe a post-Deluge win is what we're looking at. I can't imagine just throwing it out there to lose all of your... Like, losing your Facebreaker is so crazy, and losing your Disciple. I mean, Disciple is another kind of win condition in this deck.
There is, however, the Granith in play. And that really hurts you as Obnix.
Oh, we see the Force coming down. Yeah, Traxa definitely not wanting to lose their board. I understand.
Oh, yeah. No, you do not want to... Like, losing both Talion and... Like, no. You do everything you can to keep that around. I mean, even if they're not going for the win here, you still, it's like, I don't know. I like where I am. I like having these like 12 cards in hand.
Oh yeah.
And looks like they'll be pitching a Cycriff to it. Not a bad situation. A little confused. Okay. So, Obnix drew a card for a reason that I do not know. But they did also show the deflecting swat.
Yeah. Some good interaction from Obnixilus. You know, as we're sitting here, we can talk about some more donation stuff that we're doing. If you donate any amount, 69 cents, $4.20, you'll get entered in to win those playmats from our very own Hurt. They're super cool. If you like Blood Moon or Malcolm, enter any number of times. You can put your names in there. Also, there's a Path to Peak online tournament Saturday, October 28th at 10 a.m. $400 to first place, 64 player cap. So make sure you get in there as soon as possible.
See, I don't even like Blood Moon. It's just a really cool looking mat.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous play mat if you're really into that. Oh, what's that aesthetic? You know, like the kind of futuristic. I can't remember it off the top
Very
of my head, but it's
vaporwave.
gorgeous. Yeah, vaporwave. That's the one. It's gorgeous, gorgeous. So if you have those secret layer lands to match your mat,
Ooh, I didn't even think about that. That's
oh
Oh,
yeah. You'd be
what a
looking
combo.
crispy. Do we see a demonic tutor? Or no, sorry, vampiric tutor in response to the deflecting swat?
Interesting. Okay. Vampire Tutor here.
Might
I
be a
don't
way
know
to
if
crack the
I'll-
top.
They
Yeah, but
do
I don't
have
know.
Italian, so
True. Very true.
I don't know what the Italian was named at, but Italian does give you a better way of cracking the top.
Yeah, I mean, that's the cool thing about Talion, right? You're going to work with your opponents, you know, teammates at this point when someone's trying to win, you know, work with
Yeah.
them and, you know, that you can just crack it that way. Hurts, nah, dude, you ain't getting sued. It's gorgeous. It's so unique. You can't, Vaporwave is a vibe. Nobody owns that.
Nah, I don't. If Vaporwave is a thing that someone owns the rights to, I'd be upset about that.
Dude, I'm looking at the mana for everybody, and I don't know if we can crack it. I think they're talking to each other, and there's a lot of counting of cards, looking at hands, but not a whole lot of mana to cast anything that might get to draw you a card anyway. Let's just see how this goes. Oh, I see some dice getting moved over from our blue farm player. I don't know if those are treasures or not. I see 6 and 2, so that's a lot if they are.
If that is treasures, then yeah, that is significant. I usually, when people have dice just like that, it's typically hand size. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's that, where they
Could
have
be.
8
Yep.
hand, 8 cards in hand.
Yeah, that'd be a lot. All right, we see the tutor resolving.
We'll see if it can actually get cracked here, but Captain Moral Support in the chat, donating $1. Thank you very much. Honestly, at this point, any little bit, like, I think it'd be amazing to get up to 2,000, and any little bit can help us get there.
Yeah, I think we're probably hovering around 1,700 last I checked. So
somewhere around that, yeah.
We're getting close. Getting close.
No, I think it'd be absolutely fantastic if we could raise 2,000s for this. And we are not far off.
Yeah, still looking through our library. I don't know if we're looking for a card that we already know we want, or are we looking for an answer as we tutor? Sometimes it's good to just refresh your memory on what options you have. You might be thinking, man, this is what I should get. take a look through your whole library real quick. Make sure that that's what you need. Something might, catch you by surprise. Oh, this could work here. You know what? That not normally would I grab something like this, but in this scenario, it's perfect. I'm not sure what that card would be, but I'm also not looking through his deck right now. So let's see what we come up with.
I am looking through his deck right now, and I do not know what that card would be.
Just a counter spell, I guess. I don't know.
It feels like just a counter spell. Like maybe there's something weird, but it feels like counter spell is just the correct choice here
Yeah.
most of the time.
Silence, maybe? Yeah, silence wouldn't be too bad. Because they can't do anything after the toxic. That could be decent. Yeah, if
The
not
only
a
other
counter,
thing
I
would
agree.
be like touch the spirit realm, and maybe you exile your own thing to protect it.
Yeah, I
Let the
think you have
rest
to
of the
be
board get
nervous about them
wiped.
winning this turn. Because I feel like Obnixilis isn't going to just wipe their own board to not win this turn, yeah? So we
Mhm.
found our card. We shuffled up. It's on top. Let's see what we can do.
We'll see if anyone can crack that Talion.
Yeah, deflecting SWAT back on top of the stack.
Okay. Deflecting SWAT seems to be.
Yeah, we
It
see
all
some
comes down
OKs
to
going
DJ.
around.
Does DJ have anything here? No, that's it.
Okay.
SWAT is resolving.
resolved. Yep, there goes the force resolving, countering itself. Deluge on the stat. Oh, we're picking up our creatures right now. It looks like it went through. Maybe? Wait. Maybe not?
Is DJ being like, no, I still have something? Is that what's going on right now? Or what is...
We're thinking about it for sure. Yeah, Deluge on the stack. Deluge on the stack right now.
No, that's it.
It looks like it. Yep, there it goes. Wow, and we did everything that's not Ob and
Traxa.
Okay, so it looks like I'm curious why the Disciple of the Vault is still on the field. It must be exiled to something. I thought it was on the...
might be flipped off the Obnix.
Oh, wow. That's scary. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
that
it
makes
was
a lot
flipped
of
off the
sense. Here it
Obnix,
comes
so
down.
we are seeing that Disciple.
Wow. Okay.
If they...
Yeah, and we have
play
a
that
grinding
Curse
station
Mirror-
too, so we can sack artifacts and start to, roll off the top of Obnix's library into perhaps a win.
Well, and then you can also have the Curse Mirror come in, copy that Atraxa if you really want to.
Oh yeah, big time. That would be nasty.
That's... yeah, it definitely would be.
I wonder if we need that mana for something. No, maybe tapping two for something.
Looking like...
And we got rid of a land. I think that was a treasure or an artifact.
I think that was a
Must have
treasure,
been a
yeah.
treasure. Yeah, it must have been a treasure.
So that's 3, which is enough for the Curse Mirror.
Yeah, and a good trigger off of the Disciple.
True.
And again, Obnixilis.
Ooh.
Okay, some mana.
Lotus Petal, very nice flip here.
Yeah. Okay, oh yeah, we go for the Cursed Mirror. Okay.
And that is going to be a copy of Atraxa. Absolutely terrifying
Woo.
here. As soon as you hit either Breach or Dockside, this is very quickly going to be game over. And there's also obviously hitting any of the one-card win combos.
Absolutely. I don't know how much mana we really have available to cast those one-card win conditions, so maybe we have to get up to that. Because I think the cheapest one is 4.
The best part about Atraxa is you can do both.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can flip into both mana and the win con. And it doesn't matter.
Absolutely. It doesn't. Copying an Atraxa is the greatest feeling. I think that's why the Atraxa player is just filling their deck with all of these copy effects.
Oh yeah.
It's crazy.
If you're not running at least 3 copy effects in Atraxa, you're doing it wrong. Between copying your own Atraxa and copying other people's dock sides, it's so good.
Oh, okay. Here we see a force. Exiling, I think that's a dispel.
Interesting that they waited so long to do it. But getting rid of that curse mirror before it comes in as the Atraxa.
Yeah, I like it.
I'm gonna assume that they did that properly, and actually resolved it the correct time. But
yeah,
either way,
I mean, maybe he didn't care about. Maybe he wanted the opposition agent to go away. He like maybe that was stopping him from winning. If that's however many cards you have in hand right now, I mean, why not?
there's a very real chance of that. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully that was done before it actually started to resolve. But I'm sure they're doing things properly at this point. We do still see that Lotus Petal hitting. I don't know if we'll see it cracked. But if we do, it does flip.
Yeah, I don't know if you just try to slow your game plan down because, you know, you're going to be generating value off your treasures and artifacts with your disciple to flip into more stuff, or do you try to, you know, jam something? It feels a little risky to me, but yeah, combat. This guy is enormous.
Not that enormous right now, as it is still reduced by that toxic deluge.
Oh, true. Good call.
But I mean, it's still not small. As it is at least at most, I think it would be dealing 5 damage right now.
I think they deluge for 3. Yeah, I think they deluge for 3. I think that was.
There's either a deluge for 3 or 4.
Or 4. No, I think it was 4 because they hit the Crom. Yeah, I think it was 4.
Yeah, so I think it'd be dealing 5 damage right now. Either way, though.
Okay. Oh, we just milled our Atraxa friend for 3. We grinding stationed. Okay.
Grinding station to mill the Atraxa, getting that
sweet.
top card off the top.
Hey, look.
So
Yeah, they're still going.
more.
They're trying to look at the top card. Another Obnixilis trigger when you have your Disciple of Vault trigger. I mean, this is such a crazy engine.
Disciple of Vault is pretty. Oh,
Final Fortune.
They are
I think
currently 1 mana short.
Oh no! They cracked a treasure. Do they have any floating? No, they don't.
They did not crack the treasure.
What did that treasure get used for?
They use the treasure for the grinding station.
Oh, that's right. Oh, bummer. And we pass. Wow.
To be fair, still not exactly a bad turn.
No, not a bad turn at all. You just got to make sure that it gets back to you, and then you can really start taking over the game.
Well, and your Obnex will continue to grow in the meantime. As
Absolutely.
Disciple of the Vault doesn't care about it being your artifacts, it is any artifact.
Yeah.
When an artifact is put into a graveyard.
Yeah, this Atraxa on the battlefield. We have a lot of mana. I don't know what we're gonna do. That's so many cards in their hand right now.
It is a ludicrous amount.
All right, here we go.
And they've got plenty of mana to work with.
Oh, 1 floating.
Playing a land here.
Okay. Image. Okay.
Okay, so that either is going to be copying your own Atraxa or copying their Obnix.
Ixalis? Yeah, so you can start flipping off the top. I'm not sure which one's more valuable now. I would assume Atraxa just to kind of go bonkers. The Obnixilis player is
So
almost
yeah,
okay. They're
right
sapping it.
now,
Yeah, that was the Atraxa.
right now choosing the Atraxa is absolutely worth it because Disciple of the Vault is target opponent, not all opponents. And they
Ooh.
can just choose to ping you every time.
Yep. Big time. So we see a finale, I think, a carpet, Boseiju, Chain, Guy's Cradle, Noxious Revival, and a Deluge of Their Own. A couple other cards in there.
Not hugely relevant here.
No, I
But-
don't really like a lot of these cards, to be honest. In this situation, I mean, maybe the Noxious Revival is decent. I'm not sure exactly what's in the graveyard. Chain of Vapor is always a nice piece to have. I think that's a Signet.
Honestly, I know that the Toxic Deluge is currently not in the list, but I feel like Toxic Deluge might be worth it just to get rid of that Obnix. Either that or they just go for a bounce on it.
Yeah, I don't know. This is tough.